This week on PTL, we weigh in on Keith versus Wild Turtle, break down why Fnatic is the best team in LCS history, and blast you with a true shot barrage in League of Learning. Sound the alert! Primetime League starts right now!
Oh! What is he doing? What a play from Ninja! Flash Q into the turret.
Wow. Pawn with the plays, a triple kill.
The mid lane of ADG is back. Gravity make it a 2-0 week over CLG and TSM, and they end week 6 in first place.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Primetime League. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and today we'll be taking a look at the top teams and top stories happening in the League of Legends esports scene. Thanks for joining us. Let's start off today with a look at one of the huge roster changes that hit the North American LCS. I'm sure you've all heard it. Just before the start of Week 6, Cloud9 announced that Meteos would be stepping down as jungler, and Hai would be coming out of retirement to fill in. Meteos commented on the surprise announcement, adding, "This was a difficult decision to make, as clearly things on C9 have not been working out. I think stepping back for now and letting someone else jungle will help the team atmosphere and keep Cloud9 competitive in the LCS." Meteos was once regarded as one of the best junglers in the world, but he is currently in the midst of one of his worst splits ever, and the team is just 2 games out of last place as they find their once rock-solid roster crumbling. Before moving to mid lane, Hai was Cloud9's jungler when the team was called Quantic Gaming and fighting for a spot in the LCS. But that previous experience has not helped him or Cloud9 as the team had another disappointing O2 performance last week.
But Cloud9 wasn't the only team with big name lineup changes this week. Last week we broke the news that Team Solomid had purchased Keith's contract from Team Liquid and that Keith would be starting in the bot lane for Team Solomid on Saturday.
Yeah, but while Keith had spent the last 2 weeks wearing a TSM jacket, living in their house, and trying out with the team, he would have to prove that he was good enough to take Wild Turtle's spot as TSM took on a full-strength TDK.
And of course, last week Team Dragonites had just come off of beating Team Dignitas, so we thought maybe TDK was the real deal. Ninja and Emperor quite good, and it starts out with First Blood and Keith in the bot lane.
Yeah, things look good for TDK at the beginning here. Smoothie and Kez combined for a very impactful gank with a Tristana in your lane. High kill pressure on that.
And that worked out really well. We also get to see Ninja in action. Bjergsen with some really nice skill shots, forced the flash, and a 3v1.
The juke, and then here comes the cavalry. Kez and Smoothie combining once again, this time to turn it around for Ninja.
Well, unfortunately, Ninja turns his own fights around. Flash is, I guess, a bit late, gets chunked out, and then the easy stun in a true shot barrage means an easy kill.
Right, at this point, TSM had regained the gold lead, and they punished TDK for every mistake that they make.
And fights continued and continued to go well for TSM. Even if TDK would eventually kill off Bjergsen, the fights would still go way too well for TSM.
Yep, there's the hook in for Dyrus, and Lustboy is going to get the Lantern over to another hook as well in the middle.
You see a whole bunch of bursts. Bjergsen does die, but it's after killing Ninja. Again, 3-for-1 TSM. Keith still alive with persistent damage in the back line, able to push in towards the Nexus because of fights like this one. TSM take a very long, but a win overall.
Yeah, pretty much it was about the Burger King there. That AP Ezreal doing a lot of work for TSM in their first game of the week.
Yeah, definitely really strong. And we can actually look at how Keith himself did in that game. Overall scoreline actually pretty solid, 5.7 KDA. This is the kind of KDA I expect from an AD carry of TSM. Just be consistent.
Yeah.
Of course, the problem is you can see his scoreline here in the laning phase, -10 CS at 10, got first blooded as well. Not great.
Yeah, he received a few ganks early on, but he was on Sivir as well, so he was able to be that teamfight AD carry for them.
Yeah, teamfight power is still fine. That's all they kind of needed. But TSM, of course, decided to give Wild Turtle a chance to say, Keith who? And on Sunday, they subbed in Turtle for their game against Gravity. Gravity the chance to take first place from TSM or tie them for it if Gravity would win here.
Right. The thing too bad for Turtle is that Gravity, a very strong opponent that were ready for the AP Ezreal after seeing it in the first game of the week. Start off really strong here, move on the Nidalee, does go sight zone once again, and he's able to have the early impact, killing off Dyrus there.
And it's a game of people flashing late and getting caught with the skill shots. Chaos dunk by Keen, destroying the front line, destroying the back line, just an MR stacking team made it easy.
And that clip right there really showed just how well Gravity were prepared for this game. Instantly destroy the AP Ezreal. Bjergsen does not get to have a repeat game.
And you can see a very early 37-minute Dragon 5 is all Gravity needed to win this game. They held map control the whole time, just simply played the waiting game, all their lanes win. You can see only took 8 kills to win the game. They took more objectives than kills that one.
Preparation, communication, execution. Gravity got full marks on everything for that game. Beautiful execution by them.
Yeah, I think it was my favorite NALCS game of the split. So overall, after Gravity's victory over Team Solamid, here are the current standings in the North American LCS. We can see TSM isn't immune to Gravity's pull, and now those two teams are tied for first place.
And it's a mess of ties as those first place teams are followed by Team Dignitas and Liquid in a tie for third, and just behind them, COG and Impulse in a tie for fourth.
Okay, so even though Keith had a slightly better statistical week than Wild Turtle, Turtle will be starting for the team on Saturday when they face Team 8.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a large part of the difference in the kills and deaths. Obviously have to go with the strength of opponent there for Gravity. TSM ran into a team that was just way more ready for them, and they obviously feel confident in Turtle's abilities to put him back in and start this for the first day. We don't know if they're going to swap him for Sunday.
That's true. We'll see how he does, but I think he's definitely a very good player. Of course, arguments could be made on either side, whether you keep Keith or Wild Turtle, but Jat does just that in a brand new segment we call Jat 22.
Three weeks ago, news broke that TSM was looking at benching Wild Turtle in favor of Keith from Team Liquid. And last week, we got to see Keith play his first game in a TSM uniform. Then, the next day, we got to see Wild Turtle start versus Gravity. So benched, unbenched. Well, what was it going to be? Fantasy owners are a little bit angry, and to them I say, well, welcome to fantasy sports. But the bigger question is, how is this going to play out for TSM in the future? Let's actually go over what led to this decision in the first place, which was Wild Turtle's quickly declining production, especially when compared to last split. Now, last split, Wild Turtle had the best numbers of his career. He led the league in kills with 108 and did more damage per minute than any other starting AD carry in the LCS. His success was one of the main reasons the TSM looked so strong heading into MSI and during the NA playoffs. TSM had a second carry threat to complement Bjergsen, and it was working wonders. But this split, it's been a different story entirely. Instead of being first in the league in kills, he is now 14th. And instead of doing the most damage for AD carries, he's ranked dead last amongst AD carries who have started more than 2 games. And that's with TSM sitting in first place. Normally, it's easy for an AD carry to excel on a winning team. But for an AD carry to flounder while their team still achieves victories, that's a rarity. So enter Keith. Last split, he had the unenviable task of filling in for perhaps the highest profile acquisition in League of Legends history when he subbed in for Piglet. And well, Keith, he didn't disappoint.
Here come the shots. Keith trying to focus down a Link. That was a headshot. Can he get one more? Peacemaker making peace throughout the land.
Holy moly. Keith is fed.
In his first 6 games, Keith had more kills per game, 7.3, than any player in the LCS. He also helped Team Liquid win 5 of those 6 games at a time when Team Liquid couldn't buy a win with Piglet in the lineup. Consider that Keith entered into a chaotic situation while still in high school, played his first 6 games in that environment on the LCS stage, and then posted the best numbers of all 80 carries in the LCS. I'd say that's some potential. Now let's look at last week. Both players got a chance to play, and while it's hard to make a direct comparison based on the difference of opponents, even with Keith looking meh, he still dealt more damage per minute than any AD carry in the LCS not named Piglet. Now, for comparison's sake, Turtle averages 398 damage per minute in games this split, whereas Keith, he posted 595 in his underwhelming debut with TSM. But there's far more to decide who the starting AD carry for TSM should be. The Wild Turtle camp can point to a multitude of big TSM moments during Turtle's time. His pentakill during his LCS debut, his quadra-kill to end the series with Cloud9 in 2014 and send TSM to Worlds as the #1 seed, or any of his quadra-kills last split in the NA playoffs. I mean, Turtle has been front and center in so many of TSM's successes that it is hard to imagine the team without him. But Keith is also a potential star. He too lives up to the moment, as has been seen during his short stint in the LCS. He's posted a 7-1 record along with monster numbers. So at the end of the day, Turtle or Keith both make sense as suitable starters for TSM. Turtle has the aggressiveness and history, but needs to pick up his production, whereas Keith, he's the newer model with more upside, but he lacks experience and polish. The coming weeks are going to decide a lot. Whoever performs best will start. And Wild Turtle, he knows all about what can happen after a big performance by a substitute.
That's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Front you 1-on-1. It's going to be the pentakill for
Riven is doing a fantastic job.
And of course, TSM can always decide later who they actually want to start. They're going to pull an SKT and just play the worst mid laner sometimes. But seriously, let's turn over to China's LPL. We actually have a lot of mid-series substitutions normally in the LPL. We got Edward Gaming up on the screen here. And Pawn finally is back. You can see him on the screen right there, right behind Jin Zhao. This guy is ready to go crush some people. He's been awesome all the time. But first, Mako is ridiculous. This
Oh
hook,
my goodness. Where do you think you're going, boy? Get
Dear
back
Lord.
here. Mako's got him.
League of Draven, first blood, 650 gold for that kill, thanks to the League of Draven passive. And then more big plays. Tower dive kills Ray, but let's get a turn around.
Clearlove's gonna come in, slow him down. Everybody gets cornered here. And Jin Zhao, this Draven, he's taking it into Crystal.
Yeah.
And they're crushing him with it.
That's a good way to style on someone. Are you a Draven main? That's cute, because we have our own Draven main. He's like 8-0 at this point. Pawn, wants to be like Phoenix. Nice flash on the knockup, actually, and then just kills people. Ray helps, but kind of a 1v3.
Ray really impressed me as well. Not only is he playing these carry top laners at full attack damage, but the Riven plays are always fun to watch.
Yeah, so big Riven right there. More kills, though, for Jin Zhao. Draven kind of, as he should be, stealing the show with every single game he plays. By the way, this is under 20 minutes. Mid inhibitor is dead, and they're killing people inside the base.
Oh,
I mean, this
Mako.
is ridiculous.
Whew, yeah. Follow you to the ends of the earth.
All right,
This game,
so
though, that's pretty much all we just said about that one. That one's done.
18 kills in 20 minutes for one team. Stupid good. Let's move on to game two. This one, I guess, a little bit closer. You can see the kills are kind of close. But this is a sick play by ClearLove.
Oh, yeah. He starts it off in a 1 versus 2, and then he calls in the cavalry here. Superman. Ray comes in to finish him off.
Riven in game one, Jarvan in game two. Ray is fast becoming my favorite top laner in League of Legends. Everyone realizes that L is just dead, and they're like, yeah, you can have him. You can have him, Pawn.
Yep, Pawn on his classic fizz, able to get some work done this game as well.
12-6 in kills, 26 minutes in. I think it's one last fight. Desperation Baron for Snake. They're only down 1,000 gold, but this fight gets crushed right here.
Yep, the party is crashed by ClearLove on Gragas, comes through, and the rest of the team cleans them all up.
Really, really convincing fight. 2 Draven games in a row. Ray is awesome. Pawn's awesome. The entire team of EDG is awesome. One of their first 2-0s in a long time. And Snake are one of the higher up teams in the standings. So, of course, that makes it an impressive win. And so with wins like that being rare for Edward Gaming, I'm actually glad to see Pawn back in for Bamey, who'd been playing mid for a while.
Yeah.
Night and day, it feels like.
I'm sure a lot of the EDG fans are really glad to see Pawn back as well. He brings so much to the team with, the kill pressure that he exerts. He's an aggressive guy, and his roams are very impressive as well. He just kind of brings the whole team together, no matter what combination of subs they happen to be using.
Yeah, it's true. Def's not even playing right now, and yet, right, everything's doing so well. Mako, obviously impressive. But yeah, what I love most about Pawn is the fact that, though he's very aggressive, of course, he has so many different styles available. He was first known for his assassin play. He was a Fizz main, all this kind of stuff. But look, he played
Still
Azir.
plays it today.
Yeah, still plays it. Like the only guy to actually still play Fizz, and yet, works with it. But also, like, he learned Azir. He learned to play Lulu really well. He can be a support mid if he needs to be, and is still good at that, as though that was his initial style.
Yeah.
The fact that he's so adaptable is impressive to me.
He's definitely important to them. I'm really interested to keep track of the different permutations that EDG go through with their lineup because they have so many subs.
True.
Definitely am a fan of these new guys that showed up today, but it's a very small sample size.
It is a small sample. Either way, I think we can prove that Pawn is the most important piece on EDG's chessboard. And, of course, thinking about who are the most important players, it brings us to our Twitter question of the week. We're going to ask you guys who is the most invaluable player to their team across the Premier regions. And, for example, you could say double it for TSM, because how could they win so much without an easy punching bag? But seriously, SKT FLICKR, Fnatic Yellowstar, who's the most valuable? And so while we're talking about the Premier regions, it also is a good time to bring up last week's Twitter question. We asked you guys who are the top 5 teams from around the world, and here are your top 5 answers. Number 1, who else? SK Telecom T1, 97% of the vote. No one surprised here. Second place, also no surprise, Edward Gaming at 87%. Fnatic, Team Solo Mid, and AHQ round out the top 5, with QG and the Coup Tigers just missing the list at 26 and 25% respectively.
And meanwhile, in North America, 2 teams that didn't make that list were trying to claw their way back to the top of the standings, as a struggling Counter Logic Gaming met a very inconsistent Team Impulse on the Rift for a bit of a mismatch as well. A lot of people thought this was going to be going CLG's way after their streak. Was this going to be where they'd stop it?
Rush was laughing there, but he's not going to be laughing after this play. He goes for the kill on the double lift, but the minions help him out, and he flashes for the kill.
Thought Doublelift was going to keep going for this, but he didn't have to. It was the call from Aframu that said, don't worry, I'm going to secure the kill, buddy. This is the synergy that CLG's been looking for the whole split. But it's the synergy they don't seem to carry throughout an entire game anymore.
Just a couple of summer spells, boom, they secure the kill. That potion saved him from the red buff. Here, though, this is one of the first games we've seen Impulse come from behind and take the game here. Big play right here at the Dragon. They chase down CLG.
11-6, they're able to get a bit of a gold lead before this fight as they came from behind and absolutely crush. Doublelift got caught in between the channel there in the jungle, instantly taken out. Couldn't provide anything for the team, and Impact really made some nice plays just organizing the fights.
Yeah, and off of that, Team Impulse are able to take control of the game. This was facilitated, by the way, by Xiao buying a Medjai Soul Stealer while he was 0-2. And they were able to hold on, play defense, and come back.
And that's one of the craziest things, because you think about it, and I think 20 minutes in there, Doublelift was saying, we can't lose this game. There's no way we can lose it.
People have to be careful about that mentality. With the rise of Poke, there's so many champions where you beat them early, Kog'Maw, Ezreal, all these Poke champions, but they'll come to get you later.
Yeah, they will. That loss against Tip, combined with CLG's earlier loss against Gravity, dropped Doublelift and crew from 2nd place into 5th place at the tie with Team Impulse. Now, this is their lowest spot in the standing that we've seen this split. They surge, they fall, and it's happening again. History is repeating itself.
I mean, we keep saying it's crazy how they fall off like this, but their history is riddled with fall-offs like these, drop-offs like these. You know, they were #1 in the North American LCS, but oh my God, the baby's crying. Hacha, no. But yeah,
it turns from a hype train into a hype wagon. And even those wheels are falling off now.
Yeah, maybe the cinder block wasn't the best idea, but honestly, they were #1 in North America. Then go 0-4. You have to really be cautious about what that does to the mentality of the team. Just because this is CLG, who have such a history of this.
Yeah, I feel like they always have huge roaming in the beginning. They play the lane swaps, and then the one game they don't lane swap, things start to fall apart. It doesn't seem like Aframu gets his roam on anymore, and they throw away all the fundamentals that got them a win streak into 1st place in the beginning of the split.
The reason it's so confusing is because there's very little to tie this together from year to year for CLG. They've changed coaching staff, they've changed the house that they live in, they've changed their jungler, their mid laner, their top laner, pretty much everything. They've changed so much, and yet the same problems still come up. You know, towards the end of the season, the draft goes kind of weird, then the individual play starts to go, and rough times for CLG.
Few minds thinking alone when the team should be thinking together. Hopefully CLG can pick things up as the season goes on.
Hey everyone, welcome to another edition of League of Learning. This time we're going to be talking about Runeglaive Ezreal. Everyone's been playing, and we saw Xiao just do it against CLG, but it's happening all over the world. European, LCS, NALCS, 100% pick ban in Turkey. He got played in the LCK last night because they're now in that patch. We're going to be seeing a lot of this guy in the future. But why have we not seen him until now? Old AP Ezreal had a suit of problems. Everyone has their own reason for why you wouldn't be seeing AP Ezreal in the old days and why you see it now, but as always, it's a combination of reasons. You used to have to build a Lich Bane, which required you to also build a mana item. You had to max W because the turn on for Lich Bane was so late you couldn't max Mystic Shot, and the wave clear was atrocious. Runeglaive solves all of those problems. So you get Runeglaive, it is a Lich Bane replacement, it gives you mana, you can max your Mystic Shot because it makes it do magic damage instead of physical damage, and if the AoE from Runeglaive wasn't enough, you also get to smite it with Ranger's Trailblazer. So many positive things for the Runeglaive Ezreal that help him get to his powerful points. Because previously, it took a really long time for Ezreal to turn on. Tier Deathcap Lich Bane was one route, in which case 7,000 plus gold, that's not even counting boots. Athene's and Lich Bane was a slightly weaker version, but still cost you nearly 6,000 gold. Now you just build a Runeglaive, and any item on top of that is gravy. It just makes you stronger and stronger, and you start off at 2,250 gold, which is very achievable by a mid laner in the early game, which gets you eventually to the full build, which, by the way, does a fair bit of damage. Next patch, I hear there is a nerf for the Luden's Echo. It will not apply on Mystic Shot, but that's just the little purple part right there. All the other damage numbers will remain the same. So it's not like the Luden's nerf not applying on Mystic Shot will have a huge impact on AP Ezreal. He's here to stay. Nearly 1,000 damage on the basic abilities. A full combo is nearly 4,000 damage, and it's the ease in which Ezreal can use these abilities and the low cooldowns. Other people at full build can reach close to these numbers, but Ezreal gets to spam them from long range, which makes him a little bit strong, I would say. But that's not to say he does not have weaknesses. He is a mid laner who takes smite, so that makes his positioning more punishing. If Ezreal makes a mistake, no cleanse, no barrier, dead. Other than that, he gives opponents total free farm. Last week, Phoenix played against AP Ezreal, got 104 CS at 10, the highest of any player in the North American LCS this split, because Ezreal really can't harass him, and he has been countered, at least in the LCS. He is 4-4. I think that's going to improve a little bit, but it's not like he is infallible. So I hope you learned a little bit about AP Ezreal in this edition of League of Learning. Good luck out there.
And now let's arcane shift from OP champions to OP teams, as Edward Gaming's dominance in the LPL means QG was trailing EDG in points and heading into Week 7. But QG wanted to change that for the first time all summer, as a win against Vici Gaming would move them into a tie for the top spot along with the champions. We start this one 21 minutes in, where QG thinks they have the fight, but Vici thinks they have it as well. However, TNT and Doinby coming in huge on this one. The Orianna play and the shields. TNT dives himself right into the fight. Doesn't even care where the Alistar is. That's what he's trying to avoid. But he says being on the front line is where the team's going to get the best kills, and he is correct. They get the full house. Orianna's over Vayne's, Doinby's over TNT's. They move on to Baron 19-17. You can see it was a bloodbath throughout this entire game. The LPL, right? That's how it goes all the time. A big fight here at Baron, and again, QG is just able to lock down the fight. More plays coming from Doinby, and his play in the mid lane has really allowed QG to stay versatile and control these types of fights. Keep your eye on Swift as well. From game 1 to game 2, he was a huge factor throughout the entire series. 23-18 is going to be the finalizer on that one. 43 minutes in. Games are getting pretty long here as teams just keep duking it out. There's nobody to take down turrets by the end of the game. Starting this one off, it's going to be straight to the mid lane. Hatong gets hit up, Gragas, as well as Yasuo onto Doinby. It's going to be tough, but here comes Swift. They try to take down Doinby, but Swift, this is the Swift show pretty much. You can get a title on this second half of the series in his name. Looking towards the bottom lane now. He's already got the control through the tri-brush. QG had map vision this early in the game to just keep romping around and do whatever they wanted. Mata couldn't get out alive. Swift with the chrono break back. You thought he was going down. So did Mata. But it's going to be the Boomerang Blade from TNT taking it down. Great communication, great control from QG. And if they really want to catch up to EDG, these are the kind of plays they need to keep making throughout the season. A steal coming in now from Swift. Gonna have to have a replay on that one if you can watch PTL once again after this. He had an amazing game all series long. Like I said, game 1 to game 2, Swift as well as Doinby and TNT coming up huge for QG, and they're really looking for the top of the table out there in the LPL. That series closed out the LPL's 7th week of the summer split, so let's take a look at the current standings. EDG and QG are now tied in points, with the tiebreaker going to EDG based on series wins. Master 3 and OMG are close behind them, with Snake, Invictus, LGD, and Vici rounding out the current top teams. To take a closer look at QG and their rise to the top of the table, let's send it over to Julian, Pastry Time Car.
Thank you very much, guys. And joining me this time is Jake Spawn Tiberi. How you doing, man?
Yeah, very good. Thanks for having me on the show.
So let's talk LPL. I was going to dive straight into QG all day long here. So this team tied for first, I think, right now in China. Absolutely insane-looking squad.
Yeah, they certainly are. Xiaogu coming through 24 points. They're the only team to not drop an 0-2 so far. They're securing themselves a lot of, I guess, praise across there in the LPL, and they seem to be a definite contender.
Yeah, look like a top Chinese team right now, but do you think they deserve that ranking? Are they right up there with the likes of EDG?
Yeah, well, you deserve every win you get. Definitely think that they are up there with EDG. To EDG's credit, they've tried new things. You know, they've been swapping out their mid laners. Bamey's had a lot of rift time. They've also used Koro as well as Amazing J up in the top lane. Now they've added Ray and Jin Jiao in the bottom lane. So they've been mixing it up, but, you know, QG, definitely credit where credit's due. They're one of the top teams.
Yeah, and look, I know there's a lot of good things to say about Clearlove, their jungler, but I want to talk about QG's jungler, Swift. This man is, for me, just a god.
Yeah, he's a very good jungler over there. Don't know whether I'm going to give him the better than Clearlove title yet. You know, I put him up there with maybe maybe Kakao is the second and third best junglers over there. But the former CJ Entus Frost jungler is having a split to remember. You know, he plays the meta. Rek'Sai Gragas also has a Nocturne and the Echo to rely on if he wants to go dive. But his Nidalee also coming out lately gives them an AP threat in the jungle. And for a team that already is dangerous, a fourth threat is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, Swift's been great so far. Okay, I think we can probably sort of put top 3 there on him. But what about Doinby? That's the other guy we always think of when we think about Swift, because that's just the dual lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. Maybe a little bit of a bromance happening over there in the middle lane, because Doinby, that was a guy we had questions about. Him and V, their top laner, we questioned their champion pool. You know, V, Hecarim, Nah only. But Doinby, we said he was a support player, played the Lulu, played the Morgana, and he still plays those champions incredibly well. But, you know, he's added a Victor. He's added an Orianna. He also has the Kassadin when he needs to play an Assassin. This guy is just incredible wherever they put him.
Yeah, super versatile, massive playmaker. Just has so much going for him that we didn't really get until later on, now that we're 7-8 weeks deep into the LPL. But how good is he really compared to the other talent? Because we got Cool, we got Pawn, we got Rookie, we got Godby, we got Dade. There's a lot of mid laners in the LPL.
Yeah, you know, I give him maybe top 5 at this point. I think he's been much more consistent than the likes of maybe Cool, who's had some up and down performances. But when you think about the great mid laners, you think of Pawn, Dade, you got Godby in there as well. Probably Godby above Dade right now. And they have just such a deep talent pool that top 5 definitely is nothing to scoff at. And Doinby, one of the newer players, making a name.
Yeah, I think he deserves that. I guess, how good is he? We'll find out as we move closer towards playoffs. But given that we are moving kind of towards the end, Worlds is on the horizon kind of at this point, given that the LPL still has a while to go. How good are QG internationally, do you think? Because we haven't seen them play in big international tournaments, but they do have strength as a side.
Yeah, they certainly do. You know, the biggest question for me right now is we haven't seen them play best of series. Best of 5s coming through. They're going to be definitely something to watch out for. But right now for me, MSI told us a lot. EDG, SKT still up there as the top 2 teams in the world. Who's better? I guess we could argue for days. KOO Tigers having a resurgence right now. Maybe QG up there in the top 4. IG for me maybe rounds out the top 5. So 3 Chinese teams, couple of Korean teams. They definitely seem to be the best of the best.
Well, QG's certainly looking good, but I guess we'll have to find out just how good. But that's done for your weekly dose of LPL. Back to you guys across the pond.
While the LPL teams have 4 more weeks to lock down a playoff spot, this is the final week of the summer split for the LMS. Right now, HQ Esports Club, the Flash Wolves, and Hong Kong Esports have all qualified for the playoffs, which leaves just one final spot remaining. And that will go to either Midnight Sun Esports, the Taipei Assassins, or Machi Esports. This morning, Machi and TPA split their series with each other, moving them 1 point closer to MSE's total. But if MSE manages to sweep their series tomorrow, that will put them out of reach and lock them in for that 4th spot. And I have to mention that Hong Kong Esports will be playing at a disadvantage this week because the team have lost their starting AD carry Raisin, who was banned from competing after it was discovered that he was ELO boosting. Now, that gives MSE a good chance to advance, but if the series is a tie or if MSE loses, TPA or Machi could catch them if they manage to sweep their final matches.
And while the final games of the LMS Summer Split will be huge, you can't deny the epicness of our 2 BF games of the week. Those will feature Fnatic taking on 2 second-place teams as they battle both H2K and Origin. But what makes this a true set of BF games is that Fnatic can tie and then break the LCS all-time record for the longest win streak. Fnatic already holds the EU record of 12 consecutive wins in a row, but in their first match against H2K Gaming on Thursday, they are poised to tie Cloud9's North American LCS win streak of 13 in a row. And if Fnatic manages to win that game, a victory over Origin on Friday means they would own the record, and that would be a BFG indeed. And while that's impressive, a win over those 2 squads could mean even bigger and better things for Huni and the crew. To find out more, let's send it over to European casters Devin Pyrotechnics Young and James Stress O'Leary.
Thank you very much, Riv. We are going to talk a little bit about Fnatic and how amazing they're blazing through this series so far. Right now, sitting at 12-0, 2 tough teams ahead of them, Stress, but if they take them out, they will break a record for both LCS regions.
Yeah, it's a mammoth task ahead of them when you look at it. H2K and Origin in the same week, but once they're past that week, nothing really, I feel, can stop Fnatic on the way to that 18-0 mark. You look at the 4 teams they have to face after that, they pushed them aside almost with relative ease. So Fnatic, if any team is going to go undefeated in a Premier league here in the West, Fnatic seem to be the one that are going to do it.
I think you're right here. I mean, you got to look at the way that they've been trouncing those opponents. They even made H2K the last time they met look not particularly skillful in lane swap scenarios. They were able to outplay them fantastically, and it just seems they're a cut above just about everybody else here in Europe, and in all likeliness, in the North American region as well.
I think that's a fair statement to say. Fnatic on a macro level seem to be head and shoulders above of everybody else in the West when you look at their play. Maybe even putting a statement towards themselves being the best Western team of all time. I mean, Cloud9 from 2013, 25-3, but that was before we expanded to 10 teams as well. So, you know, it's an interesting one. I feel like Fnatic are a team that have so much more still to prove, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot looming for them. Of course, if they do win out this next week, or this week rather, they will be able to lock themselves up for a first place spot going into the playoffs. They want it in spring. There's no reason to suggest they can't do it in summer. Automatic Worlds qualification, and that's the real proving ground.
Right.
There's teams there that you cannot make a single tiny mistake against.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time we saw Fnatic on an international stage was with Steelback, and against SKT they took them to the limit. But there's always something to be said for the LCK and LPL teams when they get to Worlds. Once they've gone through their own playoff stages into the best of fives, they seem to have that extra level. Do Fnatic have that? Right now, I actually don't see it, but we haven't got to our playoffs yet. Fnatic, they haven't played in best ofs. They haven't even lost a game, so we haven't seen how they bounce back. But certainly, I think they're in for a good finish at Worlds.
I think so, indeed. We'll have to see if they can do it, but we'll have to rewind a little bit and see how they can take it in the playoffs. And even before then, how they can take this week. Will they break the record? You'll have to tune in to find out. But for now, that's all we've got for here in Europe. Let's send it back to the guys in LA.
Now it's time to sit back and bask in the glory of everyone's favorite fantasy, Primetime League's Fantasy League of Legends Legendary League. Now first, let's take a look back at last week. Mark Merrill handily took down Rick Fox and remains undefeated for now. Dante Basco beat the Imagine Dragons, and Gordon Hayward took down Chandler Riggs. And because I respect Quickshot so much, I made sure we had a close matchup, but of course, I still had to prove that NA is indeed greater than EU, so I won by less than a single point. But it looks like, Trevor, you needed that brain cake after all for yourself. But I'm not just going to look at my past victories. I've got ones ahead of me to look forward to. So let's see who's going to be losing next week. Mark Merrill will try to keep his Fnatic-like run of wins going up against Dante. Quickshot will find out what the Fox says, and Chandler will wrestle the Dragons. Meanwhile, I'll be taking Gordon Hayward on. Thankfully, not in basketball. That would be ugly. No, it's going to be Fantasy League of Legends, of course. And of course, you guys can show your levels of fantasy fandom by predicting the winner on Twitter. So send a tweet to @LOL Esports along with the hashtag FreakWin if you think I will win as usual, or toss Gordon some love with hashtag GordonWin. And now, to give you guys a little more insight on how to build your own OP team, let's take a look at the nuts and bolts of LCS Fantasy. We're going to start with the studs. So Liquid, they may have lost their sub in Keith, but they're certainly glad to have Piglet, 62.9 points. Front runner here, really awesome. Followed closely by Pepe Nero, 62.2. That big, long game against Fnatic, obviously awesome. He did well on that AP Ezreal. And finally, Candy Panda. Even though SK lost both their games, 58.2 points. Second straight trip to the stud column as well. Super awesome for Candy Panda. But let's move on to the duds. Nif. Poor Nif. He led the descent into single digits. Less than 5 points. Element still doing very poorly. Very, very poorly. It's really unfortunate. Wild Turtle wasn't far behind. He only played one game, and in that game, TSM lost, and he only got 7 points. Very rough, but we warned you guys not to play this guy. You guys were warned. Finally, Zion Spartan cracked 10 points, but CLG have lost 4 in a row. This is going really, really rough for CLG. A typical late split collapse for them is pretty rough. But let's move on to the pair of alerts we have. Kind of more like reminders because we talked about these guys before, but Meteos is still down. High is still playing the jungle for him. C9, even with High, went 0-2. Guys, find a new jungler who's not Meteos, and probably who isn't High, as High only got 17.2 points for the week. Pretty rough overall. Also, Keith and Wild Turtle, you saw their point performances from last time. Playing only one game per week is already pretty bad. We know Turtle is playing for Saturday. We don't know what it's going to be for Sunday, but either way, the chance of playing only one game is a risk that I wouldn't recommend you guys take, so think of other AD carries to play. And finally, let's talk about Sleeping Beauties. Up first, Candy Panda. Oh yes, double stud, I should say. Only being played by 19% of you, but SK actually starting to do a whole lot better. Also, they play the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit this week, which should be 1, maybe 2 wins. Probably worthwhile. Also, his jungler teammate Sven Skaren in the overall split, he's 11th right now in jungler points per game, but SK are winning more. They have an easy schedule. He's probably worth starting in most leagues at this point, so think about this guy pretty heavily. And also, if you're looking for a mid laner, look at Keen. Right now, only half own him, only a third are starting him, but his points per game, just from the split overall, I mean, he should be starting in pretty much every 6 or 8 team league as a mid or a flex. Gravity also got an easy schedule this week of Cloud9 and Enemy. Keen should be in, most of Gravity should be in. These guys are going to be doing really well this week. But I hope that helps you guys with your bottom line this week, so good luck and have fun with your lineups. But guys, you don't have to wait until the games start to have fun, because there's a party going on right now with the pros as it's time for mic check.
I'm ready to carry.
Nice. Okay. That's the attitude, man.
We're gonna go in and we're gonna win.
No. Hello, team.
Hello.
Sorry.
That's how we test our microphones, Keith.
Do you feel the spirit of Yellow Star sitting in this chair?
Yeah, I can feel it.
Are you a fanboy?
Reckless next to me, boys.
He's writing to the enemy team.
Who's writing to the enemy team?
Rain over.
He's leaking strategy.
Punish him.
Don't talk with the enemy team.
Why not?
Because this is not like a friend match. Afterwards, we are not going to kiss and party together,
Okay.
you know.
Maybe he will.
we have to smash them, not be friends with them.
Sorry.
I'm fine.
Slowly.
Greg us!
Nice!
Go Drake, burst Drake.
No, I get this guy.
I get this guy, I'm just killing this guy. I go.
I'm quick for you.
Do you know where's Caesar?
I have flash already.
I can turn as well.
No, I don't feel that.
Okay, just back.
Shurima Desert.
Shurima Desert.
I was picking at my scar with my hands. You know how that shit goes. Playing some basketball.
Can you like fully straighten
Got my hand on the rim and it really fucking hurts
Really?
and I got
Holy
stitches.
Combo 3 second.
What the?
I'm back. I'm combo. Back.
Guys, I'm pushing bot.
Five. Hey, hello. Back. Hello. Coming. Penta kill. Go. Someone go. Penta. What are you doing, man? No, you suck. I know so. When his knee keeps spawning, it's Son. Go.
No, we took it. No,
It's not
Son, he's like
yes.
Holy shit, we won, guys! No, don't. Wait, sit down. Chill, guys. Chill.
No, you suck. I just like how Vander got out of his chair, the turret's still alive, and just all right, guys, we got this. Oh wait, this is okay. Just kidding. We'll keep playing League of Legends.
My work here is done.
My work here is done. Whatever, supports don't matter in base pushes. Either way, let's check out how the LCK is going. Here's how the Korean standings looked when we head into Week 7. Now, SKT, they continue to lead the pack. They were 9-0 back then. Obviously, a great team.
But a line of serious contenders were right behind them, from the Coup Tigers straight down to KT Rolster.
And with teams hoping to play leapfrog in the standings, we've taken a lot of roster changes, actually, in Korea. First up, KT Rolster played a new support, former SKT member Peekaboo. He's in place of FLICKR, and they looked for some revenge over Najin EM Fire here. And it ended up being a very interesting game.
Yeah, so let's start it out in the top lane here. Duke gonna use the equalizer to kill the minions, but Someday says, wow, you have no ultimate? I have an ultimate.
It's even named after himself. I mean, it's a really easy one to go for. So Someday starts out really well, and this TP next up into the dragon fight is so good.
Yeah, today is Someday's time to shine. He is just crushing it from the top lane down to the bottom lane here, and they're able to pick up the extra kill on Pure.
Yeah, Peekaboo also, nice little flash tornado to help set it up. So he's, he's participating in these. But yeah, Someday is the guy. He's getting some help, but Someday is so freaking good this game, man. He finds Watch, jumps over him, slows him down, bunch of CC, more help coming in. Thank you for the kill. Watch goes down. All right, I guess you can steal it, Arrow. That's fine as well.
Yeah,
But
Someday's
Duke's
on to the
also
next
hot.
target. Cleanup crew, go ahead, pick up all the kills. I'm going to wrangle everybody up for you. And man, they were able to take that game.
85% kill participation from a top laner. Definitely impressive for him. Absolutely great game. So let's go on to game 2. And this one, actually, this is the Peekaboo show.
Peekaboo,
in the jungle.
I see you. Where you go and watch. Taking out the first kill right there. And yeah, Peekaboo reunited with Arrow, and they combined there for a pretty good play. Here's another one as well.
Okay, less good from Someday, but it's okay. The rest of them are here. Hook over the wall, sets up the kill. Thank you very much. Grabs that one. Starting to go better, starting to go even better. Another great fight. Here comes this one. Flays 3 of them. Continues to set the fight up well.
Yeah, gonna take a while to finish off Watch here. Not the highest DPS trio of the team, but they take him down eventually.
Yeah, and even gets a lantern to try to chase the next kill down. Doesn't look good, but who cares? Desperation Baron now for Najin, down almost 5,000 gold, and KT's here.
Yep, put up the box at the entrance. They steal the Baron, and they're gonna clean up everybody here. KT gonna massacre inside the Baron pit. Oop, missed a little bit on that taunt, but not gonna matter.
Not really, no. OQ on a signature Vayne gets chased down, Score gets a kill, and a Baron steal. And that means it's a 2-0, of course, a very impressive game for KT. Rolster starting to move up on the standings. And, of course, they picked up Pickaboo last month, but this was his first time actually playing with the team. How do you feel he did?
Yeah, I'm impressed. I like the guy. You know, he came right in, melded really well. You can see he worked well with his old partner. So, yeah, definitely a good move.
All right, very impressive player there. Let's move on, though, and check the standings to see what it all looked like after that game. KT's 2-0 sweep jumped them up and over CJ Entis into a tie for 4th with Najin. CJ, of course, slid down to that newly vacated 6th place spot as a result, but CJ got to play next. They went to climb the standings. They put in a new top laner, Helper, in for Shy, and they took on the Jinner Green Wings in this one.
Yeah, you have big shoes to fill. Even though, you know, Shy has been on the decline, this is a legendary League of Legends player. And Helper takes the rumble, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, it goes 50 minutes into the game. Typical Jin Air fashion, 50 minutes, 6 kills, but an overextended top laner means a kill comes through, and this means a bit of chase down potential. This gives a little bit more time for CJ to actually make some moves around this game.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Air got so far ahead of this game, but CJ, never give up.
Never, ever, ever get up. And the Equalizer managed to land on a couple of tanks as well. Che missed his anchor into the wall as well, and this means chase down, and despite being down 10, 9,000 gold, 2 more kills picked up.
No Nexus turrets, 2 inhibitors
Doesn't matter. They get Baron off that one, and this means the next fight gets a little bit easier, and Coco is just stupidly massive on Rise. He is basically hard carrying in the back line here on these fights. Jin Air can't get in far enough, and kills start coming through.
Oh yeah, 58 minutes in, a team fight win is gonna have very, very important repercussions as CJ are able to clean them up inside the base.
Yeah.
And they will be able to push it forward.
It took 3 fights like this until they can get the minion lines outside their damn base. When 2 inhibs are down, you can't win a game off of the team fight push. So finally it all respawns, finally a good team fight, and we can move on to the next one around here. Again, midway into the game, but it still is going well for CJ.
Coco was able to use a TF to get into the back line here, cut him off, and they're able to pick up the extra kill on Annie.
So, small gold lead for them. They can continue to move on forward in this one. Chaser trying to make big plays on a space.
Oh, he does, but Twisted Fate. Yes, Coco's here.
Gold card, easy land, couple auto attacks, stack deck, next one. Oh, you wish for the cards instead. Doesn't even want to go for the stack deck kill. That's fine. Lichbang gold card, easy peasy. And it continues to go. You can see like the kills are very close, but the TF catches here. Chaser is the chasee. Goes down.
Coco, he's everywhere on Twisted Fate. It's magic, freak.
Man, Coco is so invaluable to CJ Antis here. You can see them pushing now in for the Nexus itself. It's going to be the game, a 48, nearly 49-minute game. Obviously a very close BO3. Both these games very long. Both these games had some gold leads for Jin Air partway through. But hey, 2-0 CJ.
Yeah, extremely long, but they're able to get it done.
All right, so of course the gamble to replace Shine did pay off for CJ in this series. Helper into this one. I want to ask your thoughts first.
Yeah. A lot less sold on Helper than I am on the Pickaboo change. I mean, he had some good Rumble ultimates, but also some poor ones. And so, yeah, still not sold.
Yeah, game 1, he lost lane to Trace. Game 2, he got help, so he knocked the turret down, and then was worse at the teleport game. So
he was playing Maokai, was able to soak up a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe he'll improve from here.
All right, whatever. It was an okay top laner. His team won, but we can check out the standings one more time.
So after last week's matches plus 2 from this morning, here are the current LCK standings hot off the press. SKT took down Anarchy this morning, giving them a commanding 11-0 lead. And the Ku Tigers remain in second place at 8-3. But after taking down Najin this morning, Jin Air has moved ahead of CJ into third.
And rounding out the bottom of the standings and the roster changes in Korea, Longju IM has added 2 new players. Up first, Paragon. This guy, someone you guys might all recognize. He played in Korea a couple years ago. He played for Winter Fox in the spring split as a coach and then as an AD carry. And
from what we saw from him in North America, he didn't have the biggest impact for the team. Maybe it'll turn out better for him there, though. The bigger move, I think, is the addition of former Najin White Shield Black Sword top laner Expessen, though.
Expessen is actually a player that I think you can be excited about. We haven't seen much from him in a while, but back in the Season 3 days, this guy was one of the best top laners in the world. People said that his Renekton was literally the best in the world, so maybe this guy has that fighter spice to bring back up. And I mean, I like seeing players come back in and hope that they're good.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see how all these moves do turn out for them.
Even though we have new faces throughout the regions, one thing will always be the same. Eye-blistering plays that make your jaw drop. Check out the best of the best, or as Piku, Helper, Paragon, and Expessen would like to call it now, the Penta.
Coming in at number 5, Doublelift holds off the double threat in this 1v2.
Except for the fact that he's probably dead.
Yeah, okay, he's probably dead. Rash, red buff. Ooh, double lift! Double lift! Gets first blood! He's gonna chase him down! How about that for lane swap play?
Sneaking in at number 4 was Ninja's skillful 1v1.
Burned the summoner spells up TDK in doing so they punish that immediately.
Oh, wow, Ninja forces the flash from Inox, but he... Oh, what is he doing? What a play from Ninja! Flash Q under the turret.
Wow. That's a testing your limits play right there by Ninja once again. He knew he was first to 6, went incredibly aggressive as soon as he had the cooldown for his Q once again. He flashed back in and trusted his ability to land the skill shot.
At number 3, Pawn made all the right moves to pick up the triple kill.
Use all of the movement speed that comes off as Pawn might be caught, or he might kill
very
someone.
Aggressively. He turns onto Crystal, who's going low. He's 1v3, picked up a kill, flashes to dodge the hook. Pawn with the plays, a triple kill.
The mid laner for EDG is back.
Tunneling in at number 2, all the way from Brazil, it was Kaboom Orange's Ziragadun with the flash headbutt.
Olha o que o Zirig faz, mitológico, suporte da Kaboom Orange. Que jogada sensacional. O Tinoz acaba ficando com o abate e uma jogada do Zirig brilhante.
And our number 1 play of the week was a pentakill for Master 3's SMLZ that left 10 bodies on the Rift.
但是飞机这边的战斗力还是不错，有个红 buff 非常的凶。这里扛进飞和配合这个斯马尔贼能不能打出收割？一个 Q 技能没中，这边一张黄牌，但是没蓝了，蓝牌吸了一下，一张万能牌丢出来，
闪现过来，但是有一个金身，
一个 Q 技能漂亮，
漂亮。
斯马尔贼这边是凭借自己的操作拿了一个5杀，
一波团战10个人头，飞机拿了一个5杀，
这一波斯马尔贼太漂亮了。
Always a good time to be alive for a penta double ace.
Yeah, I mean, we've had double aces before, but no penta double aces.
Well, here's looking up. Future. There's only a few more weeks of summer splitting left, so make sure you send us your favorite pro plays while you can.
Just tweet them our way at LO Esports along with the hashtag #ThePenta so that we can show them some love.
That's right. And with that, we wrap up another episode of Primetime League. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again very soon.
All right, I didn't want to interrupt you this time, so I let you finish, but you did forget about our last hit. Several weeks ago, we showed you Team Solo Mid playing some games off the Rift in a motion-powered HyperX video.
Oh, that's right. Reddit user RutgerChill99, remember this guy, took that and added a bit more hype with Bjergsen in GIF form after the TSM TDK game. Check it out in our last hit.
It's all skill. heading into this match. Fnatic against H2K.
Are you serious? 4 members down now for H2K. Fnatic, the last team standing against them here in Europe, is going to fall.
From that game, when we catch like weakness points, even they improve, we don't care about that.
I think that if their play is spawn 4, they can be beaten. They definitely show some flaws in their game.
If we play without overconfidence, then for sure we are gonna win.
This just makes me wonder who is going to stop Fnatic and when.
I want to believe that we're the team that is gonna beat them.
Good luck, have fun. I'll see you guys on the other side. Okay, guys, good luck. We got this.
I don't know what is our team's weakness point.
Hello and welcome to the European League Championship Series. The excitement is high here at our studio in Berlin, Germany, as the summer playoffs draw closer and closer. As you can see, the studio is absolutely packed. There was a massive queue outside just a couple of minutes ago and people are super hyped. There are some unicorns spotted in the wild, a rare sight as they set up and enter the studio for the first game of the day. Rocket meeting some of their fans, shaking some hands, a little bit of relaxation before getting into the action. And Trevor showing some fans around and getting them well set up over at the desk. And there, the Copenhagen Wolves looking for their very first victory with their new lineup, setting up their gear, showing us what they can do today. I'm Eva Sjokkesepoortere here to take a look at today's games with the help of James Stress O'Leary, Martin de Vischolinge, and Mitch Krepo-Voorspoels. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Well, full schedule today. We're going to dive right in the action and take a look at the standings. 3 weeks left to play here in the summer split in Europe. Fnatic still above all, 12-0, and then H2K and Origin fighting for that second place. A lot in flux in the middle of the table. What are you keeping an eye on?
My eyes are on the top of the table. Fnatic, they've locked themselves in the playoff spot, and you know, they're at 12-0 right now. We spoke about on PTL their potential road to Worlds, but everybody's talking about it. 18-0 the possibility, but it's a tough week this week for Fnatic.
For me, the most interesting story is the teams all the way in 5th place. You have Rocket, Gambit, and Unicorns of Love, all with 5 wins each. So that's the same for them. What's different is the teams that they will be facing in the next 3 weeks or 6 games. And as we can see on the screen, what we've done right now is we've calculated how many wins and losses those respective teams that they're facing have in total. So if you look at Rocket, they have the toughest schedule up ahead because the teams they're facing are 42-30. Gambit, 50-50, and Unicorns on paper have the easiest schedule.
Yeah, and Rocket is the only team still facing H2K, Origin and Fnatic, so all 3 top teams. They're also facing Giants, the only one we haven't really talked about here. Just above the other teams, 6 wins so far, 4th place. We've been there for quite a few weeks now, and as long as Pepinera can perform, and I would say Whirlip as well, I think Giants will get a playoff spot, but they've been a little bit too inconsistent to say it for sure.
And we'll see, but Pepinaldo,
of course.
He's been using that Ezreal with Runelave on 5.12, and we saw a lot of poke in on 5.12, rather 8 Varus picks, 8 Jace picks in that mid lane, and 20 of the last 40 picks in the mid lane have been poke. That together with the double poke comps, what have we learned so far?
I think we've learned how not to draft a composition against poke, at least how it can become super hard for you to win the game. Going to the NA LCS, we saw CLG versus Team Impulse. CLG ran a composition with very low engage, and that simply means either you have to win the early game extremely hard, and then
which they did,
very true, and then like you got to be able to push that advantage. You got to be able to secure that Baron to close out the game, and they couldn't do that. Too much, you know, potential bush checking coming in from these poke champions, and of course the late game of this Israel. If you make one mistake against them, they go to late game, and there's just so little you can do.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Fisio here, because what we saw in another game in the North American LCS was Gravity against TSM, and they knew what they were up against. And generally, when we talk about poke comps, they're very telegraphed. Teams show that they're playing and building a poke comp, and Gravity, they recognize that, and they played full-on hard engages. They drafted the Maokai, they had the Shen support coming in, the movement speed from Sivir, so they had all the necessary counters, which is mobility and hard engage to shut down that poke comp, and they completely just outplayed and outmaneuvered Team Solo Mid.
And Maokai is showing why he's super
so
strong
good.
player.
I mean, I heard that in a segment last week. Oh wait. No.
Yeah, but that was before poke. I think this might actually be hopefully some resurgence of Maokai, because he had atrocious stats last week and we highlighted it in the old meta game with triple carry. But if you're playing against Poke, obviously speed him up with Righteous Glory, send him.
Yeah.
Just need the one connection, one connect with a Poke champion and just immediately blow it up. But if you don't manage to do that, well, then you have the good old European Maokai.
And he still needs farm. I mean, that's the big deal here in Europe. We're like, oh, Maokai, yeah. He doesn't need any farm. He's just going to be a tank. No, he needs to get farmed up, and then he can always dive in onto these Poke champions.
All right, so I hear you talking about Maokai, Shen. Who are the top priority picks, and how do you get them? How do you counter them? Rather?
Well, what we saw last week in the European LCS was priorities actually placed in a slightly different place from before. A lot of AD carry focus in the picks and bans. Sivir and Kalista banned so much, and that allowed Corki through as one of the main picks that we saw in picks and bans last week. In fact, Corki was picked in 7 games, and that was because of the Kalista Sivir bans. The other kind of interesting one, Shen was played in 5 games, did only win 1, so picks and bans has been hit and miss in the European LCS.
I wonder if Europe's finally going to unleash the Shen support, because we saw it over in North America, but all the Shens that were picked in Europe so far have been in the top lane with mixed success. Not the biggest fan of it, because I feel the engage potential that he has with Taunt Flash is better suited maybe on support. But yeah, I really hope if some of the supports have watched those games and maybe bring it out today, because they could surprise their opponents.
Yeah,
and I really also, sorry just to interrupt.
No problem.
I really want to see Nautilus top lane in Europe. I'm not sure why nobody played last week. I think it's such a strong pick. Other regions have already been playing it. It's a bit like a Maokai in many ways. Massive tank, get a Righteous Glory, use them to engage in these Poke compositions here. And the games also should speed up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if that Nautilus top gets picked. We have 5 games here today. We'll see which trends on 5.12 continue. We'll start the day off with a bout between the Copenhagen Wolves and the Unicorns of Love. Then later on, the Origin will face Giants, and H2K will be facing Fnatic. That is our 4th game of the day. And well, H2K will see if they can break that winning streak of Fnatic. A lot of key matchups on the horizon, and we want to hear your draft strategy. Tweet at LL Esports and let us know which champion pro combo is your must ban this week and why.
I think for me, the most obvious one, and it has to be on Origin's minds going up against Giants, is Pepinero with the Ezreal. He was the only European player to do it last week, to bring the Runeglaive Ezreal in. I feel like you have to ban it today.
I feel like also if you play against Roccat, Nuke Dog on Varus has been extremely strong. I mean, they won the last 3 games he played it. It was banned once and they lost the game. And just his performance overall on this champion is very important. And I think Varus... He's my favorite Poke champion. You know, I'll take him every game almost.
Okay.
I would just ban Kalista against any team. It doesn't even have to be anything in particular. Perhaps not the likes of Gambit and Giants, because they haven't shown that much propensity of playing that pick, but she's so strong right now, and she changes the entire way people like match 2v2. They have to lane swap, and she has so much strength in the early to mid game that I feel, regardless of who's playing her, should probably ban Kalista if you're purple side.
Well, we'll see. I'd love to know what you guys think at home. Remember to use that hashtag LCS, and we'll talk over your answers later today. For now, though, we're going to go check in with Pulse, who's got some questions for the man behind the Unicorns of Love.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I'm here joined with Sheepy from the Unicorns of Love just to get his thoughts before his game. Now, Sheepy, first off, I want to start talking about the meta, because we're seeing a lot of poke and a lot of variety in champions you can pick.
Yeah, I think right now the meta shifts towards heavy team fighting, initiation, and between the second one, which we used to play a lot with Varus and Kog'Maw, which is the poke. I'm actually pretty happy that it comes down to those 3 styles. Split push we see a lot as well right now. Yeah, heading into today's game, those are like the team composition I think people should look out for.
Well, you mentioned the Varus and the Kog'Maw, but I want to talk about the man behind Varus and Kog'Maw, Power of Evil, and how he's been playing against the other mid laners, and specifically against Soren in this one. Because in terms of the champion pool, it seems like the meta would really suit Power of Evil, with Jace now coming in, Azir even, but we haven't seen either of those picks from him.
Yeah, I think he's an awesome player. He can play a lot of champions, and also the ones you named. So basically, I think it just comes to preference in his thoughts. I think he has a lot of picks. He has also not debuted yet, and yeah, I trust him a lot about the picks. So that we don't see so much is basically because he decides a lot what he thinks is the strongest. But we, of course, acknowledge that picks like Azir are incredibly strong right now in the meta and can literally do everything. So yeah, maybe we see those champions as well from us more in the future.
Well, we've spoken a lot about meta, Sheepy, but the Unicorns usually stray away from the meta from when we've known you. But recently in the Summer Split, we haven't seen a lot of innovation from you guys. Where's the Gouda? Where's it gone? Where's the magic?
It's down in the basement, slowly, you know, going to a fine age. And yeah, so I think that basically it's just a matter of time for us. We are still exploring the meta. First, what we want to do is you need to understand the meta and play the meta, and then you want to extend it. And right now, we are still at the first step. And you've seen from us before, we just sometimes happen to skip the first step, jump right into second step. So yeah, maybe today we can pull out some of this really nice, juicy goose.
Okay, well, making those preparations, Sheepy, thank you very much. Go ahead and rejoin your team before we get to picks and bans. Now, we're going to hear from Kickers and his thoughts before we hit the Rift.
Right now, for CV, I don't think they need to have mindset that they go into every game that they need to win. I think they mostly should focus on themselves because they are not in position that it's expected of them to win. So I think there's less pressure on the players. They have more potential to do good and don't be stressed out about the game. So just go into the game and try your best and see how it works out.
Hello everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. He's Crepo. We're about to head into the first game of week number 7. So let's get right into it. First game of the day, it is the Copenhagen Wolves and the Unicorns of Love. First, look at the lineups. The Wolves, it is going to be in the top lane now. Lenny, Shook in the jungle. Mid laner is Soren, AD carry Freeze, support Je suis Cats, and their coach Dentist. And of course, they will be facing off on the red side of the Rift, Unicorns of Love. That, of course, means it is going to be Vizichachi in the top, Kikis in the jungle, Power of Evil the mid, Vardag's the AD carry, Hylissang support, and Coach Sheepy, who we just heard from.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what Kikis was saying right there. The Wolves right now, they're at the stage in this split where other teams were at the start of maybe spring split or at the start of summer split, and they're so far behind in terms of progression that they just have to look to improve. Whereas the Unicorns, they need to get consistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's really been their issue along since they've been in the LCS, but it's been more pronounced this time. For the Wolves, though, only 2 wins. Yeah, they get a chance to sort of let the weight fall from their shoulders and just work on improving themselves. And they're going to play SK as well, so it's not like they have the heaviest schedule of all time. The Unicorns, still, though, right in the middle of it all. They want to see if they can make playoffs. They need to be able to win every game it counts.
It's definitely going to be interesting tomorrow when they play SK Gaming because they're only 1 game apart. Mm-hmm. This could mean that SK would tie the Wolves at the bottom of the standings and start fighting about auto relegation. But person that I want to keep my eye on, especially this game, is Soren, because I feel like last split for the Wolves, he was doing a lot better than he is now, and we can see that in his stats as well. They kind of just isn't that much of a carry as he used to be, and this means that although the weight's going to be put on Freeze pretty much to carry these games, and you see that as well in the drafts with a lot of bans towards him. That Draven, that Kalista constantly fired his way.
Exactly. I mean, it's almost half the bans so far at the Wolves have been directed at Freeze, particularly the Kalista, the Draven. Soren, this was a guy who was commanding Cassiopeia bans last split. He was stepping up. He had these massive numbers, but now that it's been a little bit more poke-centric, he seems to have not adapted quite as well.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the split, the meta was shifting away from the mid lane, so a lot of mid laners came out. Fox even said in the interview with us, it's hard to carry, I can't find my groove right now. But with as you just said, poke coming back, everything is in the hands of the mid laners right now. If you really control those champions well and you hit your item spike, you hit your power spikes, and you take that advantage, then you can control the pace of a game.
Absolutely, and a guy that has been doing everything he can to really keep that on the other side is going to be Power of Evil. I mean, this is a guy that has been relied so heavily on in the early part of the split, and you compare him, he's not really had the greatest summer compared to his spring either. His KDA's definitely dropped off. Some of his picks, the magic has been a little bit gone, as we've been saying.
Yeah, but at least for Power of Evil, his summer KDA is worse than his spring, but it's still close to what Soren was in spring, for example. So he still has a leg up. I just want to see consistency from PoE. He could be, or he used to be, such a phenomenal mid laner, playing high pressure with that Syndra and the likes, and just forcing bans, forcing people to play around him. But lately, we've seen him take a step back, super neutral/passive approach to the game. That Orianna with a tier on top of that was just, for me, that was not Power of Evil. I don't know why he was doing that, because he yields so much pressure, and you don't see that in the game, you don't see that in the gold, but it always allows your opposing mid laner to leave the lane. And now I want to see how this matchup, especially in this game, plays out in the mid lane. Who's going to yield the pressure to who, and is the opposing mid laner going to use that to his advantage?
Yeah, that's really got to be the key. Will Soren be able to step up, or will be Power of Evil coming back? For now, we're going to have to find out as we load up into champion selection, and keep an eye on where those mid picks go as well as we get into this one.
Yeah, it's something you should keep your eyes on for general strategy overall is whether the Unicorns of Love are going to force the Copenhagen Wolves into a lane swap. Because the first match the Wolves played with this new roster, with the addition of Lenny and Cass, they were lost in the lane swap. They had no idea of what was going on, where they had to be, and they arrived late. And then consequently, they were late in every single step.
Yeah, we were hearing for them how different the LCS is, and they're really just not able to keep up for it. Maybe this time they'll have had a little bit more experience in the bank. Taking a look at the bans, we've got the Rise, the Sivir banned away, and of course the Draven by the Unicorns against Freeze.
Yeah, whereas at the start of the split, you had to keep your eyes on like Alistar, and maybe some supports like Thresh or Morgana. Right now, you mainly want to watch like Janna, you want to watch the Varus and the Jace. This is poke meta game. If you haven't watched LCS either in EU or in A, that's something you want to be expecting. And since both are up right now, there's still priority for the Copenhagen Wolves. Maybe pick something else, open just with an S tier jungler, you know, like a Gragas if they really want to. But we've seen that get punished around the globe so far as well.
Yeah, the jungle has been completely untouched with all these AD carries, except for the Nidalee that just comes in at the last moment. Does this now prompt? There's the Gragas. I was going to say that or maybe the Corki, but it's going to leave it open for Unicorns if they want it. Also, quite a lot available for Power of Evil if he does go a little bit more carry-centric route. We might see that later on in the pick, though. He doesn't have to take it now.
Yeah, the good thing for teams that are trying to combat poke and don't want to play it themselves is that poke compositions manifest themselves early in Champ Select. You usually build towards the the final poke pick, and then you kind of reveal your strategy at the end, but it's kind of obvious that you're going for it. That means you can counter it with the likes of Hard Engage and something and Sustain that we saw over in North America. Gravity did that phenomenally. Obviously, you still have to play out, and you can obviously still lose, but let's see what approach the Unicorns are going to take. Usually when the meta sets itself in a controlled state, they tend to shift away from it. It doesn't look like they're doing that today.
And they'll be going for something a little bit more standard, that's for sure. The Corki comes out from Vardags, and Hylissang will get his hands on Alistar. The Morgana ban was actually something that's happened a lot to Unicorns over the split. That's the 10th one. People have sent away the most banned champion versus Unicorns.
Yeah, definitely. If you just go back in time a little bit, maybe one split, that was when Hylissang was doing so phenomenally well with his Morgana. However, that was back when 2v2 laning was more predominant and there was more trading going on. And Hylissang and Vardags, they managed to kill almost every bot lane duo in the LCS back then. We don't see that from them usually as much recently. Very passive approach, and that's why Hylissang is roaming a lot more, which is why I like the Alistar, because I really feel him and Kikis can be the foundations of the mid game that Unicorns of Love can build on. And right now they have a very generic pick with the Alistar Corki. The good thing about it is that the Corki can sit in lane and farm when it's level 6, and you don't need the support to babysit that champion anymore. Could prove useful.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to stay safe, stay nice and easy, adapt to this new style. That's what they've been liking. For the Wolves, they picked themselves up the Nautilus and the Lulu, and we talked about the possibility of a top Nautilus with the Lulu locked in. A lot of flexing going on for these Wolves. We'll see where they end up taking it as the Unicorns eyeball. Right now, this Kog'Maw would not be a surprise. Power had some pretty power plays on it early on in the split, but there's still some time on the clock as it ticks down.
Honestly, I feel locked in AP Kog'Maw here is a step backwards instead of forwards with both Jace and Varus open as AD poke champions in the mid lane, and you always have that magic damage from the Corki lock down. And I feel they scale quicker, or they have more impact in the game than the AP Kog'Maw, which is why we've seen a lot of teams just simply resort to these champions over the Kog'Maw. Not sure if this means that Power of Evil just doesn't play these champions at all, or whether he, in his mind, feels that Kog'Maw is stronger.
I mean, you had the Varus up, you had the Jace up. There were a lot of options. Now they're going to be very committed to the mixed damage. You know, Power hasn't played this AP Kog'Maw for several weeks. I was saying early in the split, but now it goes right back to it.
Yeah, and if you look at the Wolves, they have a lot of flexing going on. So the Nautilus, well, it's not played yet in European LCS in the top lane. It could technically still go there. Lulu can be played mid, top, and support. So they're about to reveal their composition, and the Unicorns, they want to round that out then finally with their top lane pick. They leave it for Chachi, top lane carry that could technically bully his opponent. Chachi used to be in Spring Split one of the few top lane carries, but right now, you know, Oduam is stepping up a lot. We have Huni getting better as well. So all these carries in top lane, I mean, he's kind of fell down in the rankings a bit.
And just a skosh now. So Victor's locked in. That should be Soren's pickup. And this means we still aren't 100% sure if the Lulu or the Nautilus is going to be going support. Mix it up. See what the options are for that. But for the Wolves then, they have quite the beefy front line regardless to protect this Graves, protect this Victor. It'll be a tough task for the Unicorns to blow through that and mow them down.
All right, what are the Wolves doing? Usually when we see these teams with new players, they end up playing a mix of comfort picks over actual composition. So Lulu top might be a comfort pick for Lenny here. Has a little chase potential, but not really hard engaged. The hard engage is on Nautilus. It's technically on Gragas too. So now the Unicorns have to defend the Kog'Maw This is a very linear composition. If you look at what the Unicorns want to do, they have one big threat. That is Power Vivo on that AP Kog'Maw. But he needs to scale. He needs time. But once he gets to that late game point, he's going to be able to poke everybody on the Wolves with relative ease. And then you have the defensive pinball system with the Alistar knockback. You have the Lee Sin kick. And then worst case, Shen can taunt in, provide an extra shield for Kog'Maw. But this is going to be the PoE show with the mid-game Band-Aid. That's going to be the Corki Vardax. I want to see if he can hit that Triforce Power Spike. Not like you usually would expect in this lineup. Usually once you hit Triforce Corki, you want to group up and, you know, start sieging. Perhaps Power Reveal is ready for poke siege then already, but they might probably just use the Power Spike from the Triforce to buy some time, get PoE rolling. But all your eyes should be on this mid lane matchup, and especially whether Shook's going to shut that down. I think if Shook can connect some body slams in the mid lane, repetitive ganks and Power Reveal, then the Wolves can snowball.
He's going to have to focus on that, keep his attention. Kikis will have to do the same thing that early game Lee Sin, see if he focuses on that mid lane or not. So with all that locked up, it'll be very exciting to see if the Wolves can maybe bring it back around, or will, of course, the Unicorns be the one to add to their kill tally? And we'll have to find out. We're about to load up onto the Rift, but why don't you guys at home tell us what you think? Hashtag CW win or hashtag UOL win. Packed crowd in the house. Noise is getting hot here. Let's go, guys. Let's on to the Rift. It's going to be week number 7, starting off right now. Unicorns of Love and the Copenhagen Wolves.
I'm liking it, Pyra. Week 7, full house here in Berlin. Interesting matchup. Both teams have to prove something. The Wolves have to prove that they're making progression. We cut them some slack initially when they had that roster change. Right now, they should have improved. They should have practiced a full week, you know, get some games under their belts, learn what it's like to play on stage. Whereas the Unicorns, consistently shaky. We're going to shake it off or plummet down below.
Well, they definitely have to beat the Copenhagen Wolves if they want a serious shot at these playoffs. All eyes on them as we have a dance party in the middle. Soren showing off his fancy footwork, and Power Evil, the backside.
Wiggling his tail.
I can't get the word.
Passive early game. And this is actually something interesting because we didn't used to see this so much. These wards in the mid lane, they look very generic, but I think it's more of an adaptation that came around this split more so. It was actually initially a reaction to put that ward in the mid lane, then free up your mid laner as a resource to move left or right for these aggressive invades. But even though Unicorns aren't doing anything, they still put those wards. It feels like a bit of a waste. If you're already scouting in the mid lane, I guess maybe they're giving the illusion that they could roam because they're staying out of the vision range. But at least they have the ward to see what's up.
It's all about the mind games, Crepo. Took a look just a moment ago. These teams last met. It was all the way back in week number 2, and it was a handy stomp for the Unicorns. They're going to be hoping to do that again.
Yeah, take a look at the early game. The way it's developed recently, it's the League of Double Jungle. You usually see everybody almost starting in camp, whether it's helping out. Perhaps not so often the mid laners. You have Vardax and Hylissang setting up for that Gromp, and then Freeze and Kass. Poised to come and stop it. This is weird.
There is a ward on this. They'll be able to spot it when it happens. Kass reveals.
Oh, they can just finish that.
Goes. Yeah, they should be able to do this one. No, backing off. Let's see. Kass throws down the ward.
Finish it. Oh.
Oh, they got spooked.
Oh.
All right. So far, so good for the Wolves bot lane.
No cojones on the side of Unicorns of Love. If the support comes in his melee range, just finish it. Get level 2. Give full XP to the Alistar. Get level 2, knock that guy back up, and you can punish that so hard. But bold move by the Wolves, and it pays off. And now Freeze, he got that initial experience in lane. Vardax got chunked. A big advantage right now for the Wolves in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a great way to start. When you are on maybe carry like Graves too, you want to push your advantage very quickly, see if you can bully your lane opponent out. Let's take a look at Vardax, however, in a couple of games he's had on this Corki in the summer split. Not too bad in the numbers.
Yeah, he does well. Corki just generally does all right, but Graves is a good matchup into it when it purely comes down to laning, because you can always dash out aggressively out of that Phosphorus Bomb, and then you don't have the threat from a double range support. And Nautilus is stronger when it comes to raw damage than Alistar. This is why in this matchup very often you see Alistar start heal, just tank the creeps and force the lane to push back. Yeah, Unicorns got greedy with the camp, didn't finish it. Wolves capitalized, but that's enough about the bot lane. We watched the junglers, I think both got a leash from their respective top laners. Shook's super healthy right now, level 3, so he could set up for a gank. But where's he gonna go? Mid lane is pushed in, top lane is pushed in, so double push, triple push for the Wolves. Standard scenario is you counter jungle.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to do that as he heads his way into the same area where Kikis is hanging out, pings it down. No wards here to spot him just yet, and might be buying himself some time.
So and this may seem minor, but because Kikis gets spotted here, allows over in the top lane Lenny to play aggressive again. Before, when the camera was on the top lane, we saw him move out of that couple CS, and he was afraid because Chachi was faking it. He was walking up, say, hey dude, you're in my taunt range right now, you have to back off because my jungler could be here and then you get punished. Right now, immediately once Kiki showed in the bottom, you see Lenny move up and he's not afraid to play at the edge of the tower range. So information is a big resource in League of Legends, and just showing your jungler at the wrong time, you know, could snowball other lanes without really noticing it.
Yeah, he's going in, but you know, level
There's
4,
no backup.
level 4, they're just going to be able to poke each other out. It really is where the junglers can be and how well hidden they can keep themselves.
Yeah, and this is the natural progression, but Hylissang.
Yeah, he goes in on Freeze with Kikis and Vardag's there. Freeze exhaust is on, a couple of flashes, burn phosphorus bomb, not enough damage. Keep eating the biscuit, can't fast enough. That is going to be first blood over to Kikis as Cass just barely makes his escape. Shook comes late to the party.
I was about to comment on how that move from Kikis in the bot lane was too telegraphed. He was at the Grump earlier, his camps were down at the in that area, so the only logical move for him was to base or lane gank, and you could easily dodge that, but good Q flash from Hylissang. Knocks Freeze back sideways. He tried to angle himself to get him back into the lane, but if Hylissang took one more step, that would have given Freeze the time to flash, and then the headbutt would have actually knocked him into safety. So good headbutt timing there from Hyli. Good follow-up from Kikis, and fundamental mistake here from Freeze, who's playing a very snowbally matchup. Freeze needs to snowball that lane because in the mid-game, Corki Rockets are so much better, so much more useful.
The only consolation for the Copenhagen Wolves is that they got 3 summoners out of that, but all the same, your AD carry's dead. It evens out the advantage that Freeze had got himself early on by forcing Vardag's back. This will definitely help out the bottom lane. Let's take a look at the others, though. That mid lane, we wanted to talk about it. There is a slight CS differential, but that tier on Kog'Maw is definitely going to be something Power can be very happy about for a while.
Yeah, he wants to stack that tier, but he yields the pressure. Top lane was yielding the pressure. Bot lane was yielding the pressure. So triple lane push for the Copenhagen Wolves. That was good. That you can translate that into objectives, vision control, but then you're not allowed to make the misstep, because the only way you die when you're like pushing so far up is like these, you know, these cheeky little lane ganks with Alistar flashing. He has one engage tool, which is the pulverized flash, because just normal combo is not enough damage at this point in the game to really punish somebody. So they made it stick, and that was fundamental for the Unicorns to buy enough time in this early game.
Even without that flash available for the next couple of minutes, too, now Unicorns are going to be able to push out the wave themselves. You know, with Freeze, his build's been set back a little bit, having to get that secondary door, and so Vardags and Hyli aren't too worried about this right now as they command the minions into the tower, move themselves up. Let's see if they go for a roam here. They're going to spot the ward out, should be able to take it down, deny the vision from the Wolves.
Yeah, they just want to put some wards here. They want to find Shook. So while Freeze is waiting for that BF sword after his double Dorns, Shook is looking for an opportunity, and he usually was the shining light in the early game for the Wolves. He was involved in quite some first bloods and some kills and some assassinations, but right now, because of the nature of the lanes, because they were pushing so hard, he had a hard time finding an opening. He spotted the enemy jungler, but his team didn't use that information, so that was wasted time in a sense. So now he just wants to get level 6, find a body slam flash somewhere.
There's always a timer when you play an earlier pressure champion. The same thing can be true for Kikis, but he's very busy in the enemy jungle. Right now you've got the Gragas in the same, though. See what he can get done. Just going to be counter-jungling each other.
Yeah, he's looking for Kikis. He's on the strong side of the map. He just warded it. So he saw that the Wolves just spawned. Indicates that Kikis was here, you know, a couple minutes ago, which means he's likely now on the left side of the map. This gives the safety for the bot lane from the Wolves to push up and play aggressive. I just want to have your eye, or take your gaze towards those 3 pink wards right now that the Wolves have set up. This is what you should do. When you play triple push, you back that up with a defensive line of vision with pink wards, and then you aggressively add a line of green wards in front of it. And then you have complete control of the map, and you use the fact that you have that early pressure to your advantage, and then you want to gain information. Has a jungler showed at these parts of the map? Good, we found him. Has he not showed at all in these parts of the map? Well, that means that he's on the other side. You don't need to see somebody to know where he is, because if he doesn't show in the Wolves for quite a while, you know that he's likely on the other side of the map. And Unicorn's doing a good job here. I don't think Power of Evil should be able to get that blue buff just for free, but he does.
Yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen it again. Freeze this time. He doesn't get knocked back into the team or even sideways. He's able to make his escape. Shook is coming in now as well.
Yeah, that's the difference with the Alistar with Flash and Alistar without Flash. Varda gets aggressed on here.
They're going
Should be all right.
Hyli was in the front. He has his back with Shook there as well. Unicorns will know that they have to back off.
Remember, we have Shen ulti.
Tower. We might. Yeah, I don't think the dive is coming. Not with the Shen ult or the teleport. Both of them available. Copenhagen Wolves know this. They'll back off.
And that's the difference between an Alistar with Flash up. He can Q Flash first, knock you back into the lane. buy enough distance for your AD carry to whittle you down, but just comboing efficient or aggressively waste the cooldowns of the Alistar. You really want to space out the headbutt and that pulverize to make use of an Alistar. That's why usually these lanes go 50-50 even CS with sustain, because offensive comboing costs too much mana for the value it brings you in lane. You just don't win anymore. There's no all-in lanes anymore.
Yeah, and as hard as the Wolves are trying to push in all of these lanes, they're not winning, at least in the CS department, of every single one of them. You take a look up top, we just saw Lenny and Vizicachi. There's an 11 CS differential lead for the Shen, and he's the one who's under his own tower.
Yeah, Chachi got pushed in, but CS, well, he said, I don't really care about your poke. I have sustain. Look at the build path as well. Picks up the early magic resistance to deal with that Lulu, and Lenny needs to snowball that lane. Of course, he's going to be utility on the Lulu, so he just wants to help other carries on his team. Graves relatively low mobility. The only person that's really using this push pressure to his advantage so far has been Soren. And this was the matchup we were obviously talking about in the pregame.
Yeah. Well, the longer the game does go, the Victor will get very, very powerful. He's definitely going to be happier if he doesn't get pushed in on. The junglers haven't really made too much attempts to pressure that mid lane. I think for obvious reasons. It's both a long-range thing they're trying to play back, as immobile as you might say these two champions are. So with all of that, they're just going to get the chance to scale up, and that's pretty much at the expense of everyone else on each team.
Yeah, definitely passive mid lane, and as you say it right there, low mobility on both sides. Soren, very stagnant, unless he can connect that Q for some movement speed boost. And now we see this, yeah, how Chachi is slowly getting ahead in this matchup. He doesn't have to care about the poke, and he can sustain with those Vorpal Blades. And then back to the mid lane. At the other side, you have Power of Evil. Low mobility as well, but his range far exceeds that of Victor, especially once he hits that level 11. We always talk about it. Level 11, Luden's Echo, what you're looking for.
He's getting there.
Power's well on his way. Game's relatively even. 500 gold lead. Things to watch out for right now is the Triforce Spike on Corki, and eventually the Luden Spike on Power of Evil Kog'Maw.
Yes, indeed, and we'll have to be certain that the Wolves are keeping an eye on that as well. So look at this, though. Hilly and Kikis moving up to the top. They're close to sitting on this ward, however, and there is, of course, no need to worry about.
I like it. I like it what the Wolves are doing. They're playing on their strong side of the map, where Chachi is winning the matchup. They can snowball that pressure into control, into vision control, and then into information. Whereas Corki in the bot lane, he can always farm into any matchup, I feel, and get 70% of the CS just due to the rockets, which is why he's such a good pick if you get through the laning phase. And back in spring, he wasn't that viable because he could get bullied out really easily by Lucian, by Graves, who were super meta back in the day. Right now, if you ban out Sivir and you ban out Kalista, and these other champions don't snowball that well enough, then Corki is a solid pick, because once he hits level 6, it frees up your support. You can put him anywhere. Put him in the top lane, dive the mid lane. The Unicorns might be setting up for right now.
Yeah, and it did deplete the field just a little bit too. You could see Freeze, he went on this Graves, which we hadn't seen very much for a while. Now, in the bottom lane,
Shen
comes Cass, Vardags, chasing it back. Shook is there. Shen already had come in, the teleport now, and in comes Shook out of the brushes. Freeze is there, throws the big barrel out, rolls it as well, and that's going to be Vardags going down. Vizicachi might not have been wanting to teleport in there. All of a sudden, a pack of Wolves out of the brush. They get 2, and they get the tower.
The Wolves put the party and participate when 5 members come down to the bot lane. This is naturally the counter against these wave clear champions that you can't really deal with 2v1. Just bring your entire team there. Dive him. Looked a little shaky at the start, and they were actually baited into playing forward. I think if the Wolves played this more conservative, just wait it out, don't go for the counter kill. Don't get that body slam flash connecting from Shook. That was a big difference right there. Could have turned out differently, but again, Shook with the opening. First 2 kills for the Wolves, he's involved yet again. Let's watch that. So what you're gonna see here is Vardax knows he's about to get dove, so he wants to get out. So Kaz has to stop him. He has to commit. Shen ulti gets baited, and now Kaz is acting like he's actually outnumbered. Flashes out for the possible taunt, but this body slam flash from Shook is honestly what makes this work. Chachi gets chunked, and Vardax just gets blown up immediately. And then there's, yeah, some basic tower juggling. Good move by the Wolves. And at the other side, top tower was already down. Middle tower didn't get taken. Eventually down the line, this dragon gets picked up by the Unicorns. But overall, in terms of keeping your tempo even, I think this was a good move by the Wolves.
Yeah, they definitely were able to catch the Unicorns unawares and pretty much with their pants down. Freeze and Cass now pushing on this top side. They have got some backup as well, so they really want to kick this game into high gear. Push the Unicorns back even further.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Chachi chunks out Lenny on that Lulu. Freeze can't push in against the wave clear from Corki, so what do? You took the tower in bot lane, you just swap it up. They take another tower here. Good adaptation from the Wolves. Honestly, the first time I've seen them play an early game well with strategy involved. Usually they had decent lane-on-lane situations, but there's no rotations, no towers taken. Right now they're opening up the map.
This goes back to You know, them trying to find the new identity with their new teammates, with Lenny and JSVK. They're branching out a little bit. You see Lenny, this is the first time he's been on a utility champion. He's only really played tanks in the first week he was available. If you take a look at the early game activity for the Wolves, normally it doesn't turn out well in their favor. They usually try to be active, but sometimes backfires.
Yeah, and that's the mark of a team that wants to achieve something, but can't really find any openings strategy-wise, so they just go for fights. They keep on fighting, and they find themselves getting the short end of the stick. Yeah, they get 30 kills, but they sacrifice 45 deaths. So 50% failure rate right there for those fights. And right now they do something different. They play it slow, they recognize their opportunities, and they go for them. And right now they're 2-1 ahead, they're 1,000 gold ahead against Unicorns of Love, and this is probably something people didn't really expect. However, Power of Evil is still scaling, and that's been the game for the Unicorns this split.
It certainly has. He's working on his tier. He's about halfway stacked up, a little bit more than that, but he's going to take some time as he's got the Luden's Echo, still has some solid wave clear for himself. Hylissang looking to go on to Soren, but he's going to get flashed. Soren staying nice and safe.
So what you have to do against an Alistar, you have to flash mid-headbutt animation, because a lot of Alistars like spacing it out, as we say before. You headbutt them into the wall, and then knock them up afterwards. So once you get caught, you have to flash defensively anyways, and it's fun to flash over that even. You can switch positions with an Alistar too. But yeah, respect flash from Soren, but a good roam from Hylissang. Keep your eyes on Vardex. He's trying to even up that CS. He wants to hit that Triforce. Combine that with the Luden's tier, they could start grouping, because they vastly outrange the Copenhagen Wolves. The only counter opportunity is speeding up Shook for Body Slam Flash, but his Flash is still down.
This is something you mentioned as a possibility in the Champion Select, when they can possibly group up and utilize the combination of the Corki and the Kog'Maw with that massive front line that they have. It's going to be hard for the Wolves to push them back effectively, dive a back line. Soren is going to have to laser his way through it all. Hilly goes forward onto Cassidy, just fighting over the wards right now, trying to get as much control of this river as they possibly can. Going to be a while before Dragon's up, but it's never too early to start.
Yeah, I always want to get that vision control down. That's what Pokecoms are good at, you know, ward wars. Want to see them, defend them, just poke them out ever so slowly, one hit at a time. You have the emergency Shen to come in should you need it. Hopefully not, for the Unicorn's sake.
He's got both teleports up, I should say. Take a look at the number of Unicorns here on the mid side. The Shen is backing. He could teleport right after that freeze. Shook, JSVK all sitting under the tower. It's at about half of its health. And the push will be thwarted for now. Still, fairly even game here, 16 minutes in.
Yeah, look at the top lane. That's what we're waiting for right now for Unicorns. They want to push in, pressure that Lulu, deny her the possibility to come wave clear in mid, and then punish the short range.
Okay, that was an interesting kick, but Kaz is going very low. He has to burn his flash to avoid the last living artillery shell. And this might be an opening for the Unicorns to finish off this mid tower. They've still got the Shen available if they want to use it.
Yeah, look at the zone control and the wave clear on the Copenhagen Wolves' side.
Billy's going in.
Here we go.
Got the Shen coming in on. They target out Soren. He's going to get blown up. Power of Evil gets the kill credit as Vardex valves away. In comes Lenny, and the fight is on. Looking for the tower, juggling the aggro. Chachi tanking it up as much as he possibly can. Tower still stands, but maybe not for much longer without a mid laner there. Kikis goes in, just a feint. Get the proc of the Ludens, go on to Lenny. It's on, they get it. Chachi will get Lenny. They're still finishing off the tower. Finally polish it down, and that is going to be 2 kills and an objective in the mid.
The Unicorns are playing around their power spikes right now. They get the Triforce, hit the Ludens, they start the siege, initiate the split push, junk somebody out, and then they set up the dive. And instead of the the piggyback Shen, right now it was the bull back Shen right there with Hylissang carrying over Chachi. And Hylissang using his flash aggressively so that Chachi doesn't have to use his. He could save that later. We saw the Taunt Flash come out, so it was a good move, good dive, and they're punishing the low mobility on the carries from the Copenhagen Wolves. Definitely had to find the right target there. Soren just got blown up immediately.
Exactly what they needed to do. Let's take a look at that one more time.
So they chunk out Kaz before, and look at Hylissang. That's what you have to do on Alistar flank. He's got a flash head, but Soren into the wall, knock up. His flash is still down from earlier. Remember that roam? It seemed insignificant, but it was enough to get his flash down. And if a Victor is defending a tower without flash, he is try and bait, for that hard engage. And Power of Evil and Vardex are untouched, and they can just rain down these missiles over and over. Kiki's cheeky little fake insect. And look at that max range taunt flash. Good execution here from Chachi. Surprisingly, survives.
Unicorn is doing a fantastic job of juggling all the aggression around on the tower, making themselves not available. 20 seconds until the next dragon is going to spawn. Unicorns did a job of picking that first one up after an ill-fated fight bottom lane. The Wolves, they've fallen behind once again. This is starting to look a little bit more reminiscent of most of their games this split.
Yeah, and usually the way Wolves fall behind is they lose the lanes a little bit later in the game due to these map-wide plays. And individually, they can't deal with the split pushers and the push and the control anymore. So right now, they're trying to combat that by grouping.
They may be able to take this tower down, but there are a number of unicorns in the area. Chachi here looking for Hilly goes in, gets polymorphed immediately, and all of a sudden the Wolves, smelling danger, are trying to bail out. But Soren, he's going to go down. The Chaos Storm not enough to take out Power of Evil in the solo. And meanwhile, Vardax is on the bottom, continuing to push this unabated. Lenny, Wild Grows himself. Kikis goes in. He's isolated from the team. The Glitterlands, that's going to be it wearing off now. The rest of the Wolves are caught. Chachi gets Kaz. Shook, he's going to go down too. Vardax is still pushing this one. The Wolves are losing everything here.
This is 4v5 by the Unicorns because Soren, he got lost in rotation. He got caught in the jungle right there. And once that main damage is gone, Wolves are on the back foot. And look at the bottom lane. This is the early to mid-game power spike AD carry. One of the two threats on the Unicorns of Love. He wasn't even in that fight.
We got one thing wrong. They didn't need to fully group. Grouped everybody but the Corki. Let him split push down the bottom. He takes 2 towers out. Prime position now to take down the Dragon. And the Unicorns just set up a beautiful counter-engage up top.
Honestly, I feel this match gets controlled mostly by Chachi. Because he got that CS advantage even though he got pushed in. He got the early magic resistance which forced then in turn Lenny to not be able to deal with him anymore. So this freed him up as a resource. Suddenly Chachi was pushing the top lane. He had the couple ultis coming in. Good taunt flash. And he's the driving force. He defended that tower aggressively as well. He started everything out because they were trying to chunk the Chen. He's playing a good frontliner. And this is not the carry top laner that we see usually with a lot of damage, but he finally has some presence. That's what we were lacking on the Unicorns. Members with good in-game presence.
Well, Chachi has been one of those top laners who's really liked this Shin. It seems like he's finally now, well, he's had some good games on in the past, but he's definitely making the most of it in this game in particular. And the Wolves are going to have to respect that. They have to take into account his taunt. They have to take into account that he's never far from a fight due to the double teleports. And they don't seem to have an answer for it yet.
Definitely not. And that double teleport, that hard engage is making Soren's life so miserable because both of these carries are low mobility, but one of them has a way shorter range. And once you're on the back foot with a Victor, it's one of the reasons why we don't really see this pick so often anymore over in Europe. It's so easy to get caught out, especially when you're rotating between lanes, when you're grouping, when you realize you can't really take that tower down. Want to move to the next one in the jungle without good vision control, but you feel like you kind of have to make that move because you want to keep up the tempo. It's very easy to get caught out. Look at Lee Sin. Even like a Kog'Maw E slowing you down is enough for the Unicorns to close the gap, and they're very safe at their maximum distance.
This is the Unicorns recognizing the effective threat. We talked about how Soren had not been necessarily up to his former self, but still had the potential to carry in the past. To see, they continue to shut it down as Kikis is caught. In comes the Shen. Was it the Wolves that got caught instead? Power of Evil, a double kill for him. They're caught in the storm of chaos, but it doesn't matter. 2 for none. They look to push on the top side. Unicorns are rolling.
Chachi with the get out of fail free card for his jungler Kikis here. He gets caught, but he can buy himself some time if he can get the combo line going. Everybody wants to chase Lee Sin, and then you kick one of them and you just play pinball, you knock them all up, and then the Chen comes in, 2-man taunt, and then, yeah, there's no threat from Power of Evil, so he can reign supreme and just get that artillery down, and good combo.
And that's the difference. They keep focusing on Soren. The Wolves can't find Power of Evil because there's too much frontline to deal with. 5-0-3. Power is doing serious work on this Cog. He's close to finishing off that tier. Everything's looking great for the mid laner for Unicorns.
Everything is looking great. However, we have to go back to the early game. It could have looked different here should the Wolves have exploited that early game triple push. I harp on this a lot when I watch League of Legends because I feel if you get into a position where all your lanes get pushed, a good team will just rip you apart. They will just snowball advantage from one move to the other because they can constantly move into the darkness. As we see Hylissang do right there. Vardax gets out. The darkness is your friend if you have vision yourself. You know, obviously you want to just force people make use of the lack of information. They don't know if you're moving from bot lane to mid lane to top lane. If you're in the dark, you could be hiding in the brush, you could be threatening the face check, and this forces people to group right now for the Wolves because if they split up, they just don't have enough information to deal with.
So, like their mascot, Copenhagen Wolves are roaming together in a pack. But will it be enough to catch any Unicorns outstrain in the open? So far, it hasn't been super successful. The early game that they had built up, completely negated, turned around as it stands. There is a massive gold differential at 23.5 minutes. I mean, 7,000, the Unicorns had turned it on its head just time and time again.
Yeah, back of Wolves. Has there been a name for a bundle of unicorns? There's been a term for that.
Someone on Twitter mentioned it to me. It is, I'm trying to recall it now, but it was something very magical.
Very magical. Unicorns. With that spring split, Unicorn dust back on them, finally working in their favor. However, if tradition proves right, today they play well and controlled. Tomorrow might be different.
Let's see if Lenny can get any work done. Chaos, they found Kikis right now, but will they be able to take him down? Knocked in, Chachi goes
Soren?
flash time. Soren, not quite down yet. Soren gets the kill onto Kikis. He much needed gold going into his pocket there, but the Unicorns aren't done yet. Lenny has to burn the flash to avoid Chachi. Shen looking to chase them on.
Here's Vardex on the left.
The unstealthiest ninja on the front line. Vardax pinged out by the Copenhagen Wolves. They will have to settle for just pushing the wave for now.
Unicorns need to play with a little more respect and a little more just wariness of where their AD carry is on the map. Sure, you can 1v4 with Power of Evil, but why don't you just 2v5 instead? Vardex joined the fray. He still has that Triforce, building towards the Blade of the Ruined King. There's a good amount of damage. And they just need a little bit more to take down Soren. But yet again, he had to use his flash. For the next 5 minutes, these fights are going to be rough for him.
They certainly are. All around the board. For Copenhagen Wolves, this is going to be tense for them to try and make this comeback happen. Soren got some gold in his pocket. That'll certainly help him out, working his way towards continuing to upgrade the hex score and also probably working on, I would guess at this point, a death cap, but he's still some items away from it. Maybe he goes for the Zanya since he has the Amp Tome. Unicorns might not give them an opportunity to finish those builds, though.
Yeah, the Wolves, they said, okay, we're playing all in the early game. Because we have this low-range Graves in the AD carry role. We have this very low mobility, medium-range mage in the mid lane, but these are not picks that do well into poke. As we see right here, Kasi has the face check and he's gone.
Oh.
They slice off a bit of cheese off the Wolf support right here, and then the mobility from the Talisman coming out.
Immediately can move forward. Soren will be able to dodge away from the Sonic Wave, throws down the Gravity Field. All the same, Unicorns continue to march down everywhere they want. The Wolves have no answer still.
Yeah, well, the Wolves had a decent early game in terms of strategy and at least trying to move to different lanes and get some towers. Their drafting phase seems very weak right now because Jace and Varus, to my memory, were still up for grabs, and he chose the Victor. Even though there were magic damage components on the top lane in the Lulu, could have easily matched poke with poke and use that scaling mid lane to their advantage to maybe start contesting some brushes. Because I feel like Soren on this Victor is just simply not working out.
No, and he's tried a lot of different mid laners so far this split. You know, you look at it across the board, his Azir's really been his most successful, but that's not what they wanted to trend towards this time around. The Victor is a bit of a head scratcher, and it hasn't really paid dividends for them. The Unicorns now grouping up, well, at least Vardags and Kikis to take down Dragon number 3. So far uncontested. That mobility will make it even harder for the Wolves to catch them out.
Yeah, mobility is key, both for and against poke comps, and the second key to unlock this master lock that is the game is the Baron. When you play with poke, you want the Baron to facilitate that because these minions will get so tanky, people will group up closely to try and deal with them. Easy poke, easy game, easy life. If you're playing against poke, obviously those Baron minions are going to help you push in and just deny their wave clear so much that you can actually hard engage on them. So Baron is the crux of the game, and it becomes very different as well because we saw over in North America when CLG was playing this low range, low engage type of composition into poke, it's very hard for you to secure a Baron buff. And we saw them struggle with that, lose out in the mid to late game, and eventually poke reigns supreme. Whereas the Unicorns, they're good at contesting these objectives. They're not good at starting it, because when poke starts a Baron, they're very clumped up and they're very prone to hard engage. So it becomes a bit of a vision war. You want to push your lanes up, that's step 1. And you want to ward in between the lanes, that's step 2. Then you want to push out the lanes again, that's step 3. And then you go to the Baron, step 4. If you skip any of these steps, you risk throwing the game.
We heard from Sheepy before the game, sometimes they do tend to skip steps. That could be an opportunity for the Copenhagen Wolves to punish them. For now, they are looking very solid, very sealed up. So far, haven't been plagued too much by the consistency issues. But again, it's not always in an individual game. It is game to game. And look at this, the Shen looking to counter jungle, going to eventually go down to the bottom side, push those side waves out. That is one of those steps that they will need to get themselves in position for this Baron.
Yeah, putting the pressure on the bot lane, locking one of those resources from the Wolves down. That's where you want to have the Shen usually, but they're a little scared. The Unicorns, they don't want to yield this mid pressure, so that's why Chachi is hovering around mid, because he's Power of Evil might get hard engaged on here.
Or Shook might be the one. Kikis is going to immediately flash mid barrel, and that is going to be the rest of the Unicorns mobilizing to take him down. Shook is popped by Vardags, and now they're able to get even more off this. Let's see. Straight to the Baron.
No more smite on the side of Wolves. Complete darkness. Oh, darkness, my friend. We meet again. for the Copenhagen Wolves. They do lose the blue orb to spot them out, but doesn't really reveal too much information, right? Because obviously, Unicorns are doing Baron.
Yeah, they turn their attention now over to Cass, who's going to be getting away. The Baron still being fired down.
Victor?
There's the Chaos Storm. They got to go in for this one. Cass looks for Vardex. He's burning low. Cass now, he is absolutely massive, courtesy of the Lulu. Hylissang's going to get taken down by Soren. And now the Wolves might have been able to finish this fight off. The Kog'Maw has some serious damage, but Chachi is going to be the one who takes down Soren. A 1-for-1. Kick us around the side. Shook is back up, however, let's see if we can get back into the fight. It might be a little bit too late. In comes the Stand United. Down goes the Nautilus. Down goes the Lulu. Unicorns come up again with a victory.
Kikis was stuck in an emergency. Gets the help from his top laner right there. Shook was so close to joining that fight. Almost made it there. And this was what we were talking about. This is the risk when Poke starts a Baron, because you clump up. You had the Chaos Storm from Sword come in. Gravity Field zoning. And then Freeze with a massive AoE damage, and right now they're all low, so Shook, he wants to be a hero.
See if he can. We've seen a couple junglers here in Europe able to pull this one off. They're not zoning him away. They're too low, really. Going to try to keep him in the dark, but this is still a tense moment. Here comes Hilly. He's going to be able to keep his attention occupied for just a minute. Knocks him away. Can they finish it up in time? It's going down. Finally, they take it out, and the game is up. For Shook, never had an opportunity to get the steal off. Still, it's a very tense moment. Kikis got to get away. In comes Lenny all by himself, and he's collapsed on by a blessing of Unicorns.
No Carl to help Lenny, and he goes down all by himself. Not quite sure what he wants to achieve there with that move. But this reeks of desperation for the Copenhagen Wolves. They had a plan in the early game. You can see plan with the early push, but they saw the opening right here. Look at it. Redline comes out as well later from the Nautilus. Good zoning, and then the Chaos Storm hits 4 or 5 people constantly. That's what you want. Look at the massive AoE damage from Freeze as well. He's just a little bit too far behind. I mean, they didn't use that wild growth offensively. There was nobody diving into the Unicorn, so that's really what you want when you play Lulu into Poke. You want somebody to close the gap. Use that wild growth knock up and slow to your advantage so you can close the gap. Power Evil is still allowed to play at max range, and he's... Yeah, look at the damage.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
If he lands it.
Wait, there we go.
The Q.
Yeah, Power was able to go on a seek and destroy mission. So Unicorns, Baron in tow, 31 minutes on the clock. Over 10,000 ahead in the bank. Another Dragon spawning. They seem to have just about everything in their favor. Even got the side lanes back under control. The Wolves, where do they go from here? That's the next question, and maybe back to the base.
Now, coming into the game, we said both teams want to prove something. The Wolves want to prove that they made progression, which in a sense, in my opinion, they did. They still have a lot of work left, but they laid the first brick of the road. And the Unicorns, they want to make a statement that they're consistent. So let's see how well they're closing. Because obviously every team in the European LCS statistically is expected to get ahead of the Wolves. How well do you close versus them? 60-4, 3 dragons to 0, 6 towers to 3, so vast advantage from the Unicorns with that Baron, so essential for your Poke.
Despite it hasn't been a flawless game so far. You're absolutely right. If they can close this one in a clean way and not give the Wolves an inch to get back into the game, that would definitely make a powerful statement that they can handle, and they have adapted to their own consistency issues. Down to the bottom side now, looking to take out Inhibitor Tower number 1. They'll get it.
And we talked about Power of Evil and how it would be the PoE show.
Definitely is.
7-0-8, that's 15 added up. I did the math. That's 15 out of 16 kills that he's involved in right now. So Unicorns are playing as expected around their mid laner.
Cass nearly goes down. You've just got to respect that living artillery. It's a barrage that they're dishing out on this tower. Running out of minions, however, Kikis tanks up a little bit too much damage, and they back away spooked until the next wave arrives. Dragons up, that's always an option. They look more interested in taking out this inhibitor. No Wolves there to stop them. They back away from it. It goes down. Inhibitor's bare. Time seems to be running out for the Copenhagen Wolves right now. Cass is going in to try and make the hero play. Gets the knockup, gets the second knockup with the wild growth. Look for Chachi, baits out Cass. They take him down, they're just too big. The Unicorns looking for the end game here without a support Nautilus to back them up. 4 Wolves stand alone.
Yeah, the Gragas ultimate from Shook just wasn't in the right place to knock anybody into the Wolves' team. That's what you want to do with the Gragas. Knock three of them back, knock 2 of them forward, kill them, then take down the next members, but Unicorns get the free disengage from Shook, and then the fight's over. You have to blow them up immediately. They go for Dragon number 4 as the top lane is hitting. The minion wave is hitting the tower soonish. Just buys them enough time to control the map. They're gonna base, spend a lot of gold. They're probably sitting in quite some gold right now. Yeah, 1.4 each, roughly. quick before they buy.
They've got everything on the map so far. 8 towers to the 3 of the Wolves, who have only taken out the first ring of them. All the dragons, the 1 Baron in this game. All that remains is to try to close this one out and prove, yes, we do deserve to be in the top 6.
Yeah, and the Unicorns right now, they were on 5 wins coming into this game. They were tied with Rocket, tied with Gambit. And in the opening of the show, you didn't see it, we compared the strength of schedule of the opponents that they were facing. And what we did is we looked at the total wins and losses of the 6 teams that's remaining. For the Unicorns, they had the easiest schedule, mainly because one of the teams they were facing still was the Wolves. So they definitely confirmed that. They took the easiest victory that they possibly have left, and now they lead to a tied 4th place with Giants, 6 wins on the board. So if Giants drop a map later, Unicorns are suddenly tied again.
Yeah, they'll be moving on up and see if they can close this one out in style. The Wolves still remaining defiant to the end. Looks like they nearly picked off Kikis, but he was able to bail out. Some fancy footwork. Chaos Storm doing a little bit of damage to Chachi, but he won't be too worried about that. Inhibitor Tower looking to go down, but all of a sudden Shook makes himself an issue. Goes in, gets even bigger thanks to the wild growth. Not quite down just yet. Hylissang's caught up in the gravity field, and no one dies, but blinking health bars across the board for both teams. Might drag this game out a little longer as Chachi goes in for round 2 on the tower.
Yeah, Shook trying to find an opening, desperately so. Chachi, Talon Flash misses.
Not quite enough. Gonna go ahead and send the depth charge his way. Won't be able to polish him off. Inhibitor number 3 is finally down. The Wolves, now is the time to try and act, to try and get a miracle fight, but they won't be able to find it. The Unicorns slip free from their grasp yet again.
Wasn't pretty. The inhibitor went down, that's what you came for. You expend some flashes. First we see Kikis go full hero mode over the wall. Realizes, hey guys, I might be able to cut here, so he flashes out. He says, okay, time to shine, time to make my LCS big play. Sadly connects the body slam, Cask misses. And Chachi's turn, Taunt Flash inwards, but they eventually get what they came for. They get the inhibitor, 3 inhibs down right now. Those are down, let's see, 12,000 gold, and it's not looking like they have the comeback mechanic they're looking for.
No, and they just haven't been able to do much since that early game. Go back, I want to harp on it again because these mid laners, it looked so great for Soren to begin with, but the focus they put on him, his lack of range was so effectively punished by the Unicorns, and Power of Evil, his immobility really wasn't. You look at his score, he's extended it. This guy's been a part of almost every kill that they've had this game, and he continues to just consistently pump out the damage. The Wolves have had no answer for him all game, and that's been one of the biggest mistakes, I feel.
Now, I think this game can be looked at, especially going back to the early game. That one play from Hylissang, Q flash of the freeze, shut him down. No BF sword progression into double thorns. I really feel that was the first step for the Unicorns to stay even in this early to mid game, and that's enough when you look at the compositions. That's all they want to do, stay even Stevens. And honestly, that was the only kill as well that Power Evil was not involved in, and arguably the most important kill this match too. Good opening from Kikis. He was spotted out in his jungle when his lanes were all pushed in. So he was locked down. He had one opening, one shot, one opportunity, and he took it. Unicorns might celebrate with some spaghetti later, but still have to close out this game.
Yep. Still have a little bit of time on the board to do that, but the Wolves are running around scared, trying to save themselves, but Soren will be the first to fall. Cass may be the second. He is. Nexus turrets aren't going to live for much longer at this rate. All the way back to the towers, and Freeze is nearly taken down. Hylissang bowls the rest of them back in. Too many minions, too much pressure, and in the end, it's GG to the Unicorns of Love.
All right, Unicorns. You showed a decent early game, a controlled mid game, and a decent, I would argue, even good closing.
Consistent this time. They were able to do the goal that they set out.
And the fans here, full house, seem to really appreciate this victory from the Unicorns, but their biggest task is tomorrow. They have to show up again and make sure that they can show the world that they can go 2-0 instead of these very shaky 1-1 weeks where they can slightly underperform.
Yeah, they have not had a full 2-0 week for several, and a couple of 0-2s, so this is hopefully for them the start of a trend as they shake hands with the defeated Copenhagen Wolves, who did, I think you're right, they really showed that they have made some progression, but you're right, there's also a lot of work to do going forward towards the end of this play.
And that makes me wonder, is there going to be enough time for them to progress? Because while SK Gaming is only 1 win away, SK Gaming has looked vastly superior to them. They just throw at the end of the game, let's face it, that's what SK does so far. They've been playing phenomenal mid to late games, but then later on when they're heading, especially around Barons, they end up losing the game. Copenhagen Wolves, they don't get that far. They play maybe a good early game, sometimes not even that, and then they get shut down. Honestly, team atmosphere wasn't the best, forced to make roster changes, so definitely things that work in their favor, you know, excuses-wise, so it's understandable. But in the end, it doesn't really matter what your reasoning is. If you finish 10th, you're out of the LCS.
Yeah, looking to avoid that one for sure. But for now, Unicorns have added one more tally to the win column for them, and looking forward into playoffs, we'll see. They were able to go all the way to second in the spring in their debut split. It has been a lot shakier, this split this time around, but smiles on their faces for now.
Yeah, and man, we usually forget when we talk about the Unicorns, because they have such a low kill share, because they have such a low gold share, is Vardax, honestly, rated lower on the list of 80 carries. We had a good performance right now, you know?
Yeah,
7.7
solid.
KDA here. On average, he averaged like 4 KDA. He had a lot bigger kill participation as well, 76% here, because mainly that's what the composition for the Unicorns was about. He wanted to help his team group up with that Corki and that Kog'Maw in the mid game, and that's what I like. They played to their strengths. They waited for him to scale. Obviously, the Corki was picked up early because that's what this metagame is about. Saver Killer's out, you pick the Corki, but then you still need to recognize and play around your power spikes and make them work. But I still feel the two key moments in this game were that first one on Freeze and then Chachi. I think he controlled the early to mid game, the pace very well. He got that advantage over his lane adversary Lenny, started snowballing, and then he could always ult out aggressively. Usually if you put a Shen under pressure and he's to ult out, you're going to lose something. You're going to lose a tower, you're going to lose 2 minion waves, but if the Shen is pushing, he has the advantage. He still has the pressure from the wave on one side, he can ult it to the other side, and suddenly you turn the tides. And I think that was very vital on the side of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, it definitely worked for them at least 9 times out of 10. There was only 1 or 2 times where you really thought, oh, maybe the Unicorns weren't prepared for this. That early 5-man dive by the Wolves springs to mind, but they couldn't keep the pressure up, and that was the issue. They fell behind because they couldn't do what I think you said a lot of better teams can do, is just take that pressure that they have in lanes, translate that to objectives, and just snowball and roll over opponents. It didn't ever happen.
Yeah, honestly, that was the correct move by the Wolves. You know, if you're under pressure and you can't really open up that lock that the Unicorns put on that mid game with, you know, wave clear in the mid lane, that's gone. Wave clear in the bot lane, that's mostly gone by the time that wave hits a tower. You, go on the flanks and dive, and when you dive mid lane or bot lane, good setup, honestly. Yeah. Good dive by the Wolves on bottom, and then they rotate up Freeze to the top lane. Good, get another tower, good snowball. I think if Freeze didn't get caught for that first spot, that move could have been enough to snowball the early game. Instead of being 1,000 gold ahead, you know, they could have been 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead, and suddenly Soren could have played aggressively, because if you have a gold lead, you open up your zone control, you go forward, and then Soren, he could position in the back a lot better, because now he was forced back. He constantly had to be in the back foot and dodge these tanks, whereas if you're ahead in the game, you can push those tanks around and you have more control. And honestly, it's a very snowbally game right now, League of Legends, because teams are getting better at closing out, and we saw the Wolves, they started a snowball, but never turned into an avalanche.
Yeah, but this is the thing, when you're a team like the Unicorns, and you're not always able to consistently find an answer, being able to say, okay, there's a Graves that's getting ahead, he's getting shut down. Finally, they're able to realize and recognize and stop that snowball before it became an avalanche on him. So for now, that's all for us. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk. They're going to look into that game. UOL's first to open the week.
Yeah, definitely, Pyra. I'm joined here by Power of Evil and UOL coach Sheepy. Congratulations.
Thanks.
This was merci. This was possibly, actually, certainly the strongest victory you guys have had all split. Tell me what led up to that. Did you get everything you need out of picks and bans? Maybe the coach wants to take that one.
Yeah, I think we played a really clean game in this game. I also comments to Copenhagen Wolves early game. I think they rotated well, but we played more of a defensive role, since we have the Kog'Maw, and Power is just at some point so strong that he can solo carry. So I'm giving that over to you. How was it playing Kog'Maw?
Well, so we just basically play passive in early game and try to make plays on other lanes than mid lane. We just try to let Victor push me in and just try to get as much farm as I can. Try to let me solo experience till 11. And I think the first aggressive move we did in the mid lane was the tower dive on Victor.
Yeah, and we wanted to take another look at that because, as you said, a very clean early game from you guys. So we actually have a replay of the play you made onto the mid lane with Hylissang coming in from the bottom lane. So can you talk us through this play, perhaps, Power?
Well, so we communicated through that Nautilus is recalling. So we instantly go as soon as Nautilus is recalling, and we know that Victor has no flash. So I think Hylissang is instantly flash ulting with the Shen ultimate on the Victor, and I just use my whole combo on him, and we just try to burst him as much as we can. After we get the kill, because we are kind of chaotic, we are trying to disengage as good as we can and deal damage backwards.
Yeah,
and I think we come.
Down, I think, at that point as well.
Exactly, my cooldowns. We are trying to play around my cooldowns, and we came quite clean out of it.
Yeah, very, very clean dive as well. One of the first real safe, aggressive plays that you guys, I feel, have played in the last couple of games. You can see this one went on for quite a while, but it was you guys coming out on top of that at the end. One thing we wanted to talk about, specifically with you, Power of Evil, you seem to be one of the only people playing Kog'Maw. Why Kog'Maw in this game over an Ezreal or a Jace or a Varus that are so top in the meta right now?
Well, so the biggest reason in this game, in this champion section, was that they had a Lulu, and we were scared of freeze getting the Kog'Maw combined with maybe a mid lane Lulu, because that's like the Joggermaw, and we were just really scared of getting the, freeze a really strong AD carry where he can like solo carry, combined with like the other 4 teammates kind of supportish. And if we get the Kog'Maw, I just feel like Kog'Maw is top tier mid laner and he can't really get countered by anything else.
Yeah, and also we saw that they already picked Lulu as well. So for top lane we could easily go for Shen without being afraid of any kind of split push, since we got punished in the Giants game by a really great Giovanna play by Werlip. Yeah, so we just went with the Kog'Maw Shen combo, and at this point Power just feels super safe. And yeah, at some point he was like in the Western shooting at people and they started dancing, and if they don't, you know, you get hit.
Yeah, it was great. Just living our cheerleaders. Beautiful Edgar Allan PoE making poetry out of League of Legends with those ults. It is getting closer to the playoffs though. It seems like you guys are ramping up. We know how good you guys are in best of 5 scenarios. Is that why you think things are going a little smoother? Do you feel that excitement of that playoff spot being within reach?
Well, we are trying our best to reach the playoffs because, as you said already, I think we are one of the stronger teams in best of 5s, and we can show our whole potential. I think we are in the regular split a little bit scared of pulling out new picks because of the best of 1s. It's every win counts, and it's a high risk, high reward, obviously, of doing it.
Also, we had this week really talk where we all sat together and just talked a little bit about, you know, getting everything out there and, you know, talking about picks, talking about people. And I think that just helped us all to just overcome this. And today, when we went into the game, there was a lot of talking, like very easy going. And once you get into the game and you really have nothing on your mind besides the game, it's so easy to play. And I think everybody was in a good mood, and then we just had really clear minds. So as far as I could see.
Yeah, guys did. Yeah. Looked very clear, clean-cut victory. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks.
All right, it's time for us to take a quick break, but when we return, Roccat will take on Elements as they vie for a seat in the summer playoffs. Don't go anywhere. European LCS will continue right after this.
I almost never use Smite on Crab.
What?
What?
That's why I never played jungle though.
Why would you Smite the Crab?
For HP.
It looks good.
Got the Shen coming in on, they target out Soren. He's gonna get blown up. Power of Evil gets the kill credit as Vardax valks away. In comes Lenny, and the fight is on. The rest of the Wolves are caught. Chachi gets Kaz. Shook, he's gonna go down too. Vardax is still pushing this one. The Wolves are losing everything here.
I got ignited.
I can't go to the back.
Kite back.
We need to back out.
2 seconds.
We need to like kite back, guys.
I can taunt.
Okay,
now.
Go. Gets the knockup, gets the second knockup with the wild growth. Look for Chachi, baits out Kaz. They take him down, they're just too big. And in the end, it's GG to the Unicorns of Love.
So we wanted to think of a way to let players know they're about to enter the EU LCS studio, and so we thought of traditional solutions like putting up a banner, putting up flags to let people know where they were. But at the end of the day, we felt like being here in Berlin, there was an opportunity to do something a little bit more local.
My name is Attila. I run a company called Peach Beach together with my mate Lars. Our specialty is wall design because of our history and development in graffiti.
So I think when we were thinking about the design itself, we wanted it to be something that the fans and the players could really relate to and understand. And so we wanted to focus on two major themes, being kind of the spirit of competition and also the act of being a fan.
The sketch was very detailed but not completely elaborated and executed like a finished artwork.
We try to hide a couple of Easter eggs in there so that the true kind of League fans will be able to find little nuggets that they can relate to.
I especially like the person with the Timo hat because I'm a big Timo fan myself. And I also like the team being all together after winning a match. It's nice though, it's nice.
That actually looks a bit like FLICKR.
I think it's worked out really well.
Birthday to you. Yeah, it's Steve's birthday. Wow. That's great. That's great.
Still the most difficult song to sing.
Yeah, definitely. Really cool moment, though, for Steve there. And welcome back, you guys, to the European LCS. We're still here, joined by Sheepy. He's probably still buzzing after that victory of the Unicorns of Love. We're going to preview our next game. As you saw, Steve there, Roccat, and they're going up against Elements today. Let's take a look at Roccat in that battle for playoffs. 5-7 currently, but 3-1 in the last 2 weeks. That's going pretty well. They do have H2K, OG, and Fnatic still to play in the next 3 weeks. Sheepy, what has been your opinion on Rockat's evolution? Have those scrims finally translated to the stage, or?
Yeah, I think in the last 2 weeks they've showed improvement. I think Miseralis fit into the team well now, and also Steve is doing really well. I think just the team overall is more rounder, and the way that they play is way more fearful. So yeah, I'm looking forward to today's match against Elements. Let's see what they can actually do.
Yeah, because you guys are playing Elements tomorrow
Yeah.
as well. So quite interesting, actually, because you guys, with Roccat, Gambit, Unicorns of Love, all 5 wins, you guys now have 6 wins. What is your vision on that middle of the table? Because it's incredibly close there and for all those playoff spots.
Yeah, I think all the teams in EU have stepped up dramatically. I think Fnatic is, playing probably the strongest game right now, and we have those kind of 3 different rosters, which is top 3 and then the middle of the pack and the lower pack. I think in the middle of the pack, I feel really confident that we can stay there for our team, and I think that the teams right now where they've settled should be staying there. I don't see anybody running away or any kind of this sort.
I think the thing to keep in mind, though, is for these middle-of-the-pack teams like Roccat, like Elements going into this game, every single win is going to be perhaps the most important of the split. Take it game by game, make sure you get the win on the board. And I feel like the teams that are going to adapt to the meta game the best are going to be the teams that are going to be succeeding. The ones that can bring in the aspects of poke or the hard engage in reply. I think those are really going to be the ones that will rise above.
Yeah, and for Roccat, that has been Nukeduck on Varus, as said, 80% kill participation when he's played that in their 3 wins in the last couple of weeks. How on the rest do you think that they've been doing in the meta, Sheepy?
I think they do really well actually in the meta. Varus games are really, really strong, and as someone who has seen Varus from the start, I think that if you are managing to pick up the meta game, play those kind of poke champions that are being floating around all the time, Jace, Varus, yeah, you're just making your team so much versatile. And I think that Nukeduck was always a player who could adapt to the meta game, and he showed it once again, and hopefully he can show it again today.
We'll see. He's up against Froggen and Elements in this one. Elements, they are 4-8, starting the week in 8th, but OG and H2K already out of the way for them. Though when we look at them, the same issues persisting, rather poor shot calling at times, inability to predict opponents. What has been your, opinion on the story of Elements, as they haven't been able to get off the road pretty well?
No, I think Elements is pretty up and down. I think it was really smart move to ban out, for example, the Master Yi from Froggen, who is been rumored to be really, really strong. And you really want Elements not to play anything fancy, just play them the good old side, because I think that's something where people can easily beat them and make them play their own game. So that's basically it's for Elements. And I think Rocket can actually exactly go into the niche and come out ahead in that.
I think it's interesting when you watch Elements play and their draft phases. It seems to be so far departed from what everybody else is playing that it really is kind of a weird aspect of their game, and it shows in the way it translates into the game. You look at Elements and their average gold leads, they've only actually held a gold lead at all in one game in their last 10 games, so throw averages out of the window when it comes to it. They've been down in most games. So honestly, Elements have a lot of weird issues that if they can get past them in these last few weeks, there's no reason why they won't lock a playoff spot, but they have to do something about it fast.
They need to turn it on right now. Well, we'll see what happens. The teams are ready, so we're going to send it over to the casters for a look at the lineups.
Thank you, Shocks. As the teams are getting ready to make their final adjustments for picks and bans, we're going to go ahead and take that time to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Rocket, which means in the top lane, the birthday boy, Steve. In the jungle, it is Yankos. Mid lane, Nuke Duck. AD carry, Rales. Support Vander. Their coach, of course, is Yamato Cannon. And then we'll switch it up a little bit, go over to the red side of the rift where we've got Elements. That means it's going to be JWoww in the top side, Dexter in the jungle, Frog in the mid, Tabs the AD, Nif support, and Martin Mogensen, the coach for them.
Yeah, obviously Martin Mogensen returning since Nif stepped down from the coach position.
Back in the hot seat.
He said, put me in, coach. I was like, oh, I'm the coach. Well, fine, let's play some support. And Elements initially looked a little bit better, Sally, but they still have the same flaws across the board, and they just play so passive. You know, when mid lane meta is shifting, they go for this super laid-back approach, and there's been comments where people have, you know, putting the alarm clock on snooze because Rocket notorious for late game. Elements notorious for late game, for whether it's for good or for worse.
Might be in for a long one this time.
Might be in for a long one.
Picks and bans are up. The Gragas is taken off the board by Rocket. Azir banned very quickly against Nuke Duck. He has had some success on that this split. These are going quick though. Varus also banned away the Fizz too.
This is something Rocket usually likes doing. It's called pincering jungles and first picking Lee Sin, because the one shining element for Elements on that side usually is Dexter on the early game junglers and just trying to snowball some of these lanes. Rocket say, okay, we usually want to Lee Sin, but we're fine with Ryze. And yeah, finally we see some poke getting challenged. So Varus is out. Jace. He's still open, so no early pickup. Elements may feel that they get baited. I like the Nautilus for hard engaging to poke with the ultimate, whether it's top or support, and I like the Sivir. I think it's, if Sivir's open, you should first pick her, and I think Rocket maybe even made the mistake of prioritizing Ryze over Sivir here.
Yeah, a lot of target bans meant some of these guys have slipped through the cracks. We are going to see a quick pickup of Echo. We'll see if that does go to Nuke Duck, since he has two bans focused on him. This time around, Yanko said they had banned Rek'Sai on their own side for Rocket, so they're still letting the time tick down to see what they want to take for their next second rotation.
And Dexter so far has played Gragas couple of games, 5, Rek'Sai 4, Sejuani twice, and Echo 1, so you have to reach deep, find a new jungler, unless he resorts back to that Sejuani jungler, so he might actually pick up his Lee Sin again. And when under pressure, he's shown that he could definitely do good things with it. Rocket taking a different approach, very early game skirmish with the Graves and the Echo and scaling component in the Ryze. Not quite sure about Graves into Sivir. I feel like with good reactions, which Tabs usually should have, should be enough to spell shoot that. And Dexter taking a page out of Clearlaw's book. Evelyn.
Absolutely. With Graves taken with the Corki still left available too. That is a little bit interesting. So the Evelyn locked in. How this fits into Elements comp, we'll have to see as we are going to indeed get a top lane Nautilus finally here in Europe. As the timer still ticks down for Rocket side though.
Must ye.
Still up.
Still open.
It is.
So let's see how this plays out for Rocket here, because they banned out 2 junglers and a Fizz to get rid of JWoww, so they want to make sure that Steve can survive on that Ryze at the top lane. They gave up Sivir. They're playing a completely different style. They're not going late game at all. They're going for early aggression, snowball, which you need to do if you lock in that Victor later. Annie Graves lane, back to Spring, back to aggression, back to AoE wombo combo at level 6. And Thresh Sivir will have a reasonably hard time dealing with that, usually because if you have one component in a bot lane that pops the spell shield, you're okay for if you're a Sivir. But you have 2 components, which is an Annie with an instant W stun, possible Q, then a buckshot. There's too much of spell shield and you can still get punished because the return damage just isn't that high. So we'll have to definitely keep our eyes on Dexter if he can counter gank that aggression. And Rocket, the one poke component left is the Jace.
They add that one in. See what Elements do answer with. Will Froggen, will his legendary solo Q Master Yi get to come out finally, or will he go for something a little bit different? As we saw a minute ago, the Victor was still up and available. Froggen's played a number of these mids.
As long as it's not our Vladimir. Oh yeah, and we haven't noted it just yet because it's so common to see that Nautilus in support, but obviously since the Thresh is here, this is going to be a top lane Nautilus for the first time, and I feel like it could actually, or expected rather, to do well into the Rise later, especially combined with ganks, because so much offensive CC, and Nautilus top lane is in a sense comparable to Maokai, that he relies a lot on his base damages, builds tanky, a lot of HP on his side for that shield, and then just wants to snowball that, and just has a lot of crowd control, and he's just a CC bot kinda.
So this is really interesting that the Twisted Fate pickup, this gives an extra element, 2 elements, of global pressure, not just for his ult, but obviously the Evelynn if you don't know where she is. I mean, there's so much that Rocket are going to be uncertain about. If elements don't get quashed quickly, this could be a rough game for Rocket.
I like the TF pickup because Jace usually sits back a little bit in the mid lane, but you have very, very big aggression coming out from the Rocket bot lane, and on top of that, you can really just teleport top lane. What is a Rise gonna do if it's even lanes and you show up and you just gold card him? That's enough time for JWoww to connect, you know, the ultimate from his Nautilus, follow up with the Ridge line, and then the Rise is gone. He's just obliterated. So this could be a good opening. Just want to see if Froggen can get to the level 6 safely. And then yeah, Elements. I like what they ended up drafting here, honestly. And then Rocket, a completely different approach with the more early aggression. They do have scaling component, and this might be double tier though.
It might very well
be. So mismatch, you know, double tier in mid and top lane, whereas their bot lane is hyper aggressive. So that they want to use the Annie-Grace to buy some time, get those carries rolling. But yeah, will Elements shut the door? Usually they don't in the early to mid game.
Well, we'll have to see this time around. Why don't you guys at home tell us what you think? Is Rocket gonna ride that into the late and take a victory here, or will Elements manage to grab one on the board, keep themselves competitive for the playoffs as we get ready to go into game number 2? Rocket versus Elements on the birthday of the top laner, Steve. Let's see who comes out victorious as we're on to the Rift.
We might see a lot of blood because a lot of squishies on these teams. Steve, on his birthday, as you just said, relatively squishy early game. Annie gets blown up immediately. Nuktak, if he gets caught, he has cleanse, but very squishy. Look at the junglers. Evelynn, usually squishy in the early game, goes very low in that first clear. So let's see. I'm very interested to see how this game will play out and what the strategic choices will be for these teams.
Yeah, I want to see where Rocket decide to focus their attention early, because they do have a lot of powerful scaling up. The bot lane should be able to take care of itself. Elements are stacking heavy on this top side. JWoww revealing himself obviously as the top laner is not going to give too much information away, but if he clears Steve away, he might be able to go in early, get those wards down for vision.
Elements want to swap for multiple reasons. Graves, Annie should beat Silver Thresh quite handily. Rise is inferior in a lane swap to almost any matchup because he wants to just get that tier scaling and going. So, and then Nautilus has a lot of basic utility. So score from Jat, you know, the best thing about having Nautilus in the top lane is having Nautilus on your team. Even in the lane swap, he still offers that basic CC, what you need to shut down these like max range scaling compositions in terms of poke. And then you dodge the aggressive component of Rocket. So Elements should be looking for a lane swap here. The map has been divided in 2 parts. So we should be able to see that come out. And obviously the Riptide from Nautilus is just so good for double jungling because even level 1, it starts at the 6.7 seconds cooldown, so 7 base, because people are running 5% CDR. That's quick. And as you level that up, it goes down to 4 or 5 seconds cooldown. You can use that a lot, and use that base damage of that to add up over time while you build very tanky. Nautilus scales well with HP on his shield.
And though it does look like Rocket has definitely had the better of these games earlier on, or rather in this split so far. You go back to week 4, that last time these two met, that was actually a win for Elements. So if they win this here, they're 2-0 against Rocket, who are actually being zoned away from this Gromp. Rallis and Vander show up, and Tabs and Nif realize that they might have been had here. They have to take the 2v2. They have to do it now.
So Elements with an incredibly greedy start. In addition to starting with their bot lane at the weak side of Rocket, invading very deep alone, they send their jungler and top laner to start at their weak side. So they start in 2 offensive quadrants, which is very risky. I would have liked Elements just start 4-man in that bottom left quadrant of the jungle. They're facilitating that XP, and then even if you get the 2v2, you at least guarantee that your bot lane can take the Gromp. Elements very greedy and they get punished for it. This puts their bot lane behind in the matchup. Also behind in terms of damage because they just got chunked out. They were late to lane. They lose the lane from position. They lose the lane purely on matchup. So Dexter, he needs like a Hail Mary gank right now.
Yeah, he's going in very, very early level 2. See if he can find some damage onto Rallis. Staying just out of range of the vision Tabs, Nif, they're gonna get the Ignite off onto Vander, but Tabs might melt before this is all over. Dexter turns his attention to the aim. There's first blood. They will be able to take it. Maybe not a Hail Mary, but a couple of points for Elements to start this game off.
And this is crucial. Dexter shows up with the level 2 cheese red buff straight gank. Because he had to. Elements, Nif, and Tabs were getting zoned right there, and you saw the aggression from Vander. That works in every case except when a jungler just shows up. Dexter finally using that offensive power of Evelynn and her invisibility to his advantage. This could be enough to snowball, you know, buy enough time in that top lane.
We'll have to see. Very, very early on into this one. The bottom laners, or the top laners in the bottom lane, I should say, they're getting off to a rolling start, but it's Steve who's getting himself the advantage. Look at that CS difference.
Yeah, he's a 40 CS to, or 15 CS to 6, and now Nautilus has to CS under tower, and this is a problem that Elements has very often. Now Nautilus has an auto attack reset on his W, so chooses to use it. Ooh, sloppy CSing by JWoww. Tab shows up, takes a little bit of CS. So that's a problem Elements have very often, is that both their side lanes need Dexter to gank. Top lane plays a poor matchups like Dexter. Yeah, we need help to stay even. JWoww plays a range disadvantage matchup in the Rise against Nautilus early. Yes, once he gets that level 6 and he can lock down the Rise with the help of the jungler, he can kill him. But straight up 1v1, it's going to get rough. So everybody needs Dexter, but Dexter wants to farm too. So this is a bit of a catch-22.
But on the other hand, being on Evelynn means that, you know, you can never really push up too far and be guaranteed to be safe. So that definitely helps, unless some deep vision can go in the camps. We know that, you know, a lot of the adaptations against the Evelynns we'd seen earlier this year have been as easy as ward the enemy jungle.
Yep.
But it hasn't happened yet for Rocket.
Works against any jungle, but so much more so against Evelynn. Here we see Froggen with the level 5 roam. So they want to open something up. Tabs is on the bottom. He pushed that out. Nif went missing, but that pink ward should ruin the plans and the dreams here for Rocket. Or for Elements, rather. Yeah, but Nif's going to walk in there soon.
Oh, there he is. Revealed.
Oh, and that wastes Dexter's time in turn. Unless Nif actually backs out and makes Steve feel safe. But Dexter wasting some time in that brush. Tabs can't farm. He's 22 to 33 CS. So that gank that Dexter did to make that lane even in the top lane, that advantage is gone now because they're using resources from that weaker bot lane, moving that to the top lane. Now Tabs is getting denied. Let's see if he can catch up somewhat in CS here under the tower.
Rocket have really been able to keep Elements' attempts to swap away to advantageous lanes to really a bare minimum. They've really been able to react incredibly quickly, and this is definitely helping them out in the early game. They may be down a little bit of gold from that first blood, but apart from that, very, very close.
See, Rocket made a good read in the early game that Elements was going to swap, but Elements could have countered that read by just simply 4-man starting that Gromp and Blue buff together. I can't stress this enough. That was a big mistake, a very greedy start from them, and you don't have to do that. Lane swaps are so easy to play out if you just put 4 people together in the enemy's jungler, because then you share the camps, you get the camp on your bot lane, they can move in anyways, and even if they're late to lane, they'll still even on XP and they just get pushed in. Then they're fine, and then your top lane and jungler can, you know, hand over the experience. Top lane goes to bottom, that's fine. Jungler goes back into a full jungle in his backside, which is safe to take because it's at your side. Almost could have done all those things. They got greedy.
And they got punished for it. So, Rocket will be able to have the advantage in that bottom duo lane for quite a while now, unless some help comes in the form of Dexter, who's definitely been a little bit more topside even when the duo lane was there. Jankos, on the other hand, he goes in, throws the ward down, spotted immediately by Froggen. Has hit level 6 now. He has the Destiny available. Apply some of that more globalized pressure. Let's see where they decide to use it, if at all.
Yeah, we're not going to kill Nukduck in the mid lane unless Nif roams and then Dexter flanks from the other side because he has that cleanse. So in return, what are you going to do? You need Froggen to TP somewhere. JWoww is still looking for that level 6. Once he gets that, then maybe they can combine Destiny upwards. Nukduck's doing his best thing of playing as aggressive as he can. We might see a play here. Destiny's available. Dexter sneaking in.
Looking for Steve. There it goes. They're going to turn their attention onto him. Froggen comes around the back. They will take him down. 3-man stack. While Rocket was trying to do same thing on bottom.
Now Nukduck, he was pushing that mid lane already, so he got some damage on that mid lane tower. You always want to cross map. Usually what mid laners do against the TF, if he goes top, you push in mid, damage the tower, and then move bottom, and either steal the blue buff, for example, or dive the bot lane. So Tabs right now, he's on panic clear duty. He wants to make sure that wave never enters his tower. Doesn't want to get dove. JWoww, good aggressive flash there, and Steve honestly played up too far forward. Should have been aware of that level 6 timing, because it's pretty obvious, you know. JWoww, you know, on the CC bot like Nautilus with the Destiny out, You really want to call whenever Froggen moves or disappears even a little bit from mid lane. Just back off, back off, back off. Too late, and good opening by Elements.
Yep. 2 kills to 0. They have built themselves up a little bit of a goal lead despite losing fairly handily in that bottom side. They're still staying relevant. And the other thing about this Sivir, you don't have to get ahead on it. As long as you can be relevant enough to press R when you're all grouped up, you can still get that utility.
Yeah, Sivir is fine playing with a mild CS deficit. However, the Rise getting free farm. Yes, he died, but he's not going to die again. Usually in the top lane of your, back in the day, whenever somebody died, it was very heavy 1v1 matchups. So if you die once, you keep dying. I don't think Steve's going to have this problem, so we'll need to see repeat ganks from Elements to keep him down, because he's stacking his tier right now. Just going to take a look at my screen. He's at, oh, not that much, 46. But right, so
It's going to be a little while.
Still a while for Steve to stack that up.
Still, we always know Rocket, they like to go for these later game things. Elements has historically been that way as well, but they've kicked it up a little bit early on. Jankos now coming to help up on the top side. Dexter coming in tow, so both junglers looking to make this a party in the top lane for Steve's birthday.
Yeah, and usually these 2v2s, I feel Elements might get the shorter end of the stick right here. Jankos finally doing what he needs to do. You identify the prime target for your opponents to gank. That's obviously, Dexter's not going to gank a Sivir lane, he's not going to gank the TF lane because Jace has cleansed, so he's obviously going to focus himself around Steve, the hyper-scaling, major late game. So what you do is you counter gank. This might work out very well for Rocket.
Sensky in the depth charge, in comes the Evelynn. Agony's embrace, Jankos is too late to the party, however, might be able to finish off Dexter with a bat, but not quite enough. Chased away by JWoww.
And this honestly is poor communication coming out of Rocket, and I feel Steve should have flashed. Once you see that Nautilus ulti come out, what you need to do is make it so the play is super telegraphed. You flash out, this buys you another second. That's another second for parallel conversions to be put down on the floor, Jankos to dive in, and you turn that around with massive AoE damage. Steve did 0 damage there. That could have been enough for a sweet double kill here for Jankos, but miscommunication.
And playing a little overconfidently there, trusting way too much and being able to time it up.
Steve died twice with flash still up. That should probably not happen.
I mean, a lot of people talk about how Steve tends to die very early. That was his 9th death in, what, pre-10 minutes or so? Like, that is getting a little bit ridiculous. I just had Spellsy letting us know that pretty much the most out of any top laner in the LCS.
Yeah, by quite a margin even. Definitely adds another first blood to that list right here. He was leading the first bloods. The second place was 2 first bloods down. So Steve, yeah, feed. However, he's been resilient. His late game has been better.
Yeah, and he's on Rise too, so he definitely has a lot of ability to continue to roll forward.
Now when Vander hits 6, this very passive farm bot lane for Elements gets turned upside down because the Tibbers is enough to close the gap, and then collateral damage from Graves with the buckshot can just AoE, just evaporate the Thresh mostly. So when you play this matchup, you want to defend your AD carry, but take one wrong step, Nif, and you're donezo, you're gone. And that's why Rocket is now moving their jungle to the bot lane. They gave up on Project Steve. Jankos wants to farm some and get an opening.
Dragon, looks like it's going to be procced here by Elements, so they will be able to secure this unless, of course, Rocket do make a move to defend. They have 3 members in the bottom side, but they're not going for it. Jankos seems to be a little bit uncertain.
He's late. He's late to the party. He was late to the party in the top lane. He's late to the Dragon party now. Jankos is sitting on a 0-0-0 right now. Not quite usual. We used to call him the First Blood King. Then he fell off. Then he started doing well again in the games. Very good early game presence, activity. But right now, he's not showing that usual Jankos self.
It's been Dexter who's had all this pressure. And yes, we said at the beginning that he wasn't necessarily where he needed to be because everyone needed him everywhere, but Elements have accepted the fact that their bot lane's going to be a little behind. JWoww has been helped out quite a lot, and this has been Dexter getting some early gold. He's picked up both the kills starting off, and the Evelynn is definitely a threat that Rocket have to recognize.
And now you see the difference in that matchup in the mid lane here. Pressure from Nukeduck. He got the tower down low first. Pressure's Froggen out, and Froggen now has to find an opening with his ultimate later. We see people roam around, set up for a potential bot lane dive, but looking at the top laners, both have teleport right now, and this is the difference in this matchup. The farther you get into the game, the more, opposite it becomes. Steve is very squishy with high damage, and I'll finish the story later.
Looks like We're going to see the Destiny Gate coming in. Jankos immediately preemptively flashing, and with the Ghost on, they catch him. Boomerang, Dexter is able to take him down as JWoww looks around the side for more. Dexter lanterns his way back to safety, maybe not. As
Shutdown.
in came Steve for the shutdown, gold back in his pocket. JWoww being chased out by Nuke Duck, and Rales now sends out the Riptide. Won't be enough. As Nuke Duck takes him to the skies, it takes him back to Fountain. A 3-for-1 for Rocket.
Elements take one, but they get lured into a trap. They don't kill Nuke Duck at all. He still has his cleanse, and he deals so much damage. And Steve, he was down 0-2, but he got the shutdown on Dexter. So everything that was playing in Element's favor now is gone, evaporated. Let's watch that again right now. Dexter finds Jankos, or Jankos finds Dexter. Whatever you want. He engages, obviously, because he has Nuke Duck in his back. And the damage misses. Ooh. I think this is actually bad, because if the damage hit, maybe Elements played a little more careful. Has a stun.
They stacked up too.
Stacked up, double Tibbers in the parallel conversions. I feel like the hook that Nif did dragged. I would almost dragged Jankos' Echo back into his own parallel conversions before he died. Nif two-man stunned his own team with that hook, understandably so. And then the Tibbers came in, and that was wombo combo. That was enough. And just touching on that top lane again, Nautilus gets very tanky with repetitive with repetitive base damage stats, whereas Steve is very squishy with very high damage stats. So it's a a kind of opposite way, and then as long as Steve gets the upper hand, he can start to nuke down the JWoww, especially if he has his jungler to help him.
Yep, JWoww will have to back off, play safe under the tower with a whole horde of minions there. Steve is going to keep throwing out a couple of Qs here and there.
Shield used.
There you go, parallel convergence is on. In comes Jankos. He's gonna get stunned up. Rune prisoned as well, so he can't get out of it. Two-man tower dive successful. Steve tanking the tower, but he gets another 2-2 now on the rise.
Yeah, whoever gets ahead in this matchup will start snowballing. The problem is if JWoww gets ahead, he has a hard time killing Steve on his own, but if Steve gets ahead, can dish out the repetitive damage and whittle down JWoww, eventually with the help of Rocket, of Jankos rather. It's that kill. Down in the bot lane, 20 CS differential, Nif, who goes wide. They're losing a tower in the top lane. They're trying to get one return in the bot lane. Aggression from Elements.
Stunned on its tabs. Dexter came in, however, couldn't take the 2v3. The chase sends a shock blast, dodged out by Dexter. A lot of pressure, a lot of attention being paid to this bottom side, but you have to respect it as Elements. There is some serious wombo combo damage, especially between Rales and Vander. We saw it in that previous fight with the big bear into collateral damage combo.
Yeah, so much damage on the side of Rocket, and Elements honestly pretty squishy. Froggen has 1.4k HP. Dexter sitting on somewhat of the same because he went for that warrior enchantment. So yes, if Elements can make the picks with this composition, they have a lot of damage to do. Just lock down one target, immediately blow it up. But if they get caught in the wrong side of town, bad team fight, just one Tibbers is enough to get just blown up immediately.
Yeah.
Just mid-range. Look at the build from Froggen. Early boots upgraded. He has the Sheen, Codex, Forbidden Idol on top of that. So all he has is, offensive slash mana region slash movement speed slash damage stats, but there's no defensive at all. So he needs to make his ulti count, and if he goes in a little bit too deep with the Destiny, he just gets blown up immediately.
It's definitely a touch and go game for these Elements. They have to respect that counter engage. If they cannot get the pick, it won't work out in their favor. As it stands, one tower to 2 in favor of Rocket. But Elements have that first dragon, another spawning in just over a minute. Both teams gonna vie for that control in and around the pit. So taking their time on it. Rocket eats shock blast from Nuke Duck though. Playing very forward, not worrying now the tower's gone.
Yeah, Nuke Duck's cleanse remains to be popped, so he can play aggressive because he knows he's never even been in a situation where Elements try to shut him down, aggressive on him. And he has a lot of damage. With the right assistance of an Annie Roam or Echo showing up, he can immediately turn that gank upside down and come out on top. So Elements, a little scared, playing on the back foot. And Rocket, this is manifesting, this passive Elements behavior right now is manifesting in a tower for Rocket. And most importantly, some deep vision on the red side of things, facilitating Steve's scaling. If you look at his tier again, he's now sitting at 400, 750.
Two very potent damage threats of different kinds. Steve with the magic damage, Nuke Duck with the AD. And of course, they still have to respect Rales, who's, in all honesty, having a fantastic game by the standards that he had in the previous, since he came in replacing Woolite. He's been all right. He's done what they've needed in a lot of these games, but he's never been really the highlight standout. And right now, sitting on the Infinity Edge, basic boots, working his way towards even more. Looks like some armor pen there. He's definitely making Elements fear him, and that's only the mid-game threat.
And Rales, in terms of AD carries, he's praised for his positioning, most of it. but also in terms of what he gets from Rocket in terms of gold share is relatively low. But what he does with that, he deals a lot of damage per gold spent. And that's a stat we're tracking as well. Is damage matters, but it also matters how much you do with how many resources. And Wallace in that regard does very well because damage per gold spent, he's the highest in the European LCS right now. So he definitely makes every penny count. And that allows for Rocket to open up that gold to different carries because he doesn't need as much to do damage. So they give it to Nuke, they give it to Steve later on. This makes for a very versatile Rocket if they can get rolling, but they just still need to speed up that early to mid game.
Yeah.
Still so slow.
Still very strong. Part of this is the composition that they have built for themselves, waiting for Steve and Nuke to get to these very powerful points. But for now, they haven't really given Elements an opening to get too many pickoffs after the initial foray onto Steve. He's come back thundering with an answer. Had the Rod of Ages, still stacking up that tier. 4-man in the mid lane looking to try and push Elements further back so they can get a jump on this Dragon. Nif takes a shock blast to the back. Might be the cue to start.
And I really like this Annie pickup from Rocket because with the distortion boots and those repetitive flash tippers, so much zone control coming out of Vander here. Putting Elements on the back foot, and Dexter, usually on Evelyn you want to flank, you want to find your way to the backside, just slow them down. But he's playing damage Evelyn, which kind of wants to come in second. Because if you go in first, you just immediately get blown up CC'd. 1 CC is enough to take Dexter down, and then all that damage is wasted. Elements only 1 tank right here on JWoww.
Yeah, speaking of
Froggen,
one
might have to Destiny out of here.
Oh, he's going quick, but in comes Steve, and he's gone. Magic disappearing act from Froggen. Saves his own life now, but that is not going to help him in the next few seconds. This Summoner's burned.
No Elements, because Rocket moved to the bot lane, they can now rotate to the mid and start sieging that middle tower. They group with Sivir, they have the TF ulti that revealed where Rocket was on the map. So they get information, but they're too afraid to go for the siege on the middle tower. They don't want to get womboed, so they move to the Dragon, which is a slightly wider area. They dodge the first shock blast, that is good. They secure the Dragon.
Number 2 for them, so they definitely buy themselves a little bit there. Didn't go for the unsafe objective, instead went for the safe option. Still down a little bit of gold versus Rocket, but here we go, it's still fairly even.
Now, usually at 20 minutes, in the last 6 games that were played, Rocket, they had a gold lead in 5 out of 6. Elements, they were down in most of the games. They only had 1 goal lead in their last 6 games, and that was what we're seeing here. On average, Elements was down about 1.5k, and Rocket, they were up on average 1.9k, so we see history repeating itself here. Rocket slightly ahead. 6 out of the last 7 games, they're now, have a goal lead, so it's what we were saying, they have the resurgence. They're getting better and better and better. They just need to learn how to close out these games, be consistent in their snowball. Yeah. Avoid an SK scenario where they kind of throw a bit at the end.
And this is what Rocket will absolutely need to do if they want to compete with these other teams right in the middle. We've talked about Gambit earlier. We talked about Unicorns after they picked up that win just before this one. And if Rocket want to separate themselves from the pack, they need to be able to do that to close effectively. Right now, Elements, however, back to them. They're pushing on the top side. Steve and the rest of the crew are looking for a possible counter engage if they go too far forward. Parallel convergence, stuns up JWoww, but he takes the Thresh Express. Back to the rest of Elements, and that will be a no-go for now for Rocket.
Dangerous games from Rocket, though. They overplayed their hand a little bit because, remember, Mr. Wallace, he was down in the bot lane. He might be gold efficient in his damage, but if he's not there, won't be doing too much damage. Froggen obviously has that global repositioning tool, but it becomes very hard to use as long as this middle tower is alive. Once the tier 1 in mid drops, you have the opportunity to open up the map and you can make a lot of better rotations, just pick-offs. Just opens up the map, and Elements really need to find a way to get that tower. They got the tier 1 on bot, they just group for the tier 1 on top. Another dangerous one, tier 1 in mid.
Now looking to siege tier 2 here. A lot of Rocket members. Elements only have JWoww and Nif, but they're looking for Dexter to go for the flank, but Nif is already down. Collateral damage. Dexter turns right around, and down goes the tower. The Tibbers wombo combo.
Yeah, Froggen completely out of position in that bot lane. He's not even in range to Destiny on the top lane either. He's gonna push down bot. If you're looking to trade tier 2 towers, Steve recognizes this. This is why you see him basing on your minimap right there up on your screen. And Jace, if you let him uncontested hit those towers, and Graves too can just dash in with the E. 2 easy towers for Rocket, and Elements dropping the ball.
Easy towers for them, taking advantage of the mistakes of Elements, pulling even further ahead in the gold game. This time they pretty much tripled their lead. Tabs is going to try to make something of it in the mid, but doesn't have anyone else to back him up there. Elements don't seem to be effectively grouping here.
Yeah, if you're playing for picks, you need towers open so you can make that distance on the map. You want to make the map wide, spread it out, so members are individually farming left and right, so you can pick them off. Invisible Evelynn, not too many pink wards from Rocket. You have the Destiny to reposition.
Since the laning phase, they haven't really had to worry too much about Dexter. His pathing has been a little bit odd, I would say.
I don't think it's odd, he just got put on the back foot because whenever he gets an advantage, Elements as a team managed to nullify. He's involved in every single kill for Elements so far, 3-1-1. They went for one play where they reached too far into the cookie jar. They got their hand caught. Rocket turned that around, 3 kills for 1. That was a key moment of the early game right there. Right now he's looking for a new opening. He's getting slowly more tanky though. Problem is he has to build both against heavy AD and heavy AP. Steve and Nukeduck dealing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah,
just look at Frog's HP bar.
One big shock blast, all it takes. You can't group up too much against that either, and you can't go solo because Steve might be able to just find you out. Meanwhile, some counter jungling coming in for Jankos, flanked by Nukeduck and Vander. Now they turn their attention towards the bottom side. Wave pushing in the mid. No one there from Elements to defend it. They're going to stack 5 members.
They have wave clear though.
They do have wave clear.
So Rocket recognizing that there's enough wave clear, they can't really commit to a Tibbers dive either. They have to back out, get out, and we're setting up for a relatively passive mid game. However, a lot of wards on the map for Elements, but mostly defensive. If you look at it, all those little red dots on the map earlier in their own jungle, couple them. The other person's blue, but they're not really spotting too many Rocket members with their wards.
And you said they need to be able to get these pickoffs, to get themselves in a position where they can take 5v4s, 5v3s, 4v3s, etc. They haven't opened those opportunities because they haven't been placing the wards down. It's been difficult for them to really do much, but grab a tower here and there while Rocket are back to base.
Yeah, mainly they haven't found an opportunity like that because they have no split push advantage. It's very easy if you play a pick comp, if you have one guy that can beat his direct adversary. Say JWoww is so far ahead of Steve right now that he can push him out of the lane. That you can set up plays like that, chain reactions, move Steve in, move him out, try and catch somebody off guard, but Elements is constantly on the back foot. Whenever somebody from Rocket shows up, they have to disengage, move away.
They do indeed. So now they try to make a play down bottom. There's still some duo lanes for the defense. It is Rallis and Vander sitting there, and let's see if Froggen can maybe get the jump off him as he stands around the side. No, he's just going to back away. They're really just trading farm a little bit back and forth now. Elements still unable to find anything 25 minutes on. They've got the Dragon advantage, but that's about it.
It's so hard for Rocket to find an opening right now, but they're fine scaling. They have a Ryze and a Jace for late game. They have no worries going to that late game. Perhaps the Grey's falling a little bit behind. They took 5 towers already. The only tower left is that tier 2 tower in the bot lane, but it's so hard to reach because overextending on these lanes makes you prone for these pickoffs. So they're playing with the necessary respect. They're just waiting until Baron becomes an objective or potentially force, a group of Elements on this third dragon.
I think that might be the way they do go for it now. A lot of Rocket members moving around. However, Rallis is a little bit further back as he goes to take the red buff. He's going to give Elements some time to get into position, but JWoww not there. He's got teleport. Tabs, got to get there in a hurry.
Keep your eyes on JWoww teleport and Froggen Destiny this fight. This is going to separate a victory or a loss for Elements because they need to find an opening. Strike before Rocket know what's coming, but it seems not going to be the case.
It's going to get taken out.
Dexter
steals! Stolen by Dexter as he takes the Lantern out. 3 dragons to 0 now for Elements.
And now Froggen's rotating down a bot lane. There's no more objectives here to take as Rocket already destroyed his towers. They may be heading into a Baron for a bait, and then we'll see Destiny used from Froggen, and it's his choice. Am I going to continue or ulti out? Froggen will probably use his Destiny very, very soon.
He's able to take that one tower, but the Baron is
there we go.
by Rocket. A lot of damage. Destiny thrown down for the global vision. Baron at half its health. Jankos tanking it all
What's going to flash over?
Going in. Nif goes forward too fast. He gets popped. In comes Tabs. The bear is down. Jankos is going to get popped, however. 2 members of Rocket already taken down. Steve, he's taken out for a double kill now as Elements all of a sudden turn their attention to finishing off the Baron and get it.
What a fantastic play from Elements right here. Really beautiful sequence of events, and it all starts with that Dragon Steel. Let's watch that again, because this is where we got Froggen got the tier 2 tower, and watch in the top of your screen right now. JWoww's gonna flash over and get the perfect ulti. Rallis dashes into his team. Look at that knockup. So many people get popped in the air. That's enough. Because this is why Rocket was avoiding this Baron, because you drop so low and you're so prone to counter engage. See, I would almost call this a throw. Honestly, for me, Rocket would have just yielded. They said, okay, we lost the Baron, it happens. Back off. Send somebody down to bot lane to deal with Froggen, but good pressure from Elements. Not only do they get the dragon, they were thinking ahead of the game as well. Froggen immediately moved down to the bot lane, started pressuring that lane, that tier 2 tower, because he knew he had Destiny to join at the Baron. Good sequence of play on the map from Elements. And yeah, obviously Rocket gifting them that fight. Definitely good.
And the Baron too.
Good ulti by JWoww. Concept is enough. Him coming out of the wall, out of nowhere, caught Rocket like with their pants down.
Yeah, they really didn't expect that at all, and as a result, Elements secure a Baron far earlier than they're used to doing. Usually is a long, long time before they go for it, but this time it worked out quite well, handily for them, and they have a massive lead, or a solid one at the very least.
Yeah, on average, those first Barons...
After the game ties over.
Yeah, Rocket Elements do it on their own at 38 minutes, but combined effort combined with Rocket goes a lot quicker. You know, if you have 10 people involved in that Baron, you know, it's easier to take that Colossus down.
So they've got the Baron, they've got 3 dragons to the none of Rocket, and every advantage early, it seems has been negated. 5 towers to 5. Elements, with this Baron, they've got some time on the clock to really start pushing forward, and they don't necessarily need catches. Now they've got some siege.
Yeah, now, most importantly, their weaknesses are being covered. Froggen, he was squishy, he has a Zhonya, so he can survive. And he has enough damage and mobility to stay out of harm's way. Look at Dexter, he went Warrior first, but he has the Banshees right now. So that's his magic, you know, in his checkbook. He's like, okay, damage first, check. Magic resistance second, check. Right now he wants to build armor, and then he has everything done. So he's a force to be reckoned with. Elements have the pressure, the gold lead.
Come out of Brawlers too. Hate Spike's not going to connect. No, he dashes away, and he was able to walk away after that. Elements still had the pressure on the top side with the wave, though.
Now, Nif should just play back. This strategy should play defensively and be more of a Lantern bot rather than to try and connect hooks. So if he plays on the front, he might need like a 2-man Tibbers. They really need that Lantern to be able to play forward and still escape.
They're actually going to take the safe route for now. Let's Rouse and crew clear this one up. With Froggen on the bottom side pushing the wave, you also had JWoww and Dexter into the mid, but they just back away. They're playing the game of feed the minions to Rocket rather than try to push in the towers with this Baron.
And 1v1 split is definitely what they want to look for, and then they want to ward in between the lanes. Look at the wards that Elements have on their escape path. They definitely don't want to get flanked in that top lane. Froggen's fine. He's just looking for an opportunity to use Destiny. Just want to find somebody that overreaches their bounds. Worst case, they keep this up constantly until the next dragon. That's going to become a win condition for Elements. Once you're at 3 dragons, you get the 4th one and you immediately put pressure on the game.
Yeah, and 4 Elements as well. They are not always the team that secures the most dragons. You know, coming into today, they'd only secured about 17 to the 32 of their opponents. You know, that's roughly half the dragon, or rather 1/3 of the dragons in all the games. This time they got 3 to none. They're definitely playing above and beyond what we've seen from them so far in this split, and you have to wonder if it's all coming together finally at the end.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure if I could make that statement. Honestly, I feel Rocket's gifting a lot of things to Elements right now. Yes, Elements had a good early game, but they needed that cheesy gang from Dexter in the top lane. Well, not cheese, call it a beautiful strategic opening. Call it what you want. Dexter ganked level 2 with red buff. He preserved the early game, then he starts snowballing. Elements eventually overreached, but then Rocket made a big blunder. Yeah. Hang on, Steve.
JWoww. Outside of the parallel convergence, the red buff still being fought over. Dexter's not done with it just yet.
This is something you see teams do a lot. When they lose an objective they were so sure they were going to take, they do like, I wouldn't call it tilt, but they want to make up for the loss. You know, it's called chasing a loss, and happens in poker a lot where people don't make rational decisions because they want to get to the state they were in previous. Rocket were sieging that 3rd dragon. They were so sure they were going to get it. Then Dexter walks in and steals it, and Rocket's like, okay, we need to make something happen. Look at the bottom though, we can't go mid, we got the towers, we can't go top. So they say, okay, let's try and force something at Baron. And they didn't think ahead too much for it. Clear in their foresight, and Elements capitalized so well. On prime position to actually close out this game and escape the relegation danger.
Yep, keep themselves ahead in the books, and for Rocket, you know, they need this win, considering especially the Unicorns picked up theirs earlier today. Rocket, every single game counts, especially when you have as tough a schedule as they do going forward. 3 of the top tier teams, all 3 top tier teams, still 1 game remaining. The Elements look to start off this dragon this time.
Look at the shock blast and the offensive zone from Rocket. Are they gonna do to Elements what Elements did to them at the Baron?
It's gonna be a tense fight. Everyone's here. The dance commences.
Dance of Dragons.
Still waiting on the next one as Jankos gets caught in. Dashes away, phase dive. Dragon still being fired down though. Rocket may be able to secure this unless Dexter can get it. No! It's taken by Jankos. The fight starts off. Steve has to flash the hook. Everything resets, but the Dragon is in Rocket's hands.
And the lanes were in a good position for Elements to stall this out. Rocket actually have an opening in the mid and the top lane here. They have to deal with bot lane though. This is Elements' way of forcing them back to base. Do not lose their tower in the mid lane. Crucial smite here coming out from Jankos. He gets that Dragon. And we saw that hook from Nif on Echo. That's the one target you don't want to go on unless you can chain CC him. Because if you give him one opportunity to use his chrono break back to his ghost. Hang on, Steve is chasing Dexter here.
Looking for it. Jankos going in onto Dexter. Hate Spike's flank, flashes the parallel convergence, running away as fast as he can. The rest of them are there, and Rales collaterals him down.
And not sure why Dexter was still around and how he couldn't escape with his flash. Probably should have just flashed earlier, stayed out of sight.
Yeah, it's hard to run away when you're wearing heels.
I wouldn't know, Pyra.
It's true facts. I'll just leave it at that. So one member down now for Elements. This gives Rocket with 15 seconds on this next Dragon to set up some vision, but I don't think they'll be making as rash of a decision as they did last time.
No, but it buys them time. Dexter falling here is crucial in terms of the tempo. Just Rocket knows they're playing 4 against 5. They can move in anywhere. You know, they get those wards down. And Froggen, yeah, he has all those wards in the bot lane. They're no use. Destiny comes out. There's no Dexter this time, though.
He's back up, but he's had
Watch
a long
JWoww.
way from Fountain. JWoww sends out the Riptide, gets stunned up. They still got some AoE damage, just trying to buy some time for Dexter to arrive. Nif is gonna get the hook off onto Nuke Duck. Baron is helping him out, but it's taken down by Rocket, and Elements suddenly have to bail out. Or do they? Going back in, looking for Nuke Duck. Hook is flashed. On the hunt, they were chasing him down, but didn't have enough. Rocket secured the Baron, but they had to get out.
Rocket secured the Baron, and most importantly, Vander managed to preserve his flash this fight. So we'll see aggressive push from Rocket coming out with the potential of a flash Tibbers. Destiny is still down. Suddenly this game got swung upside down again. They're quite the mirror of the earlier scenario. Now it was Elements losing the Dragon, and Rocket picking up the Baron.
Not exactly in the same order, but pretty much turning itself right on around, and as a result, Rocket still behind in the gold game, but they close the gap just a little bit here. It's only about 4,000, a little bit less than that differential, 35 minutes in, and Elements look to be setting up what they hope is a brush bait. Rocket
Don't want
move
to
into
make
that
some
area.
aggression happen here. Good position, honestly. Dexter's up ahead too.
With the convergence. Rocket's still playing very, very safely here, though.
Now Tabs, he picked up a defensive item for himself on the QSS, so he wanted to dodge that, you know, Tibbers, making sure so he can survive, so the Lantern can potentially go to somebody else. Whereas Rales, as we said, you know, so efficient in his damage done per gold spend, because he doesn't build defensive items. He's building up towards probably likely to be a Phantom Dancer. And if he has the space to move in these fights, he can deal a lot of damage. If he has to be put on the back foot and run, probably not so much. If he can use his dash aggressively, reset it with more auto attacks, and he can actually still dish out good amounts of damage in these fights.
So despite the Baron, Rocket give up a tower by not defending it. Elements took the long game for that one and were able to take it down. Rocket have really yet to utilize this Baron very effectively. They're not pushing deep into Elements territory. Very conscious of potentially being caught out.
Yeah, definitely respecting the picks from Element, because all Rocket need is one good opening, one Tibbers, one parallel conversions hitting, one snare even from Steve, and then just piling on with the damage, just obliterating Elements. Element's trying to you know, prevent that before he gets set in motion. And the invisibility from Dexter is definitely a worrisome case, but finally Rocket push in.
Only 2 members here though, but it's being defended by just JWoww. Shouldn't be able to hold the line for much longer. Rales has some serious damage he's putting on this tower. Riptide comes out, Rales avoids it. Dragon in 2 minutes.
Hello?
Now,
Elements?
dodge the hook. Elements are there for the defense. They've ruined Prison. JWoww, down goes the tower. Shock Blast flying. Hit Sniff again, Inhibitor. I don't think they can defend this one.
Watch Dexter flank, watch at the bottom. This is what we want to follow. Is Dexter going to get the flank off, yes or no?
Running out of time here. Inhibitor will just about
That hook's never gonna connect.
down. Dexter took way too long on that one.
Yeah, his team wasn't in position. Really, the flash from JWoww is what sealed the deal at the Dragon fight, or the Baron fight rather, because you want JWoww to flash it, draw the attention. Then Dexter wants to come in. We said this earlier. Secondary engage.
Looking for Jankos. Destiny is on. Can they catch him? Parallel convergence. Hook is going to catch Jankos. Will he be able to go in? He's going to chrono break, but still fall. Froggen had him with the card. Dexter moving in. Froggen as well. Tibbers
Oh, he
goes
Messiah'd
down.
it.
Missed it. No, there we go.
Oh, no, that was the reverse Messiah where he ultis in, and usually what people do as Froggen picks up his 600 kill in the LCS, usually what TFs do is they port in and then press Zonia. Messiah did it first and was renowned to do it. And then people figured out we can do the reverse Messiah. When everybody is expecting you to do it, good supports like Vander, they can, you know, pixel perfect hit you as you land with the Tibbers. So to avoid that and get in too deep, you just press Zonias before you land, and you make Rocket look stupid because 4 people converse on the TF Destiny particle. Honestly, it didn't do all that much, but it just looks so funny.
But it's a pretty stylish way to follow up your 600 kill.
Yep.
So
Style points.
Definitely give Froggen some style points for that one. Dragon's coming up in about 30 seconds. They're going to back really quickly, but Rocket might actually be to the party a little earlier. Let's see what Froggen can do as he pushes out the bottom side. Staggering the backs, that's what you need to do.
A good CDR for Froggen, which means Destiny will be up again, and this is what they need to do, Elements. They want to put pressure on the bot lane, have vision around the mid lane so they see what's coming, play with that information, and look for a flank. You know, Dexter, you don't want to get him storm the front. You want JWoww to distract people. JWoww's flash is coming up. If they can stall the Dragon for that flash, that's what they need to do. But Rocket
won't give them
any time.
Dragon's going down very quickly. It is picked up. They are able to capitalize quickly, get themselves number 2, delay that aspect that is so crucial to Elements here.
Good decision making by Rocket here. Saying, okay, if we give you time to set up the place, set up the flanks, yeah, things are gonna get dirty. Nope, just take down the Dragon, get the hell out of there. Avoid that split push from Froggen, avoid that flash from JWoww, avoid that flank from Dexter. 2 to 3, and Myra, we said it, we're in for a long one.
Oh yeah. Oh, a very, very interesting back and forth too. I believe you said in Champion Select, excited to see what Elements can do with this comp, and what Rocket can do with theirs a little bit different as well. It has definitely been a big game by all accounts, 39 minutes in.
I don't think either side played the compositions to their perfection, but there's a decent amount of respect coming out from Rocket. Some solid plays from Elements with the occasional, you know, overreach. So I think both teams are playing on the same level, respectively, you know, of League of Legends. But
vying for those middle spots in the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, remember where we are in the standings. Rocket was tied for 5th coming in this week. 5 wins. Gambit, Unicorns of Love, and Rocket.
But of course, Elements, they might have been down in 8th, but that is only 1 game apart from those teams right in the middle. So everything counts. Everything can change the balance of the standings. Just 1 game is all it takes. And
Yeah,
we're
definitely.
approaching 40 minutes for that.
For Rocket, if they drop this match, Elements ties them, I believe, in the standings.
And it's a tiebreaker.
Suddenly from being 5th place, they dropped down to like tied 6th almost, because the Unicorns just hopped up 1 win. So everything can shift so much, as Shock said over in the opening of the shows. Everything is in flux in our middle of the table. Fnatic, they don't care.
Fnatic don't have too much to worry about, that's definitely true, but we'll get to that one a little bit later in the day. 45 seconds will be this next Baron. We've had one go either way in very, very exciting fashion. Will it happen again? We'll have to find out.
Something Pepinero actually has done against Elements in one of the matches. Played a split push TF. Constant nuisance, because you can't commit to a push, because if you don't make that 1 minion wave count that you're going to hit into the tower, then on the other side of the map, TF will just take a tower of your own. Dexter face sick, but has Banshees.
Froggen threw down the Destiny. Looks like Rocket's still playing respect game.
It's too far, Elements. Not going to work now.
Yep. So in the end, nothing gets done. Still continuing to try and split push, split push the opponent. Froggen is on the mid, while Steve is on the bottom. And they dance around the Baron, which has just come back up for the rest of Rocket and Elements.
And the bottom split push right now is what's worrisome for Elements, because they just use their main engage tools, which are Destiny and On the Hunt. Their bottom lane is under pressure. They need to send JWoww there to deal with it, but then the momentum is in Rocket's side, so crucial. Said that before. Many crucial things this game, but very important, let's put it that way. Next minute or so from Elements while they wait for their cooldowns to come back into their favor, and that top lane to push out, hopefully. Somebody to deal with that bottom wave.
JWoww went a little far forward, but he avoided the shock blast. Just a little bit of damage from Jankos. He's perfectly happy, though. There's a big tanky Nautilus. Elements now rushing towards this Baron. Rocket are all in the middle here. Elements are just going to start this one off. This will prop the instantaneous response. Teleport coming out from Steve. Can they stop this one? Shock blast hits Sniff. They bail out immediately. In comes Jankos. Chrono breaks back into JWoww. Separated from his team. Forced to flash. Followed up on. Taken down and blown up. 1-0.
Miscommunication. Rocket sending Jankos, but he can obviously counter break backwards. Elements sending JWoww, and he's stuck.
And now On the Hunt have to be burned again by Tabs as it just came off cooldown. The Thresh Express getting Elements, the rest of them out of danger, but they can't afford to leave here.
Yeah, and Rocket getting the fruits of that labor right here. The split push initiated by Steve forced Elements to do this. They wanted Steve to teleport. Next turn,
Looking for the flank.
Live with flash.
Hook comes Morales. They won't go in on him though. Dexter goes in. He gets stunned up for just a second, or rooted up, I should say. Steve gets taken down by Tabs. The crit, the double kill. Vander goes forward for the bear, but it won't be enough.
Triple kill.
Triple. Tabs is going for more. Froggen's coming in. Gets the gold card. Takes him down. Steals away the quadra, but Elements don't care. They're on to pushing mid.
What looked like miscommunication turned around with, honestly, bravado from Tabs coming out. Man mode's at the front of the fight, you know, has that QSS, has that spell shield, and just the AoE bouncing blades there from Tabs, from that ricochet. And then as he gets stunned, he launches out his boomerang blade. It was so beautiful because even if you're stunned, it'll still come back to you. And Elements, finally Tabs is stepping up to carry that E. Was renowned to be, and that was a fantastic fight.
Off the back of it, back to form. Nexus Tower number 1 falling. Nexus Tower number 2. The death timer's too long. Elements have done it. They topple Roccat and move up the standings.
And to win that fight 4 against 5, defying all odds right there. Roccat, they thought they had it, you know, they just took down the main tank, the main engage. They had Elements backed into a corner because they could see whenever Evelyn came in. But good format ulti, I believe, from Dexter right here. We can get a replay of that later, but phenomenal. Tabs, he could have backed out, but he knew that there was only one way, and that was forward. That ricochet tagged everybody. Eventually, good guy Baron finished off Nuke Duck, I believe, as well. Or somebody died there to the Baron. Double kill for Tabs, triple kill for Tabs. Froggen flashes insecure. And Elements, at least they recognize, let's go for the base, guys. Don't need this Baron, don't need more late game. Can actually finish the game.
Well, we know the Dragon Dance is a dangerous one, but the Baron Dance is even more deadly, as Rocket found out there. Elements, though, a crucial, absolutely huge win for them. They're now 2-0 over Rocket. That will certainly help on those tiebreakers.
Yeah, and this is something you really want to do as a bottom tier or bottom table team. Let's not call them bottom tier necessarily, but you want to beat your direct opponents. And yeah, Froggen finally with a smile on his face.
It's the happiest we've seen him look in a while.
Yeah, definitely. So, and it's what you want to do. You want to beat your direct opponents, because not only do you get a win, they get a loss, and you double the value. Because if you somehow, you know, manage to beat Fnatic or something, that's nice and all, but respectively in the standing, that doesn't do anything for you, because Fnatic, you're never going to catch them. HK, Origin, you're never going to catch them. But Roccat, Elements, they just caught him. They just caught him.
Just do it. Big performance for them, really, and for Roccat, definitely not quite there. It seems they've got some work to look, cut out for them looking at. They've got H2K, Fnatic, and Origin still on the plate. I mean, this split just got a whole lot more interesting for them and their opponents right now.
Yeah, we talked about it in the opening of the show. Roccat, Unicorns of Love, and Gambit. And, you know, maybe if you've been watching the entire day, this is the 3rd time you heard it, but 5 wins each, but a different schedule remaining. And for Roccat, they had a rough schedule up ahead. Their opponents were something like 42 wins to 30 losses, so very strong schedule ahead. And Elements was one of the weaker teams in that strong schedule, so they fully expected to beat Elements and then maybe draw out a miracle win against one of these stronger teams. But dropping the ball here means a lot for Roccat.
Absolutely. A big, big win for Elements. And to hear more about that one, we're going to send it side stage. Repulse is going to have a word with the invisible jungler that still had quite a lot to say.
Thank you, Pyra. I'm here joined by Dexter from Elements after his win. First off, congratulations after taking down Roccat. First off, I wanted to ask you your opinion on Nautilus top. It's the champion that we're seeing now come into the top lane. We've seen it in every single region. EU has been the last one to pick it up.
Yeah, I think we practiced it a bit last week already, but we weren't sure how strong it is, so we wanted to wait. And then we saw NA first picking Nautilus, winning every single game with top lane Nautilus. So we thought, yeah, we saw it in China a bit. It's really good, I think. It's a new Maokai in my eyes, because he has lane pressure since level 1. He can push in. His ultimate is straight up overpowered, I think, for top lane, and it has like a lot of damage as a tank, so you can be like a tank and frontliner in the late game while also providing a lot of early game damage. And then he is like really easy to gank lanes, and I think in that game we kind of tried to shut down the Rise, which we did, I think. Good, we focus on that, and I think that provides like huge utility, that you have like a very CC heavy, damage heavy type top lane, which is very, very good in the current meta to have, because that way you can actually play like the TP advantage for your team and then snowball the rest of the game.
Yeah, I too think top Nautilus is amazing. Now, I want to talk about your position in the standings and how far you think you can go before we hit playoffs.
I'm not even sure what our score is right now. I think it's 5-8, yeah. So obviously it's not optimal. I think we lost a lot of dumb games, and I think our draft was like the most problematic thing. And even coming into this week, I thought we have like a really good draft here, even when we gave up Rice. But I think in general, like this week of practice was a lot better than others because we prioritized on the right champions, and we're finally in the meta, which I would say, and we don't really lose the game in champion selection. So I felt like at this way that we just lose games straight up in champion selection, which was really frustrating for us because we didn't know what to do in game, and then we straight up lost during the champion. But yeah, I think right now we can probably hit top 6 if we win all the games. And I think if we hit top 6, then we're gonna have a really strong playoff performance, in my opinion, because I think we are better in the best of 5 settings and preparing for one opponent than just seeing how like week by week every single time another opponent comes. So I think we are better at just preparing for one opponent in the best of 5, and then hopefully strong playoffs performance. Maybe go to Worlds. Nah, that's a bit too ambitious. But yeah, just take every single game one by one right now, and then hopefully we will not get relegated or something.
Yeah. Well, you're looking very good so far, Dexter. Congratulations once again on your win. And we are going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to clean up the rest of that game.
Well, Dexter had a lot to say. Very nice to hear from him. Also saying that Nautilus is the new Maokai. Maybe Krepa will do a segment on it next week. Who knows? Dexter also touched on the fact that they were unsure about their drafts or not had really good drafts maybe in the past couple of weeks. What did you make of this one? Because I knew that you guys were raising your eyebrows with some of the picks.
Yeah, so Rai's first pick I don't think is 100% anymore. I don't think it was a particularly bad pick. I just think Elements were somewhat lucky to get away with having Sivir rotate around through the picks and bans with that Kalista ban. Overall, I kind of echo Dexter's sentiments. They made their picks and bans phase work for them very well in the game. Just looking at it before the last few picks were locked in, I was a bit skeptical.
Yeah, I think that Rice has some downsides, which is his immobility. But once he gets like 1 or 2 kills or has some farm and gets going, he's like a monster. But I think Elements had the best start into the game that you can imagine. They get the level 2 gank on the top side because Rocket's just playing way too aggressive on their weak side. Then afterwards they get another kill on the top side. They are already 4-0. And at this point, they should have just either way pressured the lane with Nautilus against Rice. Either way, prepare for a tower dive or freeze the wave, and Rice wouldn't be able to do anything. But as it happens, Rocket made aggressive plays on the bot side, and they get so many kills.
Yeah, if you discount those 5 minutes that Rocket got that dragon fight, Elements were actually doing really well for the entire game. Actually, this is the 5th game that Rocket have lost after holding a lead at 20 minutes. And we got to grab those Barons. Let's get the first replay up on the screen. Heartbreaking to watch from the side of Rocket. This was only the first one, though.
Yeah, this was the first Baron attempt that Rocket made. And honestly, this was kind of just a weird call overall. They knew Twisted Fate was on the bottom side, but you always got to keep in mind he's going to appear in this fight when he does. And from here, great engage coming out of Elements.
Yeah, I feel like that Rocket was just not prepared. They have all the tools, Annie with Flash Tibbers, but she only Tibbers Thresh, who is not really a threat, and then from behind comes Nautilus, and honestly, they just kind of wombo comboed them, and yeah, in the end, come out with a Nashor that was free for them. So I'm a little bit surprised that Rocket like overdoes it, and there was a lot of hectic. I think there needs to be more communication how to actually turn on the Nashor when you know that the enemy is coming, because that didn't seem any kind of organized.
It's not free if you kill a lot of people.
that is true, but you know,
it was afterwards.
It's true.
It seemed to be buy one get one free in this game because the same thing happened a second time. Pretty much, almost exactly the same thing. If we take a look at the second Baron replay that we took from that game, basically Rocket managed to get themselves a bit of a catch to start this one off. You can see that Nautilus was not available for this fight, but keep a track of where the crowd control is actually being held onto. Vanda still has Tibbers for a and Flash for a very long time in this fight. And Tabs is just able to get so much damage out to get this double kill early on. Still, well, Vanda still could have had Tibbers available at any point in this fight. Didn't really have the targets to go for, and Rocket again get punished for starting the Baron.
Yeah, this is like normal mistakes that you see in the EU LCS, and we all need to fix, like us included, which is this kind of being on the same page. They have the Flash Annie Tibbers. They can turn any time, and Grace actually wants to turn Mesmeraldas. Taps. And yeah, at this point, they just don't turn. And you see Annie going in first, getting absolutely one-shotted, and then Graves afterwards flashing in, and you say that you could do that at the same time. You can do that in a prior state. Yeah, just about being on the same page, and I think we all need to learn on that.
Yeah, you say we all need to learn. Do you think that is, well, the mistakes are the main difference between the top 3 and like the rest of the middle of the table? Do you all have a good level if you play your best?
I think yes. If everybody plays their best, we have a really high level. You can see that some teams are just coming out really, really strong where you don't expect them to be. Giants having those, for example, Ezreal pick and just playing so well with it. But then you have some kind of rotational mistakes where people end up like getting tower dove, and at some point we should be able to fix this. And I think EU LCS is on a really good way. Fnatic being really far ahead, making the least amount of mistakes, and you see how it's, you know, showing in the scores. They are 12-0 now, and yeah, I think just shout out as well to their strategical play. I think this is something where if we see more in the ULCS coming that through, we will have really interesting games.
Yeah, and talking about top teams in a few minutes, Origin will try and hold off Giants Gaming as Pepinero and his team look to pad their record and keep themselves safely in playoff contention. We'll see you back here in 3.5.
Theatrics is just not our element.
Oh my god.
Are you trying to get in now?
Oh my god.
I think yes.
Permission to take off my headset, Tomistan.
Is able to take him down as JWoww looks around the side for more. Dexter lanterns his way back to safety, maybe not. As in came Steve.
Let's fight, let's fight, let's fight.
Rallis. I'm looking right. Rallis. Nice. Steve. Right. Finish Baron. Nice.
The double kill. Vander goes forward for the bear, but it won't be enough. Triple. Towns is going for more. Froggen's coming in. Elements have done it. They topple Rockcat and move up the standings.
Well, Elements there taking some pictures with their fans. Welcome back, everybody. And joining me to take a look at the next matchup between Origin and Giants are the coaches for the Unicorns of Love and Rocket, Sheepy, and Yamato Cannon. First off, Yamato, thank you very much for joining us. Well, it must be difficult because that was not a good game for you guys.
I think it's fair to say that Baron is not our friend.
It isn't today, but sometimes Janko steals it, so, I mean, you never know. Well, we're gonna look at this match, though, and start by taking a look at the 9-3 Origin with Soaz, Amazing, Expeke, Niels, Mithy, and their coach, Leduc. Well, if we look at OG, they will most likely qualify for playoffs. I think they might be thinking of Worlds already. Just to reiterate for the people at home, they have to get there through or getting the most championship points, which will be quite difficult for them, or win the regional qualifier, or straight up win the whole summer split. Do you think that's the kind of mindset they're rolling with here? Because they never say it on the desk about the World's expectations.
It feels a bit unfair because I know the players personally pretty well. I feel like they're the type of people that would aim to just win the gauntlet. I think qualifying through championship points is very unlikely because H2K is doing so well, and also Unicorns of Love might come in there for the playoffs. Just to say that.
You guys are not out of it yet.
Yeah, as well, but we don't have the championship points. That's the point. And going for the first place is really how Fnatic being on fire. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think Fnatic has the best chances right now to take it if they keep the game that they are playing right now. And I think, I don't think OG is already thinking about Worlds and whatnot. Maybe we've heard things like that from Leduc before, that they are already looking for Worlds and whatnot, but I think that if they are the team that they are showing to be right now, they just want to win every game and take it one by one.
Yeah, they have looked strong on a lot of instances, but they dropped 3 games. 2 of those was versus the teams of you guys, versus Rocket. That was a very impressive win. Just last week, Unicorns of Love, and it was just a sloppy draft and kind of a sloppy game from the side of OG. So where do you think their weaknesses lie?
Yeah, I think the draft is really sloppy for them. I felt like we had a way bigger pick and ban phase. That was the day where we debuted the Brown pick against the Jays. We could just negate all the poke them down, and yeah, from there on out, if they run into us, they can run into Ryze and Braum and Corky, and then good luck.
Yeah, where do you think their weaknesses lie?
I felt like the week we played them was they really relied on the Kalista series, and we denied it and picked champions that are good into Vayne. But I don't even think they picked Vayne that game. It was kind of a long time ago. But it feels like I think their strength is definitely the macro play. And if something goes wrong in the early game, I feel like they kind of fall apart because the macro play is where they have strengths. And I think individually they're good, but not like the strength of the team. So you just get in there, ruin their macro play, and it kind of falls apart in a way.
Yeah, I feel the same. The game that we lost, they got ahead. They had this kind of one-will combo team comp. They dive us behind our second towers, and the game was over really, really quickly. So once they get rolling, they just go into your jungle, they take the fights, they are not afraid. It feels a little bit like Unicorns of Love. They just take fights everywhere and come out ahead. Yeah, and they do it really well. So if they come out ahead, they do actually really well.
We'll see what the Giants can do versus them. Let's take a look at the lineup on the red side. The Giants with Werlip, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Godfred, and their coach Lothar. 6-6. They are alone in 4th, but they have OG, Gambit, H2K, and Rocket still to play. I do think that the Giants have a strong chance to make playoffs, and it has caught a lot of people off surprise. What's your vision on that?
I feel like when I talk with a lot of the other teams, they always count out Giants in a way because, like, personally, I feel like the wins they get in the early weeks is mostly because of Jax or some kind of cheesy, I don't want to call it cheesy, but some kind of surprise, wacky play. Okay, wacky is the word. And it feels like as we progress, I feel like in the best of 5, and like as we progress now in the league, I think people are going to figure them out a bit. And especially when I think of Giants, I think of Pepinero, right? Everyone does. And when I think of Pepinero, I think of greed. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it really works out well, and it's kind of 50-50, like a wild card.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think I don't think only about Peppy. I think about all 3 lanes. Like the style that they play is they just push your wave in, and if you have a good day, then you just get the gank off from one of the lanes, shut them down really hard. But all of the lanes are pushing really, really hard or trying to get greedy. And if they are not, they have something that's super, super scaling, like an Ezreal mid lane, and, you know, just try to wombo-comb you later.
Yeah. Well, actually, sometimes they remind me of the Unicorns in the Spring Split. They sometimes have wacky picks, the scaling, and then they pull victories out of nowhere with Baron steals and stuff like that. Maybe they have some of that Unicorn dust, we will see. But as we head to the casters for picks and bans, we'll hear how Echo's role on the Rift has changed since his release on 5.10.
Echo, like, I think he's better in the jungle right now because his damage was reduced, so he can't one-shot people necessarily every time he goes in. My approach is like use the W to zone people, like basically just be able to tank up a lot and soak up a lot of damage. You name it, he can do it. So and that's something that is like unmatched and unparalleled right now in the jungle, maybe besides Rek'Sai, who can also like do map movements all the time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Quickshot. This is Deficio. We're going to jump into game between Origin and Giants in a moment or two. We just heard Echo preferred to be in the jungle, has been played once, and it's a 12 KDA for Amazing on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great jungle pick. A lot of the junglers have like just under Gragas and Rek'Sai at the moment, so we're going to have to see what's going to happen in Champ Select.
We will find out shortly. As a reminder, we're on patch 5.12. It is before some of the changes on the live client. Let's touch on what's available. Sivir still up as Ezreal and Jax taken away from Giants. Vlad and Kalista taken away from Niels and Pekka from Origin.
Okay, a little bit surprised about the Vlad ban. Even though it has been a strong pick for Pekka, I feel like you can draft some of these poke compositions that really make it difficult for Vladimir to have a big impact, but obviously that is one of the comfort picks and one of the picks Origin have used a lot. Varus is still open. We've seen that a few times for them. Sivir, of course, with Kalista being banned away. To me, it is a little bit of a no-brainer. You go for that Sivir first pick when Kalista is gone, because she also works really well in both poke compositions, but also against them. Either disengage or you engage.
So, Deficio, we're not too surprised thus far, maybe with the exception of that Vladimir. The likes of Rek'Sai, Echo, Gragas still up. Priorities for Giants is Gragas and Janna for disengage.
Yeah. Quiz time here, Trevor. With these two picks, what are Giants looking to build? You have disengage and disengage.
No, I really don't know. With Jace and Varus available,
I wonder.
Is it a matter of poke, Deficio?
I think it is.
What gave it away?
The problem is Sivir has been locked in on the other side, so Origin already has a great answer coming in. Okay, Rek'Sai obviously not really the hard engaged jungler, but boosted by the Sivir is often able to move. Oh, again, we're gonna have to see what Origin gets with the last two picks. I mean, you can really easily disengage if you are Janna Gragas against the Rek'Sai and Origin as well. Potentially taking that rise away from Whirlip, saying we expect you to run Jace Varus in the mid lane now that Ezreal has been banned. So we want to take one of these AP top laners away from you so you can run a good mix of damage.
Well, let's just touch on that rise for a moment, because Soaz has not played at top lane, FLICKR has not played at mid lane. So it'll be the first time we're seeing it in Origin's hands. We've seen FLICKR playing both Varus and Jace in the past, and both of them very good performances. So we'll see if he wants to run that, or if they're going to go something a little harder engage. For Giants, 5 seconds left on the clock. Another disengage if they go with the Buster Shot Tristana.
And also fast pushing on these towers here coming in for Giants. So we have the AP top laner we mentioned just before. That is the very standard way if you want to get a Jace or Varus pick. Origin can do exactly the same, so we might just get poke versus poke in this mid lane here. And then it's going to be about, can Origin, with this Sivir ulti and the potential flank of a Rise, start the fights if they want to run and try and get to the back line. I like Twisted Fate as well against poke compositions, because you have wave clear, you have pick potential, you have split pushing, you have a lot of great things to offer that makes it tough for a poke composition unless they get really far ahead and they can just kind of ignore your split push and just start pushing up the mid lane. So I'm not expecting Diana to come in for Origin, but Twisted Fate or maybe Jace/Varus.
So we'll find out what they lock in the next couple of seconds, but this is the first time we're seeing the Tristana in Audrey's hands. It is the 9th AD carry that he has played in 13 different games. Giants as a team have actually played a whole heap of champions throughout the course of the splits, and as far as the Rumble goes for Whirlip, his previous showing was not particularly impressive. Not going to be the TF, it's going to be Diana.
Runeglaive Diana. We saw it in the NALCS. Ninja ran it, I think Shifter ran it as well in the mid lane. Simply you go Runeglaive first, and then you start building your core item after something like the Hourglass second, Abyssal Scepter we still see quite often. I will admit, I'm not 100% sold on Runeglaive Diana. Runeglaive itself as a first item, seeing as it doesn't offer any defensive stats, can make it fairly difficult for you to play the big 5-on-5 team fights, seeing as you will be fairly squishy jumping in. But at the same time, it does give you extra wave clear and some good early burst. So we have to see what Pekka can do, but it fits into what Origin is building in terms of we need to be able to engage. We expect you to run a poke composition because you have Janna Gragas as the first two picks. You have an AP top lane as well to fit in this Varus pick potentially, or the Jace. And that's why they are running so much hard engage on the side of Origin. Giants might change it up though.
And they did with a Yasuo. So we should expect X to go middle. There's multiple knockbacks, knockaways, but it's non-traditional, dare I say. And Peppy, shall we use the term that the analyst desk used, maybe greedy? This can either work or it can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, Pepinero is the star player on Giants. And that is often great, but also sometimes a bit of a problem for them. If he is playing a little bit too greedy, ends up sacrificing himself. But basically what Giants did in this pick and ban phase, they took the first 2 picks in Janna Gragas and said, we are building towards a poke composition. However, we need to be ready to change it in case Origin is drafting heavy engage. So Nautilus, Diana, the Sivir, obviously, Giants saying we don't want to run a low mobility mid laner to land poke. We don't want to have to rely on that. Instead, we want all in as well in this Yasuo. So we're going to have this composition now where it's going to be Gragas is the only real front line for Giants, but he has to also land that knock up here or the displacement here to get the Yasuo in with the Rumble ulti. And Tristana just sitting there kind of the cleanup in the back from Adri.
It's quite an interesting team composition because all of the components...
Changing it all the time.
All of the components kind of disrupt one another. Rumble wants everyone together. Gragas and Janna split them all up. We'll take a look at the team compositions in just a second. You guys at home, jump on Twitter and let us know which Spanish mid laner do you think is going to pick up the victory. Hashtag OG win or hashtag GIA win. We're jumping onto the Rift here with the solid number 2 taking on the solid number 4. Unexpected number 4, I might add.
We've said that for 6 weeks now.
We have, but I think it's still relevant.
It is somewhat. Yamato Cannon was talking about it on the analyst desk, how whenever he's talking to other teams and players, nobody really gives Giants the credit they seem to deserve. Everyone's like, yeah, you know, we can figure them out. They seem predictable, and yet Giants are still sitting here. 6 wins so far. 4th place.
I never knew Pepe could play an instrument on stage.
Pepe can do whatever he wants. Keep in mind, this is Pepinaldo, by the way.
Pepinaldo. So after we've been serenaded, here's a reminder of how the week 1 matchup went. Not pretty for Giants.
Yeah.
But the team has come a long way, and in recent weeks, Origin has shown a few more weaknesses. We'll see whether or not Giants' very difficult to execute team composition will work out. That's how I'm going to brandish this.
Very safe to say. I mean, not a safe comp, but what you were saying was the safe name for the composition. Origin have been trying out some new things lately, especially in the pick and ban phase. There's Diana mid now with the Rune Glaive from Xpeke as well. Something Pepinero used to run, obviously without the smite, but he's been one of the few mid laners in Europe to play it. And I want to see how the matchup is going to go. Obviously Flask and potions for Peke here, so we'll have a lot of extra sustain compared to Pepinero.
Yeah, we'll find out how well Pepe can carry. Also got that teleport, as you've touched on briefly. Last time we saw the flash TP mid laner was on that Orianna. It left something to be desired.
Yeah.
There was one play where he could TP in and get the shockwave.
And he TP'd into the backline as an Orianna. I mean, you don't do that. That's not how you play Orianna. And I will admit, I'm not a fan of it on the Yasuo either. I feel like you sacrifice too much one-on-one potential by not running the exhaust for himself.
On the same token, he is against a smite mid laner, so at least until Peke gets his hands on that Rune Glaive, they're somewhat equal, if I can use that. And we see Pepe trading very effectively here at level 2.
Yeah, Yasuo has always been one of the strongest mid laners in terms of their early start in the lane, in terms of before you go back the first time. Back in when you had that old Yasuo Z matchup very often, that's also where he would like beat the Z in the start, but then after the first backer, he would start to have a bit of a harder time. It's going to be interesting again to follow it. Still the teleport, yeah, okay, you have some split pushing in that sense with the global in the late game, but exhaust is just so strong for his one-on-one potential if Pepinero wants to be a split pusher.
Yeah, well, do you see, of course, Niels being highlighted with his Sivir stats. Pepe's got flash to hold on to. Should be able to get away from Amazing. He's going to get knocked up briefly. Does have the support of Frederick coming in a moment. Pepe's going to dash forward. He's going to throw out that Steel Tempest Hurricane, but will not follow it up. And already a little bit of pressure from Pepe. Again, just trading super aggressively, using that passive from Yasuo to block as much damage as possible.
This is obviously one of the things for Pekka. The fact he's running with fast, he has no cloth down yet. He could go back and get an early one just to try and trade more effective, which he did right there. So yeah, obviously when you start Flask, you got great sustain, but you are going to be fairly squishy. You don't really have any combat stats to use. Now as well, with him, he wants to go for Rune Glaive, but he also wants to get at least towards an arm guard, so he has some defensive stats versus Pepinero. So it's going to take a bit of time for Pekka to start scaling up, where obviously the Yasuo is always just trying to rush straight for that static shift.
Yeah, whenever you see those smite mid laners, you know they're going to take a while to catch up. Adri gets caught out by the dredge line, rooted in place. We do see that explosive satchel pop onto Neil's head. They continue to trade back and forth. Adri's backed away. Godfred's taken a lot of damage. Good trade by Origin's bottom lane.
Yeah, Giants disrespecting the early damage, and Nautilus can do. Even as a support, he has pretty good base damage when he pops that shield, and Miffy just stood there. Nobody touched him. Nobody tried to break the shield. Did a lot of damage to the bottom lane of Giants. A good early trade for them. It's going to be very important whenever you have these like severe lanes with a strong support who can tower dive. Look for them to keep pushing in the waves, hit like level 6, and then suddenly the jungler can move down, and you can get some easy plays. Amazing is already moving in here. Because his bottom lane is in control, he feels safer in terms of going in and deep warding in the jungle of Giants. He knows Nils and Mythic can walk up and help him. Notice how Mythic was already in the river as well.
So good team play coming out of Origin already. Reading the situation correctly. A CS advantage for Niels and Siva. Thanks in large part to Mythic with that Flash Ignite. Nautilus. Do you see a small advantage for Pepe mid lane, but we've not really looked or touched top at all yet. Werlib and Soaz just continue to trade and CS both evenly at this moment in time.
Bit of a problem for Giants that at the moment there are two lanes Frederick really wants to try and gank. Either he wants to try and help his bot lane because he wants to prevent what can happen later in the game in terms of Origin setting up dives against him and take down an early tower. But he also really wants to gank this Ryze, obviously up in the top lane for himself, trying to shut down Source early on. But for now, the lane is being pushed in towards him. He just got zoned away, sorry. And will back away. Pepinero, though, is doing great. In this lane, we talked about how strong Yasuo is in the early stages of this laning phase. And Pekka is desperately trying to get some items to give him some combat stats. Already back to base twice now.
Yeah, both of these mid laners going for some laning related items. Pepe with double Dorans, as you've mentioned, the Amp Tome, cloth armor, boots for Pepe. Gonna delay that spike. Frederick's gonna hang around in this middle lane. Can Pepe get the knockup? Steel Tempest will not connect. Pepe is gonna dash forward. Gonna get that shield from Pale Cascade and nothing more will follow. Frederick's playing very cheeky. He's going to go for the body slam knockup. Last breath used by Pepe. He's got no more charges. Now Frederick's in trouble. Forced to flash. Amazing's going to flash forward. 100 HP as Amazing's going to throw out the Prey Seeker. No kill secured. That was close.
Very, very close here. Giants were the ones who went aggressive with the ulti. Now down the bottom lane. Well, it decided to teleport down. Nils didn't have to burn anything other than his heal. So teleport almost wasted from Giants, and they lost that trade in the mid lane as well. Look at Amazing, he's moving down bottom lane now, and a TP from Soaz.
There is one more if they need it. Mithy's flashed in for this one. Adri's got the Eye of the Storm, and here comes Soaz from behind. Mithy is going to get exploded as he tries to pull himself to the wall. Godfred and Werlib, they decide to turn back aggressive. There's the second teleport for the Giants. And Pepe's just going to help push this wave out. So Giants, first blood goes to Adri Tristana.
Mithy just flashing in a little bit too early. Giants, Origin were not in a position yet. Teleport was on the way from Source. Amazing was moving down the river. Just simply could not collapse together. Mithy goes down. Giants gaming with the kill with the dragon. Both teleports used though, all three I guess we can say now, on the map.
8 minutes on the clock. Giants secure their first dragon of the game. Going to deny that opportunity to Origin. Coming into this game, Origin had secured 10 of the first dragons. And of course, with Giants having that double teleport, they can throw parties in any lane every few minutes.
Sloppy play though from both teams. Pepinero TP down when the fight was already over, didn't manage to get anything. Soas and Amazing moving down, and then Mythi jumping in before everyone is in position, ends up dying for it as well. That was supposed to be a 4v3 for Origin, at least for a few seconds, before Pepinero could join. In the end, though, Giants with a very small lead, and this has been a problem for Origin in the past. If they do start falling behind, they have a very hard time getting back into the game. Diana is also one of these picks that if she falls behind, she can't really do anything. You're a melee champion sitting and trying to wave clear. You need to have that assassination potential on a backline. You have to see Origin, obviously just a few hundred gold at this point.
Yeah, what an interesting dynamic. When both Origin and Giants fully embraced the poke meta in the last week, and then go completely the opposite direction this week.
But this is the awesome thing about Champ Select, how teams are now expecting the other team to run poke compositions. They're like, okay, if you start building towards poke, we know how we want to try and change our picks so we get more engaged. And then both teams see the same thing, like, oh, we both got to change what we're doing, and now they're both running this more all-in comp. Frederick, he's on a pink ward, so he's not, well, he's spotted obviously, but his own pink he's sitting on. Amazing is waiting. So he's feeling very safe now, Frederick's like, okay, Origin does not know I'm here, because I have this pink ward, I'm just waiting for Ryze to overextend. Mythi's coming as well.
Oh, 3 versus 2.
Oh, so
Giants are in trouble. The fat man's been rooted. With the equalizer in place, Frederick will get some damage, but it will not be enough. Soaz is being burned down. Amazing gets a knock up on Williams, trying to get Soaz. He's flashed for it, but will not get the kill. 2-0 for Origin.
Origin were just waiting around. They spotted the Gragas moving in. They had the Rek'Sai sitting nearby from Amazing to see where the movements were going. And Frederick, again, he felt so secure. He's like, hey, I have a ping ward here. I'm not spotted. I can go for a gang. And Source just walks in and baits it. Now bottom lane, Adri instantly disengages. Peke's here though.
Comes Peke. He's going to get the Crescent Strike. Godfrey throws the Monsoon. Peke is going to Luna rush forward. Moonfall was not necessarily the greatest, but the roam from OG defend the tower and blow Summoner Spell.
Blow it. I wonder if Origin could have gotten more there. Peke didn't want to wait for his Q to be ready again. Adri, no heal, no flash, trying to defend the tower, taking a lot of damage. Origin really turning on the power. Everything started with spotting the jungler top lane, and then you have the global of a Rek'Sai. So Origin knew exactly where Frederick was on the map, killed him, and knew they could then make a play on the bottom lane. Great use of the information and great use of a Rek'Sai from Amazing.
Brilliant shot calling from Origin to get themselves ahead in gold, ahead in kills, and now ahead in pressure. Something you also witnessed in that bottom lane is some of the lack of wave clear from Giants. It's relying on Adri's auto attacks, very short range from Pepinero, and we see Pepe start a BF sword, so that's even a step away from, dare I say, traditional item build.
Yeah,
Yasuo.
a step away from his own ability to fast push in the lanes with the static shift. I haven't seen a BF sword start on a Yasuo in a very, very, very long time, but Pepinero is one of these mid laners who likes to go with his own kind of builds very often, and obviously summoner spells. I mean, Pepinero likes to do it his own way, and Giants to trust in him. Not really a fan of it here from Pepinero, and as you mentioned, Giants, their composition as well, if they start falling behind, when you have so much all-in with this Yasuo pick and so little safe wave clear, it becomes so difficult because Origin can just keep setting up dives and quick rotations with this Sivir as well.
This time round, Frederick's nearby. Amazing and Soaz look to engage. Equalizer comes out and Frederick knocks Amazing under the tower. Whirlip overheats and sinks Amazing for a reply kill. Adri, he's actually rocket jumped forward. Niels is the one that's been exhausted. Adri forced to flash defensively. Niels now flashes aggressively. Auto attack after auto attack. Summoning heal comes down. Mythi goes in. He manages to get the mines out, but the boomerang secures the kill. Here comes a teleport. Pepe's coming from the middle lane. He's looking for Niels. He will not find him. Second teleport. Whirlip wants to play. A new challenger arises, and he's not successful.
Giants, your teleports are so uncoordinated. Pepinero comes in first. He dies. Then Whirlip is like, okay, I'm a few seconds late. I'm going to join now. Ends up dying as well. Origin gets so many kills for this. Look at the player cam here. Pepinero, he's not happy.
Cannot blame him. 0-1-0. Origin proving one useful teleport is greater than 2 suboptimal teleports. And Origin grabbed themselves a tower and a 3,000 gold lead. fantastic start to this game from Origin. And Peck has picked up his Runeglaive as well. So Diana has just slowly getting closer to becoming activated.
But this is exactly what Pekka wanted. Just farm. Just farm that mid lane over and over and over. Pepino left the lane twice now to teleport away. Meaning that Pekka got the CS lead, he got the mid tower down as well. Basically, didn't have to do anything for it. Skirmish is safer. So if Pekka wants to be a split pusher and then join his team later, if Origin wants to 1-3-1, he's gonna be super strong on this Diana. She's great in one-on-ones. You have the skirmishes again. You're not against an exhaust on the side of Pepinero, so I don't think he can stand toe-to-toe with the Diana later on. Let's see. Bottom lane. After we had the gank top lane, so we know 2 guys, or 4 people, sorry, are busy up there. Now, engage from Origin. Obviously, this is just a 2v2. I want to see the teleports when they're coming in. Notice how Whirlip is in a position to TP, but Pepineo's already using his. Here joins Soas. Whirlip didn't use it yet before now.
So late.
So late. I mean, right here, if you're Giants, what you're calling is basically TP bot, TP bot. That's what Adri and Godfred is calling. And both the guys have to react instantly. Either you don't do it, or both of you guys do it at the same time. Ends up being Whirlip just coming in 3-4 seconds later. And obviously not being able to do anything.
So while we were in that replay, Giants did manage to take out the bottom turret, but Niels replied with the top turret. Giants, however, should be securing Dragon number 2. Looks to be secured here by Frederick. I saw Peke hanging out in the tri-bush, but he opted not to engage. Catch a quick glimpse up top. Niels and Mythy shoving the wave into the inner turret. And again, strong lead here for Origin. Whirlip, he's going to get dove.
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier, how Origin can just dive around. They're going to get him.
He's down. Too easy.
This is what we talked about, how if you start falling behind against comms with like Sivir and Nautilus and so on, it's so easy to set up these tower dives and these fast pushes with the Sivir and then have the Nautilus just go in first. Land the CC. Origin. Simple setup. And Whirlip not having a great game so far.
Origin showing the European LCS what it means to group effectively with Sivir. Moment Niels had some levels and some free time, pushed it in. 4 towers to 1. Also, I'd like to point out that Soaz 4-0-1 on Rise. He's going to be a terror to deal with all of the utility Sivir is going to provide.
Who cares about Rise scaling?
I do. A lot.
And you should. Monster game coming in for Soas. Pekka as well, despite not being part of anything, just able to sit and farm. You can see him already down the bottom lane. He's already been switching to the side lane, so now you just put your Sivir and you're supporting the mid lane. That means Amazing and Mythy very easily can move together and get deep vision and start roaming down to these lanes if Giants are overextending for farm.
So Whirlip, this is the second time he's played Rumble this split, and the last time he did, he went 1-5-2. It was not a fantastic performance. I think this team composition is even more difficult for that Rumble to work in. Skragus and Janna and Tristan only get rid of everybody in front of you. And he's down such a massive amount.
And Giants,
the opponent team,
so badly wants to 5-on-5 team fight. Again, we keep mentioning this teleport from Pepinero. Rumble is not a strong one-on-one split pusher either himself. He wants to be part of team fights. That's what Giants can do with this composition. The problem is, you lost your outer turrets, and Origin are not looking to let you get a 5-on-5 straight team fight. No, they're gonna keep 1-3-1 split pushing you, Source in one lane, Pekka in the other one, and then they can determine when to move between the lanes and set up these quick tower dives or pop a Sivir ulti and get a pick before the fight even starts.
And all of that's enabled by Niels, who, just as an update, between 10 and 20 minutes actually has the highest amount of kills out of anybody. Pekka is going to be in trouble here. Gonna get 3-manned by Giants. Pepe started the TP, but I believe cancelled it. And we'll go back to that point. Between 10 and 20, Niels has more kills than any other player, and Mythy more assists. Obviously, because they hold hands often and work together to secure those objectives.
One of the strongest dual lanes we have here in Europe, but Pekka overextending himself. Origin had only 1 lane push up, that was his own, so easy game for Giants, but see, nice wind wall coming in and getting a TP from Source. So Pekka here needs to be a bit careful next time when you do split push. Talk about that after, because Sivir ulti's popped and we're going in.
On the hunt comes out. There's the depth charge. A flash away from Adri. The Boomerang Blade doesn't connect, nor does the Steel Tempest knock up. Giants successfully run away. It's the weirdest line I think I'm going to say. And Origin, they defend their mid-outer turret.
Took a lot of damage though. Again, for a fairly unnecessary death on FLICKR. When you do split push, you need at least 2 of the lanes pushed up at the same time. So if someone goes and kills you in one lane, you can get something in the other lane. In this case, the Origin was sitting at their own towers basically at mid and top lane. FLICKR was just all the way to tier 2 tower. So mistake from Origin. Giants got a kill for it. Didn't manage to get anything else.
Okay, we're 20 minutes in. Giants 2 dragons to 0. But look at the CS differences in the top lane. 10, 15 down ahead for Soaz and about 30 ahead for Niels. Amazing goes a little deep, but the one from Giants is really there to punish him. And as it stands, Giants are falling further behind. It's now 5,000 gold.
And FLICKR, this super slow build here, not rushing that static shift, so he doesn't have any proper crit at the moment. He doesn't have the static shift as well.
He's sitting on a lot of gold though.
Yeah, he must be, because again, he hasn't gone back for a while. But this is a very slow build for him. Mithy and Nils now might get jumped on.
So tower was secured up top in favor of Giants. It was only the second. But FLICKR replies down bottom. We see a lot of that money has been spent. Infinity Edge and Avarice Blade. So a little bit of damage, but maybe too little too late.
So once you get your status shift completed now, obviously it's going to be the same as before in terms of your team fight damage. These are the 2 items you're aiming for. And FLICKR just had 1,550 gold once he went back the first time. That's why he went for that BF sword for himself. Now, we'll be hitting 2 item spikes soon. I still don't think once FLICKR gets an hourglass that there's a whole lot FLICKR can do in that one-on-one. I want to see it happen. This is obviously not a matchup we see very often. That's a pin 4. Just recalled on it.
Giants just missed that one.
Don't tell them.
It's a secret. So unfortunately for Giants, they are now left with 1 inner turret remaining in the middle lane. We've mentioned that Giants do not have the strongest of wave clear. And Origin, I think you've got some great tower diving capabilities with Sivir and Nautilus Rise, for example. And there's almost an hourglass for FLICKR. Diana with hourglass is one of the most frustrating things to deal with.
For now, though, we just wait for Dragon to respawn. It could be one of the chances for Giants to get a 5-on-5 team fight. We mentioned how that's what they're really aiming for in this game here with this Yasuo pick. Remember as well, for teleport, he can always join in, but he needs to be there when the fight starts, because he needs to be there when the knockoff comes in from Frederick on this Gragas or maybe the Jana Tornado. He cannot join in way too late. Origin just gets a completely free Dragon.
Uncontested with the exception of that equalizer. We see the body slam flash just to get out alive from Frederick. Werlib is in a little bit of trouble. Gonna start overheating with the flame spitter, and Adri has red buff. Has you summon a heal for this. Gets the slow on FLICKR. There's no hourglass yet. FLICKR is gonna flash away defensively. Giants have lost themselves up. They're split. Adri is down. FLICKR, Lunar Rush, and the Crescent Strike. Pepinero wants to come in from behind, but FLICKR's got 2. Soaz is now going to look for Frederick and Godfrey. Soaz is going to get caught out, but again, 3v1, and Origin are now going to surround Giants. Giants are just scattering to the wind. Dredge line connects, Frederick's knocked up, and Niels. Hook, line, and sinker for 1 more. Deficio at 10 minutes, Origin had a 200 gold lead. At 20 minutes, Giants had a 5k gold lead. Now, they have a 6k gold lead.
I just don't understand how Giants wants to play the fights here. Dragon starts, Giants move down with 4 members, use a Rumble ulti at first, and then they go in like 1 by 1. Pepinero is still split pushing at that time. And he joins in super late when the fight is basically already over because Giants is now chasing multiple members. I mean, very, very uncoordinated game for Giants when it comes to summoner spells, when it comes to team fights. And Origin is just punishing them every single time.
And it's a team composition we said that was going to be exceptionally difficult to pull off. If Giants are not in sync, if Giants are not playing as a unit, it doesn't work. And they don't have that play from behind or comeback mechanic that we like to talk about. So unless Origin really get caught up by a wombo combo,
that's basically it, yeah.
It looks like Origin have the tools they need to close this out with the diving, with the wave clear, with the tower pushing. And there's still only that 1 turret remaining.
Yeah, remember Origin as well. You have the severe spell shield. That's gonna stop if there's like an ulti flying in from FLICKR to try and get that displacement to pop that Yasuo ulti. FLICKR, of course, is gonna dive the backline of Giants himself. And Soaz, as long as he's not positioned next to Nils, it's going to be so difficult for Giants to pull off a wombo combo by any means, because Origin has the map control.
Yeah.
There's never a reason for Origin to face check anything. First of all, you have a Rek'Sai, so you're going to spot people if they're moving around even in the dark. And then you have the map control, you have the split pushing advantage. There should never be a way for Origin to get in a situation where they have to face check.
And of course, Origin can Baron bait. They've got all the vision in the world. They've got the Sivir and Nautilus for mega engage. You can see the Baron stats slightly in favor of Origin, albeit being a little later for their first Baron. And as if on cue, vision control rests with the blue team. Pepinero is very far away. An early equalizer once more from Werlib. No El Bandito steal today. Frederick body slams over. Werlib will get taken out by Niels as a flash from Soaz will be setting up another kill. 3 members of Giants down and Pepinero's running for his life. Windwall comes out. You've got damage, but not enough, my friend. Baron and 4 down. Origin looking at the base.
Really just simple play from Origin. Pekka now 600 total kills in the LCS. What a legend. He's been here since the start.
Seems you can teach old dogs new Runeglaive tricks. Pekka really showing up in recent weeks. Had some interesting damage stats. I think it was weeks 1 through 4. He was responsible for around 25% of his team's damage, and last week it was cranked up to around 40.
When you
what a great
poke champion,
Poke
it
helps. But he had a great Vladimir game, playing super aggressive early as well. When somebody needs to step up, Origin have the depth of ability that one of their team members will.
Yeah, that's the thing. Origin is not a team that plays around the mid lane. It's about the side lanes, and it's about what Amazing can do as a jungler for the first 20 minutes, almost every single game. The fact that you then can still rely on someone like Pekka to always do well in his laning phase, always apply pressure in his laning phase and help out with vision control is such a key thing, because once we get to these team fights, he can really start becoming a big factor. And obviously when he is playing poke, we see him be more impactful in the early to mid game as well. So Origin have different carries to play around. It's been one of the problems for Giants all split, how it's been a lot about Pepinero, sometimes Werlib, but that's been about it. I mean, we haven't really seen Adri being a big carry for Giants.
Very rarely. Just 1 or 2 games where he stepped up. However, it's mostly because their opponents focused Pepinero so heavily. Pepinero's flash, TP Yasuo has the support of at least some of the crowd, but it's going to need a whole lot more. Werlib once again with an early equalizer, and Origin have already disengaged. On the hunt has been used from Niels. Origin successfully evade Giants' weak engage.
Yeah, trying to look for some way to reach the backline of Origin, but there's just no easy way for them. And with this Baron buff, with the split pushing Diana, we mentioned her time and time again in the skirmishes. Origin can also just dive if they want to. There's the threat at least, which is enough to force Giants to back.
Oi, you mean Pekka? Like he dived Werlib? Totally dropped him. Pekka still has Hourglass available. Gonna look for Adri. He's gonna flash forward. Pale Cascade doesn't connect. Adri forced to defensively flash. While all of that's going on, Origin have got the inhibitor turret. They've also got Frederick. El Bandito's down. Pepe's got Niels, but he may not be able to get the kill because the spell shield and the auto attacks keep Niels alive. While all that was going on, Peke got his second solo kill under the turret of the bottom lane. Origin 5 against 1. Now knocking on the Nexus turrets. 17-3, 28 minutes. The conga line of minions move their way in. Origin are looking for their 10th victory of the summer split. And they obliterate Giants.
This game here, such a good game for Pekka to play the Runeglaive or Diana, because he got to sit and scale in the mid lane in the start. He got to complete 1 and 2 items. The Runeglaive first, the Skirmisher Saber obviously, and then get the hourglass second, and then he could just slowly say, okay, I'm feeling ready now. I'm going to move down to a side lane. I'm going to start split pushing. Nobody's going to be able to challenge me here because nobody from Giants could stop him. And we saw in the end, you know, double kill on once he got super fed. And honestly, Giants in the early to mid game in this game here looked so uncoordinated. We have talked about how they're inconsistent before. We've mentioned how, you know, they look great one day and they look pretty weak the next day.
Yeah.
This was still a whole new level of problems for Giants. I've never seen them be this uncoordinated.
On the same token, Origin looked fantastic. They were incredibly decisive. They pushed as a unit when they had the opportunity to, and with 10 wins now, they're one step closer to guaranteeing that playoff position. The bottom of the table is getting more and more congested. Giants 6 wins, 7 losses.
Tied with Unicorns now because they won earlier, so all these teams are so close to each other, even though Giants have been sitting as number 4 for multiple weeks now.
Yeah.
They're not guaranteed that spot in the playoffs. Obviously, if you look at the schedule, this is one of those games where you don't expect Giants to win it because it's against one of the top 3 teams. It's going to be more about what can they do when they face the teams around them in the standings. But still, this was not acceptable, in my opinion.
I really agree. Werle blocked in Rumble. It's the second time we've seen the split on that champion. It was not a great performance. Yes, he fell behind, and there was limited wave clear. But you think of every equalizer that was cast, the last 4 attempts, trying to steal a dragon, trying to steal a baron, a slightly awkward one in the mid lane. I never felt that his equalizers were as impactful as we've seen from other Rumbles in the European LCS.
I think just overall, even if you just ignore the champions, they were just a misplays as a team for Giants.
A lot of misplays indeed. 10-3 for Origin. And we're going to head over to the LCS to take a look at Origin, who are 1 game away from locking in a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Well, that didn't all go as planned for Giants in the game, but it started at picks and bans. We had some interesting things again. That Diana coming up, we had seen that a couple times. And Yasuo with the teleport, not the Orianna with the teleport this time. And you were quite judgmental in the pick and ban phase.
Like, I think what Origin did was really smart. They picked up really strong picks early on. While I think, I take a look at the draft that just Giants did. First pick Janna, first pick Gragas. There's not much value in both. Rek'Sai is open, is like, you basically balance out the Gragas with the Rek'Sai. They're like top tier. And then the Janna, very counterable in the bot lane. And we saw the response in the shape of Nautilus, and it didn't really feel like when they had the Ryze Rek'Sai, they had strong lanes everywhere. Maybe in mid lane they could have counterpicked better with the, but instead they went for the Yasuo, which made little sense to me. Sure, they had knockups, but
yeah, I felt like it. The beginning of the pick and ban phase actually with Gragas and Janna indicated like poke. Wow, it's getting real loud.
Might be Fnatic H2K setting up.
Yeah, I think that in the beginning they already showed that they want to go for a poke comp, and then they swing over to the Yasuo. That was kind of perplexed me, but if I looked at it more closely, I actually didn't dislike it that much in the end. I think that they had a lot of potential to actually get the Vombo combo on the backline and instantly kill them, especially with picks like Sivir and Ryze. Like, if you get them one time a knock-up, and you can underlay that with the Rumble ultimate and Yasuo on them and then put a wind wall down, they should die, and then afterwards you run into your Janna and you're fine. So yeah, they didn't execute it, and so it just looked weak in the end. And it wasn't an Origin show.
Looked weak. Origin's show started at the beginning because not only did they get those picks, but you were commenting on the fact that they utilize them very good in the early game. Let's get one of the replays of the early game up on the screen where Ryze ends up getting a double kill, which is not what you want as the enemy team.
I feel definitely this replay really highlights what I meant in the what we talked about earlier, was their macro play. I feel like Origin is a team that always does something on the map. It really, rarely stands still. And this kind of a play where the support roams top lane is very rare to see. You basically see like roams into mids, but rarely this kind of a play.
Yeah, and I think there was no counterplay much set up from Giants. Either way, you want to dive the bottom side if the support is starting to roam on the top side, but they just didn't have it on their radar, and so got punished really hard with the Mythi rotation. So yeah, good job by Origin, and afterwards they were like 5k ahead. Not especially after this play, but just over the game, and just took fights everywhere. We see the double TP in the bottom side, and yeah, Giants just not playing it perfectly, and Origin just starting to steamroll with the enemy, which is easy with the power picks that they had.
I feel like we talked about the Origin, like how they are good in the macro play, but also I think how the greediness didn't pay off. Yasuo teleport is something that hurts your lane, but you're supposed to get something back with the teleport with some kind of play. But the greediness didn't pay off, and you can quickly see that Pepit Nero does not do so much on the map after that.
Yeah, definitely. He tried to teleport in there with the infamous double teleport at an awkward timing, so it didn't work out for them this time around. And with Origin's win, it's time for the other two top teams to go at it in our next match, where H2K will try and hand Fnatic their very first loss of the split. While we're away, load up LLesports.com to see what Reckless has to say about tomorrow's game of the week, where, spoiler alert, there is blood to be spilled. We'll be right back.
We're jumping onto the Rift here with the solid number 2 taking on the solid number 4. Here comes a teleport. Pepe's coming from the middle lane. He's looking for Niels. He will not find him. Second one. Teleport. Woo!
Yeah, nice.
Woo! Have lost themselves up. They're split. Adri is down. Peke, Luna Rush, and the Crescent Strike. They've also got Frederick. El Bandito's down. Pepe's got Niels, but he may not be able to get the kill. And they obliterate Giants.
We're not worried that we're gonna be beaten. It's just a League of Legends, so if you make mistake, if you have bad early game, then if they snowball good, if they don't make any mistake, then we cannot do anything. But in other hand, it means like if enemy play really good, it means like we're learning something. So we're not afraid of losing, but we're just afraid of like having bad game. We make less mistakes than any other teams, and then we're good at snowballing. So like we're pretty confident against H2K.
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series, and H2K are about to take to the Rift against the undefeated Fnatic. And joining me to break down the matchup is Rakat Yamato Cannon and the coach for Origin, of course. I got a little confused because you, of course, used to work with Rakat as well. First off, congratulations, a fantastic victory.
Thank you.
Pretty straightforward versus Giants.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Well, we're going to take a look at this matchup at the starting lineup, starting with H2K on the blue side. Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, Hjarnan, Kasing, and Prolly. Asset looking to deal Fnatic their very first loss of the season, and on Fnatic it is of course Huni, then Rainover, Febevin, Reckless, Yellow Star, and Daylor. So 2 weeks ago when H2K and Fnatic met, it was very, very convincing for Fnatic because they really shut down Odoamne. How do you think these teams have evolved since then?
I feel personally like at this level of play, when you have two very like consistent teams, I think like the first initial mistake is what going to snowball the game towards one direction, because usually like the game should finish after one mistake, like theoretically, but unless there's more mistakes involved in the game, and it was pretty clean.
What do you think?
I definitely think that both teams evolved a lot since then. Personally, I think H2K is actually weaker. Since that match, I personally think that they're in some sort of a slump, like their play lately hasn't impressed me, where I think Fnatic is actually improving, still at a very strong rate. And yeah, I personally think that, yeah, I think Fnatic definitely has the edge.
It's interesting because Fnatic did get pushed around in some games versus Giants. That was a tough game versus Gambit. Gambit actually built up a lead versus them. Why do you think that is if you think of Fnatic's mindset?
It's partly maybe because of the scouting, because of the draft. I think the Ezreal, like the first game against Giants, I think would have been a much more convincing win. The second game, on the other hand, I don't know, like the Ezreal, I think caught them a little bit too off guard. With a strong pick and ban phase, I actually have no doubt in mind that Fnatic will play a very clean and controlled game.
Okay, so definitely Fnatic here, the favorite for you guys. You say H2K has been looking a bit weaker. One person that's been doing really good on that team, though, is Hjarnan, and we'd love to take a look at the AD carries for both teams, Hjarnan versus Reckless. We took a look at the stats, and when it comes to damage share, Hjarnan actually does 29% of the damage to champions in his team, which is the highest of AD carries. Reckless, on the other hand, only does 25%, which is the second lowest of AD carries. But on the other hand, if you look at their gold share, meaning the amount of gold that comes into the team that ends up in their hands, Hjarnan is the third highest of AD carries and Reckless is the lowest of AD carries, meaning he gets less gold, but he is very good with it. And I know we were talking about the strength of these AD carries, and you said, to me, these stats don't mean a lot because I got my eye on Niels when it comes to best AD carries in Europe.
It's like, personally, when I said best the bot lane in Europe, I meant specifically the lane phase. I think, when I think of the Fnatic bot lane, I think they're smart during the game, but their lane phase is not really something where they create a lot of advantages. While we see Kasing and, of course, Hjarnan, they create advantages for themselves, while I feel that the Mithy and Nils combo creates the best advantage for themselves throughout the lane phase.
Proud coach here.
Yes.
So tell me what you thought about the triple threat comp that was in H2K. Actually, Hjarnan seems to be taking a really big role in that.
That might be the case, but I think also that H2K's playstyle, they might differ a little bit. If we look at champion pools that might come into the play today, I think we can see more tank utility. Like I especially have my eye on Nautilus and Lulu for both top laners. If the Ryze ends up going through, which I don't think it will, then we might see again the triple threat coming in. But actually I think that both H2K and Fnatic might be making a transition, going towards more of the tank and utility side in the top lane.
Well, we'll find out in just a few seconds, actually, because the teams are ready on stage, and we're going to head over to the casters for this top of the table clash.
Welcome back. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. If we were allowed 2 games of the week, this would be your second one. It's H2K versus Fnatic. Picks and bans, what are we expecting?
What are we expecting? I mean, Leduc was just talking about how Nautilus top lane, we've seen Lula a few times for Huni. Obviously, Fnatic playing around with some different compositions. We saw Protect Reckless last week. It worked out. In the end of the game, it worked out for them. But Fnatic is a team that likes to target ban quite a lot. They play all the standard meta picks, but H2K should be able to do the same.
Should be able to. They've taken Olaf away from Rainover. If you remember back to a couple of weeks ago, Reignover stole Dragon with an undertow.
And then you ban it.
And
I mean, there's
now
no
it's banned. Last week, however, Reignover played Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Over the Olaf.
Reignover is the only jungler in Europe that has managed to make a third tier 1 jungle pick for himself in that Olaf here. He picked it so many times when Rek'Sai was open, when Gragas was open, because he trusted in his team that they could snowball the early to mid game, and when Olaf obviously hits that late game, he becomes such a monster, and Reignover will just be this single threat very often in terms of diving the enemy AD carry. So we have to see. I expect just Rek'Sai Gragas for him instead. I mean, I don't think he's going to mind too much.
There's no way to ban out Fnatic if you look at all of the threats across multiple roles. Last time these teams met, I feel Fnatic somewhat baited Oduwamne into playing the Rumble. He was performing exceptional up until Fnatic completely shut it down. Rumble is the most banned champion against Fnatic. 9 out of their previous 12 games.
Okay, Gragas.
And we'll see whether or not Fnatic want to consider it. Gragas up, Echo up, Rumble up.
Yeah, so
Alistair up, Sivir up.
With these two AD carry, jungle bans from H2K, and now especially with Sivir being banned away, you would normally just say, okay, Gragas should be the first pick, then they're setting up for it, the last one of the tier 1 junglers available. Fnatic had the choice, do we want to leave Sivir open and try and say, hey, whichever you don't take of Gragas Sivir, we pick it up on our side. But also we have seen new junglers come in, and we talked about Echo jungle earlier, being very strong among some of the teams here in Europe. At least we've seen Evelyn quite a few times. There's a fairly large pool of junglers, but Gragas will stand out now with these two bans.
If Gragas is first picked for H2K, the only other jungler that Reignover has played is Evelyn, and he did it once. One thing that we briefly entertained last week was if there is anybody on Fnatic who if you squeezed, how do they perform? It was Reignover.
Yeah.
He had one
It has to be Gragas first pick. It has to be Gragas. I mean, yeah, there we go. It is locked in. When you ban 2 junglers, if you didn't take the Gragas here, those two bans wouldn't make any sense at all for H2K. Also with Fnatic banning with Sivir, I wonder if H2K would try and maybe to bait them to leave it open so they could first pick and say, okay, you get the Gragas instead. But for now, Fnatic has been happy banning out purely the bot lane. We've seen this before. Last time they played H2K, they banned Kasing. All 3 bans were to Kasing or towards him. He locked in an Annie instead and didn't really have much of an impact on the game. Now, Echo is open. We've seen it as a flex pick. Oh, it should be a flex pick for Fnatic. Overall, just like Alistar would be one of the go-to picks, but we also know Fnatic likes to change up what they play, and it's very difficult to predict.
It really is. However, we touched on Rumble. We touched on how many times have been banned. You have to anticipate H2K are aware of this.
Yeah.
Because we were. Corki, the next top tier AD carry. We've seen 2 Graves today. What does Hyuna want to run now? That he's run Jinx multiple times as well.
Whenever H2K is in a situation where Kalista Sivir is banned, they like to go towards the Jinx and run these protect the Jinx compositions. So like Janna, Gragas as disengage for them, but you need to be careful running too much disengage against a poke comp, which Fnatic is already slightly building towards. We know Jace is going to be a contested pick between Ryu and Febiven, and with the AP top lane and with the Corki, it's perfect for Fnatic to lock in the Jace. H2K might look to take it away from them instead, but then if you run this protect the AD carry composition with the Jinx, you might really rely heavily on physical damage, which can become another problem for you.
Couple seconds left in this next round. H2K, where will they go?
Shen support.
Shen and Gnar. Earlier today, we talked about how, I believe it's North America, have run Shen a couple times in the support role with the Shadow Dash taunts into flashes, with Kasing losing access to Thresh, even though Janna's available. I just want to throw it out there. Kickers also ran Gnar in the jungle. I'm not expecting it because of how good Oduwamne is on Gnar.
There's a Gragas too.
I'm just saying.
All right. Shen support.
We've seen Gragas top as well.
Yeah, true. I'm going to say it's Shen support coming in, focusing. It can work as well in terms of protecting.
Is this not a protect the Jinx? If you put like a Lulu mid and then Jinx?
I mean, yeah, sure. If you add in a Lulu mid as well. Shen, though, for me, is a support that really shines at setting up plays across the map, obviously as a global with his ulti. So to me, it looks more like we want to make sure Oduwamne can have a fantastic, strong game on this Gnar. He can become a one-on-one threat with like Black Cleaver, and then once you start pushing down the waves, the Shen can TP in and you can start tower diving, and yeah, I saw it.
We're going back, way back, to when nobody really expected Fnatic to be good. At the beginning of the spring split, It was the Rengar-Xerath combo, if memory serves.
It was.
And it was comboed with Lissandra top. Back when I thought Fnatic had a limited champion pool. And Reignover, he really showed up. But we've not seen Rengar work particularly well in Summer. Shook ran it once. I wasn't blown away. But this also means if you run Jinx, that's a easy to get to champion.
The problem for Rengar right now is like he's fairly predictable in how he wants to play. Teams have really learned how to deep ward against him. At the same time, he's obviously an all-in champion. Once you go in, you're not going to get out. I mean, you're going to go in, you're going to try and blow up this one target or lock down the target for the rest of your team. So there's not a whole lot of a comeback in short if you are a Rengar and you start falling behind. H2K though, after locking in that support, Shen decided to say we don't want to run this complete protect the Jinx composition. Instead, very safe picks for them. Victor is one of the better blind picks in the mid lane because he has very few bad matchups. Lucian as well in the bottom lane can handle himself, has a dash versus this Rengar. So for me, honestly, this comp for H2K is so much about what Odo Omni can do in this Gnar. If he becomes a split pushing threat, we know Gnar does well into Rumble. You can build early Hexdrinker, you can even go for Black Cleaver, and Rumble will do nothing to you in the one-on-one lane. Also felt difficult for Rumble to set up the gank properly against the Gnar. Then suddenly H2K has a split pushing threat in Odo Omni. They have wave clear on the Lucian, on the Victor, and you can play around that really effectively. And then all you have to worry about is this Rengar pick in terms of creating picks for Fnatic, something they love to do. I wonder if they want to go Jace though and pair it up with this Corki for this massive mid-game spike.
And it looks like it will be that. I mean, that was where Febiven earned the title of European Sniper, when he was comboing his Xerath with some of the pick power that Reignover had provided. A little bit more aim required on a Jace than a Xerath.
What is a Rengar doing in a poke comp, in a siege comp? I really want to see how Reignover is going to play this one out. Everything else for Fnatic makes perfect sense. You have fantastic mid-game power spike in Jace and the Corki together, and the Rumble obviously for teamfights. Rumble also works really well in these comps here where people have to engage on you. You land down that ulti and it makes it very, very difficult for H2K to then engage in. But the Rengar itself is going to be probably more about tower diving with Yellowstar. Honestly, Yellowstar going in first, then Rengar follow, lock down that one target, and you just blow it up. We have seen how Fnatic can coordinate a snare, some CC with like the shock blast from the Jace you just talked about it a few times, and that's been very effective in the past. I just want to see how Reignover is going to play this one out, because fairly standard for H2K, except for obviously Shen support.
And the one thing I do like from both teams, they have a good mixture of damage, from physical to AD to wave clear. We see the option to play multiple ways on both teams' team compositions, and it's something that is somewhat lacking across the lower table teams.
Only thing maybe for H2K is like, there's no clear-cut hard engage. You're going to have to like Taunt Flash on the Shen maybe. You're going to have the Gnar flanking in. So it's so much going to be about, can Odo Omni be a split-pushing threat? Can defeat him early game with the Shen as well, TPing in and helping him?
If anybody can, it might be Odo Omni's Gnar. You can see the sign in the crowd, 18-0, the dream. H2K want to stop Fnatic short. They couldn't do it last time. We're loading onto the Rift for their second attempt here in Summer. Fnatic looking to equal the longest regular season winning streak of 13 wins undefeated, set by Cloud9. It feels like a long time ago.
Definitely not the same team we see today. That's for sure. And H2K obviously looking to upset Fnatic, be the first team to shut them down. Let's see what happens here. Reignover and Yellowstar sneaking down. They might just want to invade in near this tri-bush and just move around the corner with it. But nobody's waiting. The H2K has just put a ward and said, okay, we're not going to stand and wait here. They're moving in now.
I was really hoping that they would sit around for the level 1 face check. Tri-bush ward from H2K. Means they're not at risk. Will spot all of Fnatic. How do H2K respond?
Remember, H2K was just waiting in a bush. Fnatic doesn't know where they are. They might walk straight into them. Let's see how many members are around. Only Yanin and then Rio on the other side. We might see a collapse on Reignover. Look at him.
He's taunted. Reignover's in trouble. He gives up first blood to Odo Omni's Gnar.
Might not be over yet.
Huni's trying to escape. Kasing saving up the energy. Yellowstar's put a point into Pulverize. Lulex has flashed over the wall. Yellowstar now in trouble. Taunt not going to be needed or used. 2-0. H2K's ward works out beautifully.
And Fnatic with the very greedy invade. They had zero information on where H2K were hiding their members or if they were even hiding in that jungle. And just walked in, they split up even. Reignover took his own route around and just easy pick up for H2K. Shen is such a fantastic pick at level 1 with his taunt. Perfect start. And, I mean, Odoamne, can you ask for a better start?
The man that was completely ruled out of the game the last time H2K was played against Fnatic is now literally gifted 2 kills. A great ward and a great interception of Fnatic means Odoamne is now starting with a Ruby Crystal and that Crystalline Floss. You can see the stats down at the bottom. Fnatic completely outplayed H2K in that game.
Yeah.
Now they've got hard mode. They played from behind against Giants last week. Fnatic have to do it again this week.
And Odoamne also gets a standard lane, which is so important for him in terms of getting towards Hexstring, get towards the Black Cleaver, become this massive split-pushing threat that Fnatic will have so few answers to. It's going to be something like Reignover trying to come in with a gank and like try and 2v1 shut down the Gnar. But if H2K is playing the map correctly, you're going to have like a Shen teleporting in and quickly it's a 2v2. Shen shuts down so many of these aggressive plays you can make. And he's just so good at reacting on the fly. Very often when you play with a Rengar, it's about pre-planning your plays. You need to time the minion waves correctly so you can either go in for the counter gank or you know you can gank safely and not get counter ganked by the Gragas. So that's going to be the key as well. Talked about this in Champ Select. Rengar is an all-in champion. Once you're going in for that gank, you're not getting out. So if Gragas is waiting there to counter gank you, well, you're going to die.
All of H2K were waiting to counter gank Fnatic and they made it count. 2 kills on the board. With Yellow Star's death, that's only the second time this split. Yellow Star's been killed before 10 minutes. Let that sink in for a second. 13 games, and that's only the second time before 10 minutes. There's a massive minion wave built up between Hjarnan and Kasing. Kasing Shen's going to throw out some of those Vorpal Blades. Not going to offer a whole lot more harass than that. As Yellow Star and Reckless are doing a pretty good job of farming underneath the turret.
And just also good scouting from H2K. In that level 1, we saw they place the ward in the tri-bush, and then they moved and they all stayed around the bot side jungle. They didn't just start invading into Fnatic's jungle or anything, they waited. They saw Fnatic on that ward, he said, okay, perfect, they're walking into the trap. Kept it cool, waited for the face check, basically, and then they pulled it and they got the 2 kills. So very, very smart start for H2K, and we have seen Fnatic very often go for these early invades.
And what it does mean is Odoamne up in that top lane has got the makings of that Phage very early on. He doesn't have a big advantage over Huni for the time being.
Oh, except 2 kills.
2 kills, of course. And of course, there's your Gnar. 4 games, 12 KDA. Rumble, he's been allowed it once, banned out 9 times. Obviously, a few times it has played, it's been phenomenal. 4, 1, and 7 was the last stat that Huni picked up, and he's going to have another phenomenal performance to bounce back against this already fed Gnar.
And H2K knows there's not a whole lot of pressure from a 3-6 Rengar, so they can safely sit and push up the lanes. We saw the bottom lane, how they were playing aggressive from the start. Top lane as well, Odoamne is always looking to try and trade with Huni. If Huni uses his harpoon on blasting a minion, Odoamne is going to just instantly start trading back with him and win out, because again, he knows Reignover is not really going to be able to do a whole lot early on. And now it's going to be about, can H2K keep tracking the Rengar in the jungle? Because standard lane-wise, just 1-on-1 or 2v2 lane, H2K is going to be more than fine all throughout the early to mid game. They don't need to worry about those lanes. All they have to worry about is, can the Rengar pull off some ganks? So Lulex, his job is tracking Reignover over and over. He's already spotted him now. You see here on the map, and he now knows, okay, he's level 5. And then you start timing it, okay, how many camps does he need? And you start waiting for that potential level 6.
Febiven goes to the skies, puts the hammer down on Ryu, knocks him back. Reignover was hanging about there in the middle lane, but does not have access to Thrill of the Hunt. You see that taunt not connecting just yet. Reignover looking for an opportunity.
He's pushing out the way for Febiven so you can go back. He's out of mana. You want to back fairly early on the Jace to get your tier anyway. So call in your jungler. Tell him no taxes, of course. And just push out the wave and look at you get all the fun.
Of course, for Reignover, it's the first time we've seen him on Rengar this split, but it's not the first time we've seen it this year. He's actually played 5 games in spring, 4 wins, 1 loss to be shown. Interestingly, it was a loss to the Copenhagen Wolf. Look at Lulex up top.
Look at the setup here. The minion wave is pushing down to Odoamne, so Huni cannot farm because there's the risk of Lulex waiting around. So he's reading the situation correctly, but he will always lose a little bit. Odomne can just block this next minion if he wants to. He's just gonna give it over in the very end to Huni. But smart play from both top laners. One is trying to bait it. The other one is reading a situation saying there's a high chance of the jungle being Lulex, even using his sweeper, being like, is there a ward here? What's going on?
Odomne does not get any Oscars or Emmys this time around. Huni playing it safe. He is down 8 CS. The minion wave pushing into him, and we've seen that Odomne is back. Hex Drinker already completed. Double Ruby Crystals secured. Rainover now has access to Thrill the Hunt. Also has those Moby Boots picked up. So H2K may get a kitty cat surprise if Rainover can find the correct opportunity. And with the top wave resetting, I think, going to push towards Odomne, that opportunity is not going to be there for a long time. For a while, I think I'll use that term instead.
Yeah. Again, you always have to respect where Lulex can be on the map. He's obviously going to get his own level 6, and as we mentioned before, it's about tracking this Rengar. Look at his early sidestone for him. Didn't upgrade his enchant. Instead, Rainover, he's going for Odomne now.
Gonna look for the harp. Odomne knows, gets rooted in place. Equalizes burning Odomne. The follow-up bowler.
Shen's coming.
United's coming out from Kasing. He has an ignite. That's a 2-man taunt. Flash away from Rainover. H2K have got 3 kills. Kasing and Odomne one more. Mega Gnar's about to come out. Odomne needs one more auto attack. He's saving it. The taunt connects. Mega Gnar's gonna pop. Huni's in trouble. He gets Gnar barred against the wall. 4-0 H2K.
We talked about this. Support Shen is so good at shutting down these aggressive plays here. H2K, they know there's not a single lane that's gonna lose on its own. It's all about Rainover. And with these early kills for Kasing, the fact he had a great laning phase, didn't have to go back or anything, he got level 6 instantly. Turns the gank around top lane. Fnatic really in massive problems. They used so many cooldowns for this one. Rengar ulti, double flashes. And Shen support says, hello, my top laner is not gonna die today. Last time Odomne was completely shut down. This time 2 kills, 2 assists. And then you can just spend all your money on Ruby Crystals.
Fantastic performance in the early game for H2K. Great response play. Anticipating some of the focus that Odomne may be getting. Actually anticipating that duo of Rainover and Huni.
Yeah.
You know they're going to hold hands. You know they're going to look for kills.
And I just want to go back to playoffs in the Spring Split. H2K played Fnatic as well in the semi-final. H2K pulled out Shen top for Odomne 2 games in a row. It was supposed to be one of the counters to Fnatic's playstyle there. How they were always looking for picks, looking for teleport plays, and they could counter that with a global. Managed to win one of the games, also thanks to Huni playing Lee Sin top with Cinderhulk, and was completely useless. But
Fisher, we did see an equalizer coming out from Huni, but Fnatic were aware something fishy was up. Deep wards in the top half of the jungle, and H2K hammering away on that top tower.
Let's just talk more about Shen. I love Shen support. I think it's so strong in the mid game because he excels so much in the current meta in terms of setting up tower dives or obviously defending for ganks. Because what you can do now is if Rainover takes over, if Gnar takes over the lane and he can push down the rumble, you can so easily coordinate a dive where the Shen just TPs in on Odomne, taunts Huni, and that's it. That's a kill for H2K. That's the support doing it. He has great base stats with some of the buffs he's been getting lately, so he's fairly strong, just as an individual champion as well in the early game. Obviously late, his main job is going to be like, can you flash taunt the AD carry? That's why he starts falling off a little bit. But just the global pressure he offers as a support is so insane in the mid game.
And again, knowing the focus that Odomne may be the target, Odomne is undefeated in this Gnar this split, 4-0. Has been one of the most impressive DPS-focused Gnars that we've seen.
Both ultis ready again for Kasing and Rainover.
And Rainover's fully spotted in the jungle.
You mentioned it with the deep wards needed for H2K. All they have to do is just track Rainover over and over. Early sidestone. Don't have to operate your jungle item yet if you are Lulex. He's one of these very supportive junglers. It's the style he really likes to play. And now we really have to see what Fnatic can do.
So Defisher, in Picks and Bans, you said if there's deep vision, Rainover's Rengar is going to get read like a book. It's exactly what H2K are doing. What we've also seen from H2K is standard lanes. They've been struggling in lane swaps in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we jinxed them.
And in this lane setup, it's working out. Reckless is caught out. Kasing does not have flash. that may have cost Reckless his life, but he's going to at least Valkyrie away.
Not sure what it is, Trevor, but last split, we had a Telestrator segment on why HK was so good. I believe it was on 5.4, and they were like, best team in Europe.
I remember that, because I'm going to carry the guilt of this.
And then completely slumped for a few weeks in the Cinderhawk meta and just couldn't figure out how to play. Then we have a Telestrator segment on how they're the best team at lane swapping. They play Fnatic, they lose the lane swap, and the next few weeks they fall behind in every single lane swap. Now we're back to normal, though.
So what you're trying to say is Caster Curse is real.
And it's against H2K.
You're trying to say it's our fault?
I think it's a Telestrator.
There we go. It's a cursed Telestrator.
I think that's the problem.
The Weatherman screen, ladies and gentlemen. We do see Dragon has been started by H2K. 12.5 minutes. Rainover has got Smite, however, not going to be in range. And there we go. We do see H2K. Dragon #1. Holding on 2,000 gold lead. They've got a tower in the middle lane down already.
Just also looking at this Lucian pick for Yanin. I mean, he was so vocal about how strong Jinx was when some of these other AD carries were banned away. Let's talk about it after, because for now, Rainover is looking for potential tower dive. This is where Alistar is getting super strong. He's going in.
Here's the tower dive. They're focusing the global. Kasing's in trouble. Tower has fallen. Teleport's coming in from Huni on the back. Equalizer's not going to do a whole lot, but Rainover's flashed. Reply flash from Kasing. And Fnatic don't get the kills. The European sniper misses a shot. Fnatic do get a tower at the cost of top.
Yeah, we'll trade towers here. This top lane tower would have gone down fairly soon anyway. So Fnatic instead trying to make a play. And when you face these globals, it's so difficult to make plays where they can join in. Go gank them instead. They won't be able to do anything using Alistar. And I think Rainover jumped into the tower. So barely got any damage off. But they got the bot lane. This Lucian pick, though, as I was just talking about before, Shen is one of these supports that needs an AD carry that can handle himself, because you need to be able to teleport away and not have an AD carry just sit and die. Jinx wouldn't have been able to do that against Alistar, against a Rengar, so that's where Lucian comes in super handy for them. And also, you're expecting your lane to be ganked, because again, you are the global, gank the global. Lucian with his dash can be very safe in that case. So it's not going to be about Yanin this game here and damage he can deal.
Well, they can't ignore him either, though. Take a quick look at the setup. 20 CS advantage for Odoamne up top. 20 for Ryu in the mid lane, even for the AD carries. And this is some support on support action. Yellowstar's going to headbutt Kasing away.
Insane.
Scariest fight of the game. But confident play from Kasing. The Kasing effect, after joining H2K in week 3, week 4 of Spring Split, has really led H2K to be one of the best teams in Europe, and H2K now going to steal away this blue buff. 0 contest from Fnatic.
Just full control. You even see how just by them invading into the jungle here, they force Reckless and Yellowstar away from the tower. Yeah, Fnatic, they're trying to go in again, and they pull something off.
That's a flash pulverized! Kasing and Lulex kept out. Lulex is knocked back. He will go down to Rainover, who's now on the board. Fnatic with their first kill. Equalizer in the tri-bush. Shock blast connects.
Look at the mid lane here. H2K will force down to the bottom of the map, so mid lane is open. Fnatic are instantly going to push it.
There was a team that could come back from giving up 2 kills at level 1. It is Fnatic. Punishing H2K for that invade and blue steal. They get their first kill of the game, and they'll put a lot of damage on this tower, but I don't think they'll be able to kill it.
There's an ulti from Yanin to clear it out, but yeah, got a bit of damage on it. Rainover, knowing that his own jungle is completely warded, saying, okay, I'm gonna start just ganking from my lane. I know I can pop my ulti at this tier 2 tower and you won't spot it. And that's how he managed to get in, create a pick for himself. There was no TP for Odoamne, so he couldn't join. And I didn't see where Rio was on the map, but a quick kill for Fnatic and some damage. This is what they need to do. I mean, again, Rainover has to be the guy setting up the fights together with Yellowstar over and over and over.
And of course, the one thing that H2K will have a little bit of a difficulty is breaking through those inner turrets. There's a lot of wave clear from Fnatic. Jace and Corki do great. And if H2K group, you can see the power of a flash pulverized from Yellowstar.
But here's the thing though, if you look at the wave clear from Fnatic, Jace has to position himself on the side and like smack the shock blast into the minion wave, meaning he's not gonna hit H2K. That buys time for them to stay and keep the 4v4, because they want to split push with Odoamne. jumping him now.
Hooney's already gone golden, and he's got caught out. Hooney will be dropping, but not before he puts the equalizer out. Rainover's leaped back in with Thrill of the Hunt. Kasing is channeling the Stand United. Rainover's looking for a kill, but I don't think he'll find him. Kasing saves H2K once more.
Look at the bot lane as well.
It's soloed by Odawamne, and Hyanin is pushing the bottom lane. Fnatic get a tower at the cost of 3 lives.
Big mistake here from Fnatic. Hooney, he popped his hourglass. Obviously a misclick from him. And also just the engage coming in. H2K were ready for it. Even though Yana wasn't there, they knew they could take some of the fight, or they could trade even at least with Fnatic while he was taking the button. Let's see it again. So the take tower, look how H2K is already moving on the map, and they can see Feverin in the mid lane. Misclick from Hooney, meaning he's an easy target now to take down for H2K. Mega now coming for Odawamne. Beautiful setup. And meanwhile, well, you AD carry, you don't need him. You can clean up because Feverin moving too late. This is not a standard Fnatic play. They're normally the ones already in position with all members at once.
In the pre-game video, Rainover said that he feels Fnatic make less mistakes than their opponents. In the video we heard earlier today, Hooney was saying, even if H2K improve, we can still beat them. Fnatic are 4,000 gold down, on the cusp of losing the longest regular season winning streak Europe has ever seen. If H2K can keep punishing Fnatic.
7 kills to 1. You got the first dragon. Is not going to be about those for quite a while, but H2K straight back into the jungle of Fnatic. They've been spending more time in this jungle than I think Rainover has. And it's what you need to do when you face something like Orenga. Obviously, the next thing is going to be deep wards in the lanes, which is not something we see very often. But if you look at the mid lane right here, just outside of the screen, you can see a ward placed from H2K. That's again to spot. If Fnatic is ever grouping with this Jace and this Corki, you're going to see Rainover sit very far behind the team in the lane where he doesn't expect there to be a ward. And then that's why he pops his ult. You can see the ward on his screen now at his caster minions. And then he's going to jump in. And that's what H2K is trying to spot. Because again, if Rainover cannot get in there, Fnatic doesn't have a lot of ways of getting to like Rio, getting to Yanin.
Somebody from H2K that has a lot of ways to get to Fnatic is Kasing. Stand United almost available. He's got Home Guard, Moby Boots. H2K secure an inner turret in the bottom lane. That's 4th one of the game. Look at the top lane, however. Fnatic's minions are pushing towards H2K. There's no teleport from Odawamne. Somebody needs to go deal with that. Fnatic are not necessarily grouped up.
Fnatic wants to just stop the recalls. They want to see if this minion wave here can do some damage and also get cleared out. Obviously, the minions going to the towers doesn't benefit H2K in any way. So Fnatic doing a very good job just stopping the recalls, trying to buy a bit more time. There's nothing else down here on the bottom of the map to really fight for because there's no dragon. Towers are gone as well. Now Hooney needs to be careful.
He's been taunted! Hooney may have hourglass. He's going to have to. Equalizer comes out, saving that cooldown this time round. But Rainover's been caught out. A 2-man knocker from Yellow Star. Look at the shock blast from Feberbin. Shocking the audience, but no kills for Fnatic.
So Fnatic tried to stop H2K from recalling and then just kept moving down, kept trying to bait them potentially into a fight. And then we see this taunt flash you can do on the Shen. Didn't manage to get a kill on Hooney, but Rainover then jumps in and you are this Rengar. There's only one way. I mean, you buy one ticket and you're never gonna get back out. This goes down. 2 jungle bans and a Gragas first pick against Rainover. Working so far.
Also go back to picks and bans. I mean, a lot of members of Fnatic have been squeezed. However, Rainover's not been squeezed as hard. Is this the way? Is it unlucky 13 for Fnatic? 21 minutes gone by, 5,000 gold up, 2 towers up, 2 dragons up. And we're in the territory where Fnatic can sneak Barons.
True.
However, they're very far down.
Yeah. And it's normally Fnatic having the vision control at this point where they get these Baron sneaks. Another thing to highlight, we talked very quickly about how the mid-game spike, Corki, Jace, Rumble is fantastic for Fnatic, but because they gave up 2 kills at level 1 and because they've been falling behind further and further, we have barely seen them group and land enough poke from this Jace, from this Corki. We haven't seen them get into proper fights yet. They might be able to get a pick on Lulex though.
Lulex is in trouble. Explosive cast comes out. Equalizes down. Oduwamne is back in Mega Gnar. He's going to look for a two-man knockout, but it's only Rainova and Yellowstar. Feathervin is firing down the shock blast on the side as Jan has been zoned away thus far. Kissing lands a taunt. Look at Reckless. He's low on mana, but high on health. Landing auto attacks, flashing forward. The Gatling gun's out. He should find Oduwamne for the shutdown.
Oh,
the
nice.
shock blast finds Yarnit. Fnatic have 4 kills, looking for the ace, and there's a peel for Baron.
I'm happy we just talked about how strong the mid game is for Fnatic, yet even though we didn't get to see them really use it so far, now they gotta fight. Lulex got caught out, Kasing didn't manage to get in time, so it was very uncoordinated for H2K. Suddenly, Fnatic, they do what they do best. They always manage to find ways to come back in the games.
Fnatic punish mistakes fantastically well, in the same way that H2K punished Fnatic. I do want to say, the 2 times Fnatic have found kills and objectives has been punishing H2K's over-eagerness on the invades.
Okay, let's look and see what's going on here. So they jump onto Lulex, TP is coming in. I mean, H2K have a lot of members around. It's just so much burst onto Lulex. And now H2K is split up. If you see outside your screen on the left, Yanan is there, but Huni is zoning him away. Same can almost be said for Kasing. Meanwhile, Ryu was trying to come down here on the bottom. He goes down. The burst combo from the Jace. And similarly with H2K being split up, it allowed Fnatic to finally get onto these carries. And, you know, as we talk about, they have a fantastic mid game. Rumble, Jace, Corki. You always have to respect the damage they can deal. I mean, Febiven with the combo, just activating his W before changing into hammer form, the insane attack speed. Ryu just gets smacked in the head.
We have a game on. Rainova stood on top of a ward. Kasing's gonna get the taunt. Here comes Oduwamne. Hops forward. And Rainova's just gonna go invisible. Great round of applause from the audience as we have a game on our hands. Fnatic had to play from behind against the Giants last week, and they're playing from behind against H2K this week.
And it's gonna be tricky for H2K to try and set up this Baron here, because when against a Corki and even a Jace, there's a lot of ways for Fnatic to like check these bushes here despite not having any vision to see if someone is hiding there for H2K. So you need like multiple layers of wards in the jungle to start baiting the Baron, because if you start the Baron, you're stuck in that pit and a Jace lands a shock blast. One shock blast is enough to just force you away. Bot lane, Huni's pushing with TP. H2K just want to try and brute force this tower and see if they can get Huni to teleport off.
It looks like they're going to be trading. Kasing has flash available. H2K secure the tower first. Rumble not known for his incredible tower killing speed, but teleport is up as well, so if Huni needs to respond, he can. H2K steal all of the jungle camps and place a metric ton of wards.
They have 0 pings at the moment. Number 1 rule against the Rengar, pings. Number 2 rule against any team in the world, pings. Because you need to also deny vision, otherwise you can't really move anywhere. And for now, H2K have accepted that they're just trading vision with Fnatic. You can see how there's ward at Baron, there's wards in the jungle from Fnatic as well.
It's Dragon number 3, Deficio.
It is. Might be a thing.
Movement
5
speed.
dragons.
Movement speed increase for H2K. Fnatic will be running out of time if they do not pick a fight for the next few Barons. Dragons. Need to clear out the vision. And shock blast. And that's where Kissing's HP went. Yellowstone's looking for an engage. Fnatic are split, but they've got to wait for Mega Gnar.
Sweeting it out. Never disrespect the damage Fnatic can do at this point in the game. Yellowstar is taunted up. Let's see what Lulex can do.
Equalizer comes out. That one's good. The shock blast doesn't connect. Fnatic have got the damage focus on Oduwamne and Lulex. Oduwamne will be going down. Feathervin's on a killing spree. 5 versus 4, and Fnatic cannot find more.
Again, it's Fnatic going in. I'm not sure if I said never respect the damage or never disrespect the damage, but don't disrespect it, because Fnatic's mid game is fantastic. Ryu is here, he's full HP, but Lulex is so low. He's going in!
Culling's coming over from the side. Red team Baron! Fnatic get Baron! There's 2 more kills for Huni. It's a double. They're looking for Ryu. We see the Valkyrie available from Reckless. Shock blast connects. Rainova doesn't connect with the bowler strike, nor does the Frost Bomb. And that Death Star laser hurts a lot. Ryu's going to be able to get out, but Fnatic get the first Baron of the game. 26 minutes on the clock, and it's Fnatic with the gold lead.
Fnatic had no answer to a split-pushing Gnar. They had so many more answers though to team fights, and H2K have now multiple times in a row engaged into fights with Fnatic, or at least been in situations where Fnatic could force fights on them, and that's been exactly what they wanted with this Rumble pick, the Jace obviously from FIBEVent. Yes, Fnatic doesn't get to sit there and land the poke, but they still have such a good all-in in terms of the damage they can do. And H2K just haven't been using this great start for Odoamne.
4, 2, and 5 with the CS advantage. Odoamne has been the man left for dead when those team fights have broken out. Let's also quickly give some praise to FIBEVent. Hitting the shock blasts when they count as these team fights are breaking out. Positioning from Reckless and near Flawless as well. I've not really felt Reckless has been at threat of those flash taunts. It's something you were mentioning from Kasing. Thrill of the hunt. Where is the kitty cat going? The answer is nowhere. Not the most impressive Rengar game from Rainover. He's gonna find Odoamne. Shock Blast looking to control on his Baron empowered minions. It's broken Deficio. Culling comes out to clear the wave. Tower is going to survive for a few seconds longer. So it looks like Lulix wants to clear her out. That's a big chunk off of Ryu. Shock Blast coming out. Minions are conga lining in. Deficio, Fnatic are keeping up the siege.
Yeah, finally Fnatic gets to siege with the composition. We're still only 28 minutes in. There's like a lot more of the things going on, so they have fantastic poke at this point. And overall, for H2K, we mentioned these pink wards before, and I really feel like that's been such a big problem for them. They've never really been able to deny a whole lot of vision away from Fnatic, so Fnatic always had the chance to see, okay, are you out of position? Can we get a potential engage with our Rengar? And they've been using it so well. I mean, full credit to Fnatic for how they've been using that information. But also H2K just honestly slacking a little bit on denying the vision. Look, again for them, no pinks until now, where Rio picks one up. Only one upgraded sweeper as well, so simply have not been able to take full control.
Deficio, you're rewriting the League of Legends rulebook, because I thought Rule 1 was never chaser singed, but we'll go with pinks. You can see Daylor and Gambit enjoying the game, as Fnatic are now 4,000 gold ahead. They are the ones in control as we are about to hit 30 minutes. And look at the gold graph. What a story that tells. One team fight Ace, a second team fight then Baron. And Fnatic are where many expected them to be.
It looked so bad for Fnatic. Didn't get to use the mid-game spike at all. Never got the chance to group up because H2K was so strong they could always just try and fight against them. They had the split-pushing threat of Odoamne. And then these picks start happening, these team fights in favor of Fnatic in their own jungle as well, because they could just trade the wards with H2K. They used it. Now we're sitting here and we get to see this poke competition start shining. Now they're back where they want to be. As a Pokemon, if you fall behind, it tends to just snowball horribly one way because you cannot really defend yourself, you cannot set up sieges. Now they can. Kasing is gonna flash forward though. Taunt forward. Same thing.
Do you see the Valkyrie away from Reckless? He's trying to be zoned out. Yellow Star's on the front line. Hooney's overheating, so there's no equalizer, but they've killed Kasing. There's the Chaos Storm as the Gravity Field stuns up a few members of Fnatic. Fnatic are grouped. Reckless is chunked low. Not low enough. FIBEVent continues to throw out those shock blasts. Despite the lead that Odoamne got, despite the early items, he's just not dealing enough damage. And he's not playing the map with the advantage he had. It feels like H2K continuing to try to play the invade team fight game.
Right,
and it hasn't worked.
It's not about the damage for Odoamne, obviously. He is the tank on the team together with Lulix, but you're right, he's not been playing the map. He's not been able to set up the split push he wanted with this Frozen Mallet build as well for himself. But Rainover, I mean, criticized him before with this Rengar, but he's been such a big part of these picks lately for Fnatic. 4 dragons though for H2K. They are behind in gold now, 5k, but they got 4 dragons to 0. The next one is going to be the big jackpot. Can Reignover and the rest of Fnatic continue finding these picks? Because, as we just said here, poor start. He was shut down early on this Rengar, but he's really redeemed himself. Whenever Fnatic have won a fight, it's often been with Reignover jumping in and starting everything.
Fnatic have a lead in gold, a lead in towers, marginal. But they are down 4 dragons. With Baron coming up in a minute, you can already see the priority from teams looking to clear the vision out, looking to gain vision control. And unless H2K play this one correctly, they may be losing a Baron.
Huni has to go back and clear out this bot lane wave. H2K build up a pretty big one that was slow pushing in, so just recall for it. Has teleport ready. Odoamne does not. So set up a slow push now if you are Fnatic, and then you can start grouping around Baron and land this poke. You don't want to start the Baron necessarily. You want to have H2K trying to move in and like place a few wards themselves, try and spot you if you are doing the Baron, and then you start landing this poke out of vision against H2K where they have no real way of dodging it, and they're just stuck always trying to face check into Fnatic where they have full vision of them, while Huni can be a split pushing threat. So we might see H2K just try and force Baron itself to start the Baron to try and force Huni to teleport away. But that's also super risky because then we have all this AoE damage coming from Fnatic in terms of poke. So very, very tough situation for H2K where there's no real great play to make.
Look at the poke coming out from Fnatic. H2K managed to bully their way into the river, clear out some wards, get a pink down in that death bush in the middle of the river. Kasing's got one more pink in his inventory and his flash available. Shadow Dash Flash Engage available for H2K. See what they do. Ryu just gets chunked down. Look at Kasing on the front line. Don't want to be there if you don't have your mid lane available for a team fight.
Remember there's cleanse for FLICKR, so he should not be the target for the Shen Taunt. Instead you want Reckless or maybe Huni if you can take him down before the Hourglass. But Fnatic now, because they've been landing so much poke, they know H2K have been forced to back away, and they just start the Baron now.
Culling comes up from Kion and he's a little split from his team. H2K in position. Baron number 2 secured. Equalizer comes out and Odoamne is down already. Lulex is looking for Feathervin, but he's not going to find him. Reignover leaps in. We see a flash for Flash. Yellowstar chasing Kasing. 3 members of H2K are down. Fnatic have a Baron. Yellowstar setting up yet another kill for Fnatic, and Reignover, he's bounced back from a horrid start. And Fnatic will have an uncontested inhibitor turret for at least 25 seconds.
And just great play all around from Fnatic in setting up this Baron. How they're just dancing around it. They wait for H2K to move close, then they land the poke, and once H2K is forced back to their own base, well then you just start rushing in this Baron here for Fnatic. I mean, if you can't even beat them when you get 2 kills at level 1, who's going to stop Fnatic? 2 kills at level 1 for H2K, 7-1 later on in the game, and yet here we are.
If Fnatic close it out, that drop down just told us they will tie the longest standing LCS winning record in the regular season. With 2 lanes of super minions, with Baron empowered minions, and with a whole lot of momentum and tempo. Fnatic are showing there's very little they cannot do.
And H2K have been getting so little gold the last many minutes. They've been getting the Dragon, sure, but you need to get number 5 to really benefit from these stats. If we look at it, like we mentioned, Frozen Mallet, Random Zoman from Anar. I feel like that's 10 minutes ago. Ever since, there's not been a complete item. I mean, sure, he's gotten a Chain West, and that's been about it. Odoamne has been completely shut down in terms of gold, in terms of income for himself. Not even close, really, compared to what Fnatic's been picking up. Featherman has the fantastic Infinity Edge. Pop your W on this Jace, turn into hammer form and just destroy people.
Let's see how many shock blasts Feathervin can land. Kasing's actually going to dash into that one. Odoamne, he's chunked a little bit. He's got that Elixir of Iron. Minion wave is being cleared out efficiently, but look at the supers. They're not in the base yet. 25% of Baron left for Fnatic, and they've poked Kissing down. So if his Stand United comes in, it will be low. Culling used to try and clear this wave. Reckless is getting a few auto attacks down. Yanin is going to dash forward aggressively. Oduwamne is going to go Mega Gnar. Does not have flash available. Will get Hyper in a moment. Is going to try stun up Huni. We see Rainover is splitting up H2K's focus, and Oduwamne is down. Lulix follows quickly thereafter, and Fnatic find a third. That's a double kill for Reckless as Huni goes for another. 4 members of H2K are down. The Supers are into the base. In the European LCS, every team fights one another, but it's Fnatic that end up winning. 13-0. They equal the longest winning streak in LCS history. If there's any team that is more honest about playing poorly in wins, I don't know it. Because Fnatic talk about some of their victories as if they were losses, and you can see the relief on everybody's faces. I'm going to translate what Yellow Star's 2 fingers means. We've been down twice. Giants and H2K.
I think it's the 2 rules, you know, the pink walls against pink against teams. I think that's what he's saying.
You're trying to rewrite rule books you're not allowed to rewrite, Deficio.
Well, the thing is, for Fnatic, some people are talking about how it could be healthy for them as a team to maybe lose a game, see if there were some mistakes. This is about as close as they might get. So there's a lot of things in the early game for Fnatic to go back and look and say, okay, what went wrong? Why did we fall behind? What could we change? And then you just gotta give them so much credit for coming back in the game. How they managed to punish H2K. And obviously H2K were somewhat built for split pushing with their Frozen Mallet. So Odoamne never really had much of an impact in these big late game team fights. That was a problem for them. Because obviously we mentioned earlier how Yanin was not going to be the big carry in this one. He was playing the Lucian, he was supposed to be safe. And he never really got to do anything.
No. Happy to see some smiles in the face of H2K. Again, H2K show they are a force to be reckoned with. They responded well early. They played the laning phase effectively in head-to-head lanes. But unfortunately, a few mistakes in the jungle, or a few mispositions, I think that's a better word, because Fnatic forced the team fights. Fnatic forced the kills.
Right. I think it was just the overall map play from H2K that was the problem. Again, the lack of pink wards, not denying vision away from it, and then finding yourself split up in situations where you have to respect the potential engage coming. Like we had this team fight near the Baron where Ryu was on one side, Yanin was on the other side, and none of them really managed to do anything, and that's where it started going really wrong for H2K. So just overall, some mistakes as a team, and we know Fnatic will punish you for it.
And once again, Febiven with a phenomenal performance. 5-0-5 on that Jace. Once we got to the mid-game, shock blast after shock blast.
Yeah.
There was a couple of fans in the audience there. Huni is love, Huni is life. He ended 5-2-9. 18-0 the dream. It's still possible if Fnatic can take down Origin tomorrow. If they can. That is
Match
to
of
set
the week.
That is to set game of the week.
Game of the week.
That is to set
Game
the
of
new
the week.
record. We'll head down to Pulse on stage for a little bit more insight into Fnatic's 13th straight win.
Thank you, Quick Shot. I'm joined here by Reckless from Fnatic after their win, and it was very hard fought. And I do want to ask you about the early game because you lost a lot of kills and were down a lot of gold very early on.
Yeah, basically we had a level 1 strategy going into the game, judging off their previous level 1 strategies. So we just tried to like form a strategy towards what they were usually doing, and then they ended up doing another strategy that, like in 12 games they did a specific thing, and then in this game they changed up completely. So we got kind of caught off guard with that, and we ended up getting 2 kills level 1, and then they had like a huge advantage in pretty much every lane to begin with. And aside of that, we had weak matchups on pretty much every lane as well. So it was like really hard to keep the team solid in early game without getting too snowballed on. So sometimes, you know, when you win these games, it's like kind of hard to tell if you win because you're the better team and that's why you come back into the game and make these like clutch decisions where you get towers for nothing, or if they are just not good enough to keep us off those towers or the ways we can come back into the game. So it's kind of hard to tell, but I still feel like we kind of did what we could with the champions we had and the situation we were in. So I'm pretty happy about that win.
Well, I did want to ask you about how you just identified those opportunities, because yes, you were down in the early game, but how do you say, oh, this is the team fight that we need right now?
Well, basically, all the champions in the game have their own power spikes, right? So if I'm strong at a certain moment, maybe the enemy is also strong, but he has more farm than me, so he's obviously stronger. But in this type of scenario, for example, for my role, I'm strong at like level 11 with Corki, so we tried to work around that, even though Lucian was like 2 or 3 levels up on me. And then also just like very, very solid shot calling from Yellowstar, I think kept us in the game, and he was making sure we made the right decisions at the right times instead of just going for a fight that we were not going to win and then ending up giving even more kills than we were already giving, and then that would make the game impossible to come back in. So definitely I think Yellowstar shot calling like kept us in the game and allowed us to take these towers for free and eventually come back enough so we could win a team fight and then turn that into a Baron.
Yeah, well, it was very impressive. This is your second win now over H2K. But moving forwards tomorrow, you're up against Origin. Do you think they're going to be a stronger or weaker opponent than H2K today?
I've always thought H2K is a tad higher than Origin. But at the same time, I don't think either team is a bad team in any sense. So definitely I think tomorrow will be as tough as today. But at the same time, I feel like H2K had a very solid plan going into the game, so maybe I have to expect the same from Origin, or maybe they just go with what they their standard style. But we'll see. We'll just make sure not to die twice level 1, and then maybe we can have an even game.
Yeah, well, we will see indeed, Reckless. Thank you very much for joining me. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that crazy game.
Thank you so much. Well, first I got to ask Ducky, of course, about what Reckless just said. H2K a little bit better than OG. Tomorrow, the matchup. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's his opinion, so I think we're a tad higher than H2K right now, but this is mainly because I think that H2K is slumping a little bit, and I think it also showed both in the draft and in the in-game decision-making. I just hope that we can be a little bit more solid with our strategy tomorrow, and I think we will give Fnatic tomorrow a harder match.
Well, as you say, the draft from H2K in this one, let's get the team comp graphic up on the screen, because you guys, if I could have recorded it, you guys were just quite disappointed in H2K's draft. That's understating.
Let's start off with the bans, because sort of like the plan from H2K here is target Reignover. Reignover, if you look at the champions he played in the jungle so far, were mainly on the Gragas and the Rek'Sai side and the Olaf side. So if you ban the Rek'Sai and the Olaf and you first rotate the Gragas, you force Reignover on something new. I hope that H2K knew it was the Rengar, because it was something that was very visible from Reignover's solo queue accounts. And yeah, they pretty much wanted to push Reignover out of his comfort zone and onto a non-tier jungle while getting the Gragas. So that part of the strategy was actually really solid. But then it gets wacky.
Oh, let me start where it gets rocky, right? Like, in the second rotation, they just pick a Gnar and a Shen. And it makes very little sense, because it's not contested picks. It's not picks that are going to disappear from your hand simply because the enemy team has revealed the Rumble already. While in reality, the pick that was contested was the Jace. I think we talked about the Jace for a straight 5 minutes about how it was contested, and it was just shocking that it just passed away through the ban and pick.
Yeah.
It starts off with, like, first up we were thinking that Jace might be a first rotation from Fnatic, and then in the second rotation H2K had the opportunity to go Alistar Jace, and they would have set up for such a good team comp. And then they end up also giving away the Jace when Fnatic already has the Corki and the Rumble in the first rotation, which somewhat hints towards this poke-style comp. And they also didn't pick Engage. They just had no Engage. There was a Shenton and a Gragas, completely unreliable. And you have to know this is coming. Like, Fabian is infamous for his Jace.
Yeah, so you guys were ready to throw in the towel for H2K when the game started, let's be honest here. And then this happens. Let's pull it up on the screen. Reckless talked about it. We scouted H2K, we know what they're going to do, and they mixed it up. We have it fast-forwarded here, because up until now, everything's fine.
Two things I want to pay attention to is the Jace in the mid lane, who's not moving one bit, so there's definitely no support that he could, for example, walk over the Wraith Brush in the team. And then Reignover completely, I don't know what he...
Reignover commits Sudoku. That's basically it. Like, no, that is such a solo queue move, and I bet he just bit his tongue after he did that.
Making a number puzzle there and end up giving 2 kills to Gnar. So much like when Fnatic shut down Odoamne in their last meeting, they said, now you get a head start from us, but we're going to shut you down after. Let's get the second replay up on the screen. At Baron, Ducky, you had a lot to say about Fnatic's Baron control, but is this Fnatic's call around Baron, or is this H2K's mistake?
there's two main things that's happening here, which is Lulex is completely split from the team. Gnar has to TP where Rumble is already there, and Lucian on the top side is doing nothing. Huni did an absolutely amazing Rumble ult from max distance over the wall. It was just, it completely won the team fight alone. And after that, I feel like, I don't know, Fnatic's communication, their shot calling, everything was just on point, and H2K was too split. It was unclear what they were doing, and it really cost them the game here.
I would have to say that it really showed the strategical flaw of H2K's ban and pick right here, simply because they had a situation where they just had to push out bottom, let Gnar create some pressure before they venture into the enemy jungle, and they ventured into the enemy jungle, forced a TP off of Gnar, and it kind of groups them up, because in a group situation they will lose. In the laning phases alone, they were stronger, and that's how they should have played it out.
Yeah, but they didn't, and Fnatic still undefeated here. Well, there's still more LCS coming your way today as SK Gaming goes up against Gambit to try and keep their playoff hopes alive. We'll meet you back here right after this.
Alista and Rengar will be good here.
Okay, I take Rengar.
Okay.
Oh no!
Shut up, your Rengar is sick. Go.
Huni will be dropping, but not before he puts the equalizer out. Reynolds leaped back in with Thrill at the height.
Victor is dead, Victor is dead.
Gnar?
Gnar?
Gnar, can we?
Yeah, we can. 3 versus 4, 3 versus 4, 3
Shen?
versus 4, 3 versus 4.
Gnar? Shen.
Nice!
Shen.
Culling's coming over from the side. Red team Baron. Fnatic get Baron. There's 2 more kills for Huni. It's a double. Equalizer comes out and Odowan is down already. Lulex is looking for Feathervin, but he's not going to find him. Rainova leaps in. 13-0. They equal the longest winning streak in LCS history.
I'm always sad that SK are losing because I had the luck to play in this team and every single personality and us players, even if we failed in the end, I absolutely adore them because I really enjoyed being with them both in real life and in the game. I really want to see SK succeeding at some point.
Welcome back to the European LCS where SK and Gambit are setting up on stage. As we speak for our last matchup of the day, we just heard from Forgiven talking about SK, a team that's currently struggling. But let's take a look at their lineup and talk about how and why. Freddy still in the top lane, Sven in the jungle. Fox is the mid laner, and Candy Panda and Enrated AD carry support with Lukashenko, their coach. We touched on some of their poor decision making, and truthfully, despite the fact that SK are 3-9 in the league, take a look at some of the advantages that they have thrown away. This is nearly 8,000 gold up around 25 minutes, and SK lose this lead at a bad Baron play.
Yeah, this has really been the story for SK Gaming, is very poor late game shot calling, and it's so close. I mean, they play so well in the start, but like, look at this here. You can look at this Candy Panda and see when his heart is breaking, when this Rent doesn't get the Baron, smited away by El Bandito, and suddenly Giants get the comeback. Next game, Elements versus SK Gaming.
Not one throw.
Multiple throws.
Yeah,
it's safe to
unfortunately.
say. I mean, 8k goal lead again for SK. We're 45 minutes in, and they take this team fight now, which they should never even have engaged into. But they have no chance of reaching the backline of Elements, and also they all group together for JWoww to get an insane Mega Gnar. And suddenly, well, team fight lost. Baron goes over to Elements, and it's not even over.
Yeah, and take a look at Freddy's positioning. He had super minions in the base. You're about to see in the picture-in-picture, super minions in the Nexus turret. If Freddy had just shoved that wave in and SK had delayed the backs, SK could have won that game. Freddy's decision-making has shown to be questionable multiple times. In this game, SK lose an 8k gold lead. In this replay, SK had a 12,000 gold lead. They had 5 dragons. They had a second Baron. And we're going to see individual and team positioning mistakes costing SK the match.
Yeah, you can see the rest of SK saying, okay, we have to now back away. And then Freddy suddenly is stuck in the back against 5 members of Rocket. And like, this problem in terms of shot calling is really such a massive thing for SK because they can do 90% correct in a game. And we're like, oh, it's great, they're getting this massive goal lead, they're playing super well, they get these standard lanes, it's working for them. And then this poor shot calling comes in, and it's really such a big problem. And it's a thing they didn't have, or a problem that never occurred in the last split because they were just so far ahead with the snowball so hard in the early game. This is not the case right now.
I think I want to reiterate that if SK didn't make these late game mistakes, they would have been 6-6 and tied for 4th. Unfortunately, these mistakes mean they're sitting down in 9th place and facing promo tournament. So we'll see if SK can start to solve those problems. Their opponents in this game will be Gambit, who are much higher up the table at 5-7. They are on the cusp of qualifying for playoffs. It is, of course, Cabochard, Diamond, Betsy, Forgiven, Gosu Pepper, and their coach, Shawns. Last week, the Fish Show, we took a look at Diamond's minimal kill participation. Let's talk about then follow it up.
Yeah.
Still low kill participation, but a better performance last week.
Better performance. Diamond, though, has turned into a jungler that plays a lot around vision control. He's their jungler that plays the second most wards per minute in the EU LCS, and that's how he creates pressure, or how he allows his lane to play very aggressive. You look at his stats here. He got 1 kill in 2 games pre-50 minutes. That's nothing. He didn't get a single assist or anything. So when you look at Gambit, it's not about Diamond going in for the gank to get a kill for like Cabochard or for Forgiven. It's vision control, finding the enemy jungler, and then allowing your laners to do what they need to do. And that's where they shine. I mean, Cabochard can beat almost anyone one-on-one. Forgiven and Eddie have looked good in the 2v2 lane as well. And even Betsy is starting to step up. So Gambit will have strong lanes. Sometimes, though, if there's an early jungler who can gank a lot, Svensk on anyone, then the playstyle of Diamond can get punished.
Unfortunately, though, Svenskerin's not shown up in every game he's played this summer, so a lot of pressure on Sven's shoulders. Just to remind everybody of playoff hopes here. SK are currently 3-9. It's Copenhagen Wolves that are 2-11. So with that in mind, tomorrow when SK and the Wolves do battle, that could determine who's looking at that automatic relegation spot. So if SK can pick up a win against a middle table team, they can already start to put some growth and some distance between them and the Wolves.
So let's look at first ban. Freddy is not an AP top laner. Very rarely do we see him play that. I don't even remember ever seeing him play Rumble. So Rise being banned away on blue side from SK because of that. I wonder if Jace is going to be another ban. It's been such a good pick for Betsy if we look at the last week, and I think it's very important that Gambit is getting Betsy on a champion where he can carry. So it's not just about, you know, when Forgiven is playing Sivir, then it's more about shutdown, Kappa shot. No, we need Betsy to be up there as well. So there's multiple threats on Gambit to shut down. For now, Azir ban is another one of Betsy's main picks.
And for Gambit, their most banned champion has been Kalista. 6 games it's been taken off the table. Forgiven showing he is not playing the Spear of Vengeance, and
also purple side.
Also purple side. Doesn't want to give it up first pick. Candy Panda, unfortunately, 0 and 4 on that champion. The next ban will be Shen. But it is interesting because regardless of sides, Forgiven is not playing the champion.
No, we
when everybody else in the world
haven't
is.
seen him. He's been picking up more though of these like utility picks, like this Sivir. That's something we have to give him credit for, and he talked about it last week after one of the wins, how it's no longer just about individual players, like Forgiven being a big carry like it was on SK. No, it's a team effort. They go down together, and that's a great change for him. We see SK Gaming even respecting the Sivir pick, so they banned it away this time. Clearly have, see what first pick they would want now that we have no jungle bans so far. Alistar could be an option for SK.
Lulu ban from Gambit if they wanted to. It's been banned a couple times against SK in the past, and they also put high priority when it was available to help pick up some of those wins. The only wins that SK have secured.
So Gambit is trying to bait a Gragas first pick here from SK. And that's not necessarily a bad thing for SK to take that Gragas, but Diamond does like to play Nidalee, even though it's not always been too impressive.
I'm not a fan.
And you can play Nidalee fairly well into a Gragas. Early game, you can match him really well. You might even be able to beat him. Also, the Runeglaive change is something that is kind of given Nidalee a few more options in how she can play, now that she has a bit more auto-attack threat with the Sheen proc, or the Runeglaive proc as it is. However, SK clearly thinking this one out. I mean, there's
a lot of smiles.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I'm noticing in contrast to the two teams, everybody on SK side has got massive grins.
Okay.
And gonna surprise, I think, both of us with a first pick Ezreal.
So
that's a flex as well.
It is a flex pick. For me, if you want to first pick Ezreal, you need to be ready to swap it to AD carry. In case the other team is now drafting a massive heavy engage composition to shut down his Ezreal, then you have to be able to swap him to the AD carry role and then run a more standard mid laner, which does not get as affected by hard engage as a poke champion like Ezreal here. Sadly for SK, they banned Azir themselves. He is one of the quick turnarounds you can do because Azir does really well into like heavy engage. So you didn't swap the Ezreal to AD carry, you pick the Azir and you're like, haha, fooled you. But that's not an option
You
for
make
SK.
it sound so easy to fish here.
In this game, let's see Gambit. You see the potential AP Ezreal. You have to think engage, engage, engage. Or do we want to try and match the poke in terms of Corki Jace, which are the two options open for Gambit? You do need to be careful though about going late game, because we know what Runeglaive Ezreal can do once he reaches that 3-4 item spike.
May not be Runeglaive if Jace gets locked in.
Yeah, it's another one.
Fox has played Jace, had a decent performance with 8-5 and 4 despite it being a loss. But we'll touch on what they decide to lock in a moment or two. This will be another Corki game for Forgiven, his 5th of the split. 3 wins and a loss.
And we just talked about this Nidalee. I thought it obviously was going to be for Diamond, and then with SK potentially first picking the Gragas, which is what Gambit were trying to bait before. We have seen Echo full tank, obviously from Svenskeren a few times. Been fairly effective, honestly, for him. And I wonder if this Nautilus, I mean, obviously, again, it's a flex pick, can go and raid it, but I could see it as a Freddy champion as well. Massive tank in the top lane. It is the style he likes to play.
And we have seen Echo played by Svenskeren as well as Fox. So SK are keeping all of their cards kept close to their chest, because they have the option to put every single one of those champions in multiple roles. So how does Gambit decide? They now need to decide what team comp they want to run.
Yeah.
And just hope for the best in terms of what SK is going to eventually swap out.
If I'm Gambit, I feel like I can somewhat predict at least where the Echo is going to go. I'm not, and again, Freddy is not an AP top laner. And we haven't seen Echo mid lane very often because of the fact that, yeah, okay, sure, they played it once, but now we have to remember he's been nerfed a little bit, and He's just been a very effective jungle pick because you can just go full tank. So I would say if I'm gambling, like that's going to be an Echo jungle. I'm going to say it's going to be a Nautilus support as well. And Freddy maybe wants a bit more of a split pushing pick for himself in the top lane. That's if I'm Gambit and I'm trying to predict where these picks are going to go. And you see for them, they're saying, we want to make sure we have some backline threat against your potential poke composition. And that's why they're locking in a Yasuo. This is a blind pick though. And I'm not really the biggest fan of it right here. I want to see more of what SK is doing, and then I would have it as a last pick for them. I wonder if it's going to go top lane potentially, though, for Couple Shot.
Maybe Gambit's been scrimming Giants?
It was banned once against them as well, but we were like, huh,
why Yasuo?
Surprising ban. But now they get to lock it in, so let's see if it is a flex pick for Gambit or not.
And we have seen Yasuo into Nars. If that is a counter in Europe, as it is in other regions, it also reduces one more champion from Freddy's pool, his second most played, we should point out. To see what they decide to lock in. It looks like it's going to be Nautilus top if this Victor and Lulu get locked in, because we expect that Lulu to be in Nzerator's hands.
So if I was Gambit, I would have predicted wrong with the Nautilus at least. But it does mean we see SK Gaming say we first pick Israel, but we realize now with Yasuo coming in, there's backline threat from Gambit, so we're going to change it up. We're going to move him to that AD carry position. We take the blind pick Victor. Again, he's a safe laner. He can perform really well in most compositions off of that guaranteed wave clear as well, which is what you need when you have like an Ezreal AD carry. So SK Gaming just changing around a little bit in terms of, or looking at what Gambit is building. And I want to see if Kabashar wants this Yasuo top then into a Nautilus. It's not a matchup I've seen a lot of. I've never seen.
I was going to say, I've not seen it at all. I'm not worried to say that in the slightest. In the game of pick and ban roulette.
It's all mind games right now.
In the game of pick and ban roulette, who has come out the victor? We've got 4 seconds before we see this final pick. It will be a Yasuo top with multiple knockups, multiple knockaways, multiple options. Kabashar to find a target.
If Gambit can manage to get Kabashar rolling, then I really like the composition they've been building here in terms of getting to the Victor, getting to the Ezreal. What SK Gaming is going to do is they're going to build a full tank Gecko and a full tank Nautilus, who's going to be a pain. I mean, Forgiven won't be able to take them down, but that means it's not going to be about him anymore. It's going to be about what Kabashar can do towards the backline of SK Gaming instead. And if Yasuo can beat the Nautilus in the one-on-one, you're going to have a split-pushing threat coming in for Gambit. You have decent or great wave play in Corki and Orianna, so it's a very safe comp in many ways for them. And you have enough knockups, I mean Shockwave, and you have Alistar, you have Gragas, to set up Kabashar in these fights here. SK Gamer obviously with Lulu, which is one of the traditional counters to a Yasuo, being like, hey, I can wild growth whatever target you're jumping. But it's going to be support Lulu, so late game, the shields and the HP from the ulti is not going to be that huge compared to what a late game Yasuo can do of damage.
We do know though, in rated 3-0, the 3 wins that SK have picked up have been on that single champion. They held their cards until the very last pick. Maybe surprising Gambit. Gambit have put together a pretty good team composition with, again, multiple options. Good wave clear. Decent engage options.
I really fear SK will lack damage. If the Victor pick gets shut down, even in the fight or just in the early game, Ezreal is not going to be the guy who's destroying what Gambit has built up here. Obviously, maybe some people on Twitter disagree with me on everything.
We'll find out. You can see the SK flag is lit as they trudge into battle against Gambit. Last chance saloon, possibly, for SK, as they are very, very close to that automatic relegation position. Yeah. DeFisher, you've highlighted some options here for Gambit. If Gambit focus Kabashard or Betsy's lane, those are keys to victory. We're expecting Forgiven and Ghosted to play it safe.
I would definitely play around
some of the
Kabashar.
poke and harassment.
Yeah. I mean, don't bother trying to gank an Ezreal Lulu lane. That's going to be such an annoying lane for you to try and gank. Also, Corki, Alistar. It's going to be a very passive lane in that sense. Obviously, Lulu's going to bully out the Alistar in the early game. Play around Kabashar in this Yasuo. Make sure he can play offensive or aggressive with wards and with Diamond staying around. Just shadow his lane. Gambit is looking for an early invade. SK Gaming is not doing what H2K did before and group up and try and trap them. They're just splitting up, trying to cover every single entrance.
Nobody's responding yet from Gambit to try get some deep wards down to at least even what what Gambit have done. So early advantage to Gambit. We do finally see Candy Panda and Enrated moving further and further into lane.
He's trading. And Freddy's starting with a sweeping lens to see if he can clear out one of these level 1 wards and potentially set up a swap. Now he is spotted, obviously killing this one. Now the only question for Gambit is he going to recall? Is he going to stay? For now they should assume he's gone top lane. That's where they got the latest information, and they never saw the bot lane of SK move around. So that's what they got to work with for now. And they will just swap Forgiven and Ghost of Pepper away from this Lulu Ezreal lane. We talked about how annoying Lulu is going to be in the early game of it. They swap it around and also see if they can deny Freddy a little bit on this Nautilus.
Krug started by Enrated and Candy Panda. Focus down the little one. I talk so much about this champion. You can see the stats on your screen as Forgiven and Gosu, they will secure their Krugs and move their way into lane. So Freddy's got a little bit of an early push. Enrated and Candy currently no opposition. Cabashard's currently was holding Diamond Prox's hands until he's just recalled.
So Freddy will always try and get an early push in his lanes, even if it's a 1v2 situation. He wants a bit of farm, and then because we had to change quite a while ago with the XP range of minions, he always stays and he tries to soak up XP for himself. Sven and Diamond are gonna find each other. Sven decided to start on the weak side. Did Grump, then did Blue Buff. Gambit did not invade, despite having the lane top. They took their own camp, so wanted to secure a buff and potentially be ready if SK had swapped the dual lane top as well. So for now, Sven will get 3 buffs, seeing as they should be able to secure the blue buff of Gambit as well, because he was starting on that weak side and no invade from Gambit.
So we do see Cabashard, he's moved up to that top lane. The wave has been pushed all the way to Freddy's tower. Freddy holding on to his teleport in base, and Candy Panda's trying to push out bottom.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what we see here. There's been a slight change in how a lot of teams play the lane swaps. Now it's the top laner who's sitting with the dual lane to kill the tower, while the jungler is still moving around the map and farming for himself. So he's going to be stronger due to this. You even see Diamond is recalling now because there's no real camps for him to take. And then what you do is once you kill the tower, you just leave the lane for your top laner, and you also give him, in this case because you have a Yasuo, you give him full gold from the tower. That's what I would like to see from Gambit. So Forgiven and Ghost Paper will then move away and let Cabashard finish off the tower, get the full gold for himself. You can see it right here. And then Ghost Paper walks back in. So they might just want to share it. I like it when you just give it to the top laner, gives him a small advantage, and he is on a Yasuo who needs to snowball.
So first tower secured in favor of Gambit. This is in fact their 8th first tower in 13 games. And with SK having the numbers advantage down bottom for the time being, we'll see if they want to go for a dragon. SK have definitely been incredibly impressive with their dragons. Coming into the week, they had 36, the second most in the entire league. But they're second last on the ladder. So having those dragons hasn't necessarily helped convert to wins, as we highlighted in our pregame.
Yeah, always gotta get number 5 to get the real impact for SK. Also because they don't run these poke compositions very often, which can benefit from some of the buffs on the way to number 5 for dragons. Meanwhile though, because SK Gaming had a different strategy in the lane swap, it was just Lulu Ezreal taking down bot tower alone. It has meant that Freddy hasn't really picked up any farm. He got the first few minions, and then he's kind of been denied. He's not been down pushing in the bottom lane. He's not really been double junking too much with Svenskar either. So he is going to be behind now because Cabashard got the wave up top once the tower went down. And now there's going to be a big wave pushing down. That's an opening for Sven though to go and gank him, now that he's pushed so far up and you have a Nautilus to set it up.
We'll see whether or not Sven's early damage will be enough. There's sure as heck enough CC from Freddy. Not a lot of CS, but a lot of minions to farm. And we did see Sven getting gifted from camp. Phase dive over. We are going to see the wind wall come out. That means the dredge line is blocked, and Cabashard continues to put the damage down onto Sven. Parallel Convergence will not find a stun. That big body barrel slam will. Cabashard dashes once, dashes twice, finds first blood, and gets himself a blue buff for a moment. Gets a rock up onto Freddy. He's staying alive. Freddy should go down. 1 or 2 more hits. Freddy's going to dredge line to safety. And Gambit turned that around.
So SK Gaming was setting up the gank, but the wind wall first of all blocked the hook from Freddy, and then Diamond, he knew his top laner was gonna get ganked, so he moved all the way over there. Fantastic outplay for Gambit. Very important first blood, because this also keeps Freddy down. He lost a lot of minions during that fight. And because his team didn't really help him in the lane swap, but he didn't want help because he wanted to stay up in that top lane, and Gambit played around Capuchot a little bit more. Big difference early on.
And for Diamond Prox, it's before 15 minutes, involved in first blood. We've talked so much about Diamond's slower pace in the early game. He started off well today in that lane swap. Cabochard picked up that Zeal, is returning to lane. Even farm between the two Triforce 80 carries in the bottom lane. And Forgiven and Gosu playing really quite passively.
Well,
as you expect, I think.
Right. I mean, this is not going to be, once again, it's not going to be about the Gambit bottom lane. It's going to be about what can Cabochard do on this Yasuo pick.
Sounds like we've heard that before.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a strategy for Gambit very often. Now, obviously, you have late game scaling on Betsy. That can be key for the team fights. But I will also say I prefer the Corki Power Spike over the Ezreal when it comes to Trinity Forces for the mid game. And I just fear that SK will lack damage. Who's going to kill Diamond Prox full tank when he dives in onto Candy Pandy? You have an Alistar in the way as well. It's going to be so difficult for SK with this double carry setup and to take down targets.
We highlighted how many knockups there are for Cabochard's last breath. But we didn't necessarily talk about how many ball delivery systems there are. Alistar, Yasuo, Gragas, all of them could set up a great shockwave. Take a look top lane really quickly. Cabochard and Diamond are looking for another kill onto Freddy. Observers don't mind too much, but Freddy was forced to get away.
Svensson is playing around the wrong lane. You don't have to go bottom lane here. It's in full control of SK. You need to help your top laner. He's getting pressured by two members every time he tries to farm. Diamond is nearby. SK Gaming have surrendered the top side of the map. That is the lane Gambit wanted to win, and SK Gaming right now are allowing them to, and stealing away the 1 HP blue buff.
Fox got it. That's what matters. Death Ray managing to secure SK's blue as Diamond was trying to steal it. So remember, Freddy has no flash and the wave's pushing in. Diamond's nearby, as is Svenskeren. Cabochard does have access to his ultimate, so let's see what Freddy can do. Because as it stands, Gambit are just applying so much pressure on the top half of the map, and no real reply yet from SK.
No. Again, Sven has been trying to set something up on the bottom lane. Absolutely no reason. And very low chance of pulling that one off. But also at the same time, if you are Svensson at this point, you might have to consider the fact you can win the 2v2 trade up in that top lane if you go for it. So you can't really gank the lane. You just have to like sit around and be more security for Freddy. Because Cabochard is just pushing it down over and over, and you know Diamond Prox is staying around.
Something we do want to talk about as we're about to hit 10 minutes to Fisher is the fact that Gambit are a team that rarely put themselves into lane swaps. Of their 12 games leading up to this, only 3 had actually been lane swaps, and their averages across those games was to be down around 1,000 gold, right? Regardless of who initiated it. This seems to be the opposite.
Very clear that Gambit have been practicing these lane swap, because again, this is the new addition we have seen in other regions as well, where we have the top lane and jungler starting together. They do 2 camps, so they both get level 2. The jungler doesn't have to invest that much or that many potions as well. And then you just send the top lane in to push with the dual lane, and your jungler stays, and he can just keep farming because you don't need him. You don't need 4 members to rush down the tower. And it just meant that Cabochard had a great lane to pick up after. He's been using it also with the fact that Diamond Prox could counter gank that lane that was being pushed in.
As we've said, 10 minutes is clocked over. About 1,500 gold in the lead for Gambit. They have a CS advantage in every single lane.
Even support.
Albeit small ones. I'm going to let the Relic shield.
I mean, it's great last hitting. Look at this last hit he's gonna.
There's no stack for Gosu.
Ah, Eddie. Whatever.
Fisher, I thought you used to play this role. Pay attention, man.
I'm playing AD carry now. Great AD carry player.
Is that working out for you?
No, my champion pool is horrible. I can
You just play Sivir?
I can play Sivir,
Yeah.
then I try to play Lucian, but I'm lose all the time because Lucian is not very good right now.
So ban Sivir against Officio if you see him in solo queue. Right. Gambit now slowing the pace of the game. We can see Caboshard has held that lane up top for a little while. And Sven, we mentioned in Picks and Bans how if Sven was able to disrupt Gambit's chances, maybe he could work out. Going to look for an engage. Parallel convergence. This might be a stun, and it catches Betsy out. The Chaos Storm will burn Betsy down. And the Shockwave didn't finish the animation. Great combo.
Yeah, great combo here from Svenskeren, landing the stun and then, of course, just burning down Orianna. Look at the bottom side of the map here. SK Gaming have taken control of the river with pink wards, so Sven knew he could move in around this mid lane here and set up a gank. Even and Raid had already moved before it started in case a bigger fight would break out. So nice little setup from SK. Ignore that bottom lane, gank the other lanes.
If anybody's not watching mid lane when Svenskeren plays Echo, it's a big mistake. Because Svenskeren has played Echo 3 times now, and all 3 times has picked up kills in the middle lane. Twice from Wraith Camp, now from the river. Definitely seems to be putting some
Here's the thing though.
Tools with that WE combo.
Betsy could have flashed W, I believe. And he didn't. He saved until after when he'd already been poked down so low. That was a mistake for him. Diamond, though, he's gonna go in for the gang and oh!
3-man
setup!
The last breath! I demand a replay of that! Because Gambit, that was incredible! That's exactly what Giants did not do.
Man, that was insane. I love that play so much. Caboshard Diamond roaming down. Revenge for killing Betsy.
Yes!
Alright, okay. Diamond, Flash Burst Time, and goes to Pepper. 3-man ulti. From Caboshard as well. I mean, you rarely get this great of a setup. And you even block the ulti from Candy Panda.
I've not seen anything else that is deserving of an LCS big play other than that. Gambit, they did manage to take the tower, and now they need to defend. At 13 minutes, they've got themselves 4,000 gold in the lead. Caboshard has teleport available and is pushing the inner turret in the top lane once more. Great play from Gambit, and we talked about this. We talked about lane swaps. The lanes reset. And a well-timed roam with a minion wave allowed that dive to happen.
And these kind of plays are so much easier for Gambit to set up in this game because they've been winning this top lane, and Caboshard has just been pushing it down over and over, and suddenly the route he has to take from the tier 2 tower and top down into the mid lane is so short for him. It's been warded up most of the time. He just walked in there with Diamond. So you set up these tower dives where SK, I mean, it's such an impossible situation because you might expect the dive to come, but if you leave your tower, you just might end up giving up that tower to Gambit for nothing. But you can't really stay either because you know there's this risk of a potential dive coming. And that's how teams are able to simply shrink down your own minimap. And they give you such a small map to play on, where if you move too far out to even just your own tier 1 tower, you might just be at risk of dying because you've been losing one of the side lanes, and it opens up for these roams and these dives, and which teams are getting better and better at executing.
Exceptionally so from Gambit. They continue to demonstrate growth in the summer split. With most games we watch from Gambit, it is a slow and steady climb to looking like a better team. Last week, their systematic shutdown of Copenhagen Wolves in the lane swap, also to get Caboshard ahead on his Fizz, was well executed, regardless of the fact that it was against a struggling team. SK have not had the same struggles that Copenhagen Wolves have had, yet they are still down at the bottom of the table, and Gambit, again, off to a great start. We did catch a quick glimpse of Forgiven killing the Crab. He's got that Trinity Force already versus a Sheen and a Phage. So item advantage if Gambit can find another team fight. And there's a lot of grouping taking place. Forgiven's miles away.
It's also just about Caboshard getting one-on-one lane. He's going in on Freddy.
Last breath is up. Freddy's going to throw down the mine. Not going to get knocked up by Depth Charge. Look at the rest of the team, though. Everybody's converging. Forgiven is not here. Svenskeren's got knocked up, and Gosu Pepper is going to get stunned by the parallel convergence. SK's in the retreat. Svenskeren gets caught out. Going to Chrono Break back, but it will not be enough. 2-0 Caboshard.
I really want to highlight how Gambit is very clearly pre-planning these all-ins for Caboshard. As soon as he jumped on Freddy, 3 members from Gambit went from the mid lane and started moving down bottom lane. Diamond was there first, then 2 other guys followed after. And SK Gaming are fighting in a disadvantage. They don't have Trinity Force complete on Candy Panda. He's out of mana as well. There's just no damage for them. So Gambit are happy taking these fights. They're happy saying, okay, we're gonna all in. If you chase them down, we're gonna follow you. And that's in our favor every single time at this point. If you use your AD carry to zone out a Victor, main damage source for SK, do that every time.
Gambit will be securing the 3rd tower of the game. There's no one from SK to defend. And just very, very good play coming out of Gambit. I once again just want to give Diamond some praise and Gambit as a team, because not only are they looking coordinated in a lane swap, which they have limited experience. Diamond was 1-0-2. He had 100% kill participation in 15 minutes. It's not something we've seen. Fox has picked the fight with Cabo or vice versa, and Fox is going to get dumpstered.
Cabo Shot is so strong. Everything from the early game has been to set him up. He's been using it. Diamond is sitting, ready to help Cabo Shot as well. Almost all the time. Now he doesn't need him anymore. Now he's a grown man, make his own decisions.
Implying he wasn't before?
Well, I mean, Diamond was there to help him at least. Babysitter Diamond.
That sounds like a Photoshop I'd like to see. Babysitter Diamond wearing a Gragas skin. Gosu Pepper's going to be babysat by Diamond. Pink Ward's getting cleared out. Candy's actually aggressively arcane shift forward, and Freddy's found a dredge line. Gosu's already thrown down that unbreakable will and will continue to get away. Gletsalon slows down, and Pulverize does not connect. And Freddy will stay alive. SK remain grouped and begin sieging these outer turrets.
Yeah, only have Candy Panda here to really hit the tower. Victor joining in now. It's 5 members from SK. They just used quite a lot of that. That's fine. Oh, he got it again!
Man lost breath! A double kill for Cabo Shot, and he wants more! He's gonna keep sweeping that blade across! He's gonna find himself another with the help of Gambit! Killing spree shut down by Fox, but it does not matter! An ace for 1!
And this time he even set it up himself. He lands the knock-up. Cabo Shot jumps in. Gambit are pulling off some insane combos in this game. And SK Gaming, these have 0 answers. They've been behind since the lane swap. Nobody's gonna stop the Yasuo at all. Not even close. And SK Gaming were the team who was like baiting around all these flex pick in the pick of Memphis. Let's see it again. Knock up well. Where's Candy Panda? Let's knock him up 3 guys. Yeah. Everyone else from Gambit's like, yeah, I'm helping, I'm here too. But it's just all about what Cabo Shot is doing.
10,000 damage has already been dealt to champions by Cabo Shot. It's more than double the next highest, who's currently Forgiven. 10 kills to 2. We're getting close to 20 minutes. We're getting close to 10,000 gold lead. How much money is Cabo Shot? God, he's 8,000 gold, 3K ahead of Freddy.
And you know what? He's only getting stronger. He doesn't even have Infinity Edge yet. I mean, this is not exactly going to be a lot better for SK in that sense. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse.
And this is just all praise to Gambit. Gambit played the lane swap, they started it. They ganked for Cabo Shards, roamed to the mid lane. There's not a lot that SK could have done the way the game played out, because Gambit just took control from very early on.
I would have liked to see SK in the lane swap play the same, like mirror what Gambit was doing, where Freddy then would have gone to the bottom lane. He would have gotten the lane from SK and he would get to sit and get equal farm to what the Yasuo was doing, because we mentioned this in Champs, like how much of this game was about can Cabo Shot get rolling. We talked about it multiple times. That was a way for SK to at least go even in terms of top lanes and then swap them back later and keep denying this Yasuo pick with Lulu and Ezreal. And they didn't do that. They put Freddy on his own and said, you know what, you just go deal with him. We don't want to touch him.
And to expand on, Cabo Shot getting resources and Forgiven getting resources, when you actually look at the percentage gold share that they get for their role, both Cabo Shot and Forgiven are #1 in the European LCS, which actually leaves Diamond 10th out of 11 for gold share, and Betsy 10th out of 10. So all of the gold and resources is being put into those two.
all Diamond is farming is just enemy wards most of the time. And Capuchat is getting all the kills as well, so it is the way Gambit is built up. We have seen Betsy step up more and more and stop playing some of the carries, but he's never been consistent enough, in my opinion, to be relied on as a 100% mid lane carry. So we have seen him been playing more utility mages from time to time. This one as well, I mean, obviously utility wave clear in the start, then late game, yes, he's going to be a big carry, but Gambit won't even need him in the late game at the moment.
It's a different style of team, but it's working for Gambit most of the time. They're 5-7. They're looking to put some more distance between teams below them. If Gambit pick up a win today, which is looking very, very likely, they will then tie the record of Giants, meaning that battle for 4th place is getting even more contested as we're nearing week 7, week 8, week 9 in the LCS.
Gambit is just becoming more and more meta as a team. The addition of Sean's as a coach has clearly worked really well for them. In the start of the split, I remember I was looking at some of the pick and ban phases being like, you're giving like every single OP pick right now to the enemy team. And it just went super wrong for Gambit in like 20 minutes and the game was over. But now they've really changed a lot of it. And sure, Kalista is not there. That's been about it for them. We see more and more
maybe Forgiven's
strategies
ahead of the curve. Maybe Forgiven knows it'll be nerfed and won't be able to be used by time playoffs rolls around.
That's when he laughs at all the people.
Cabo wants more. Cabo should get more. Dredge line away. Cabo's going to keep something. A new challenger appears and Fox shuts him down. Caboshot's got a small grin as he realizes he bit off more than he can chew.
But you can see Gambit already making a cross-map play because you know there's going to be at least 2 guys trying to kill Caboshot. Top lane tower goes down, and then even though SK got a kill, they lose more. Gambit, another small advantage. That's how you always want to play split, which notice how we had 3 lanes at once pushed down. So once the gank happened, something went down elsewhere. Now it's going to have to be Baron soon because Gambit is running out of outer turrets to kill.
And this is a very important game for SK as well. Not only is playoff hopes less and less likely with a loss, but for SK, they're down 0-1 to the Copenhagen Wolves, who are below them. And SK play the Wolves tomorrow. That could determine head-to-heads. We'll expand on this in a moment.
They're going to have to stop this Baron then, Trevor, if they want to have a chance of winning this game.
I don't think they're going to be able to. They're not! Baron has been secured. Caboshot's found Sven Skjern. The Chrono Break will buy some time, but Forgiven, as well as Caboshot, will double team Sven. Baron secured, Dragon secured, 5 towers. Last time I said those lines, it was for SK, and SK ended up losing that game. I don't fear the same fate for Gambit today.
They've been playing near perfect in this game. Very, very few things. Gambit didn't make the optimal play. And now, well, let's kill someone.
So, Fox gets knocked back into the team. Diamond Prox as well as Gosu Pepper tanking for days. Freddy's on the front line though, and Gambit forced to retreat. He didn't get the damage they wanted on Candy and Fox. And those empowered recalls mean they can rinse and repeat to try again another day.
Yeah, I wanted to pull off the combo. I think the tower was a little bit in the way. Gosu Pepper had to like walk around it after his combo and didn't manage to get a whole lot from the shockwave. Didn't get to see it too closely though. Instead, Gambit can reset it. One mistake, nobody died. You can get a dragon for yourself and you can go back to just split pushing with this Yasuo. Vintage is completed. Capuchat says thank you very much.
Got that after his sped up recall.
Ah yeah.
In the 2-1 down bottom. Saves the 8 seconds for recalling. Diamond Prox and Gosu on the front lines in the middle. And as you mentioned, Officio, Baron Empowered minions down bottom. Freddy is praying for support.
Remember,
Frozen Heart, we'll give him some time.
Yeah, but remember this flat armor penetration coming, or the armor penetration for Capuchat as well. Against these tanks can be very effective. He's going on Freddy.
So Freddy's got Courts out, Wild Growth used already, so they've traded Last Breath and Explosive Cast. Steel Tempest knockup follows, and Forgiven's pushing middle, while the rest of Gambit are pushing bottom. Gambit will continue to farm out the jungle and push up to this middle lane. Forgiven's got a couple hits onto the tower, and while this strategy is working right now, he needs to be a little careful not to leave Forgiven alone. I remember when he played for Copenhagen Wolves last year, it was one of the problems that the team had, because Forgiven was always in a side lane. Never with the team when they needed it.
Not the case on Gambit though, because Cabochard has taken over these side lanes. It's not for Forgiven. Ever, really. He's gonna sit with Betsy, with the team. Last outer turret is down. Mid lane is very open if Gambit want to go in and land a few hits. Obviously where the Sheen always works wonders and should all talk before this armor penetration from Cabochard. Not able to completely shut down Freddy just yet, but Freddy doesn't have anything to do in the lane, just standing there taking damage.
Look at the cooldowns. Last breath is up for Cabochard. Explosive Cask will be shortly for Diamond Procs. The tower has dropped at 26 minutes. What an early inhib turret, and the turret, the inhibitor, is secured. Gambit gonna back away. Baron's worn off, but it was used exceptionally successfully. Golf claps all around for that one.
Well, so Gambit now will follow Unicorns of Love. Both teams have been winning today. Giants lost, so they're moving up. Should be tied for 4th place. All the teams obviously aiming to get into playoffs. We have to remind people, if you didn't watch in the spring split, we have number 1 and number 2 straight into the semifinal, bye weeks. Number 1 will then face the winner of number 4 versus number 5. So, if Gambit and Unicorns and Giants are fighting around that, they will look to face Fnatic then, if they manage to qualify from the quarters here. And then, obviously, on the other side, number 2, which in this case right now would be Origin. If they win today, they will face the winner of number 3 and number 6 in the semifinal.
A lot of...
Why are you laughing in the river? That's weird.
Why not? What a...
Ah, it's a Rift Scotland. Yeah.
Okay, taunting the crowd.
Yeah. Think. Maybe he's taking a wee, I'm not sure.
Where does that come from?
Hey, he's just standing around.
So, Deficio, to expand on your discussion, teams that place 4th and 5th have to face off against the number 1 team from the regular season. And if Fnatic win tomorrow, they already win the regular season. If they can beat Origin, because their worst case finish will be 14 and 4.
Yeah, 2-0.
And that means the head-to-head rules in the tiebreaker will put them above both H2K and Origin. It will be an unprecedented scenario. Last-ditch effort. Svenskeren has phase dived over the wall. He's gonna chrono break backwards, but now he's split from the team. Candypan has arcane shifted forward. Cabochard is pushing the top. Gambit will keep playing interference, and Freddy, he's gone way deep. Once again, Freddy with a questionable decision, connecting the dredge line. And Cabochard's got the flanking opportunity.
The thing is, SK just have no damage. They're falling behind, already had a composition with very low damage overall outside of the Victor pick. And then once you start falling behind, it looks even worse. I mean, yeah, Cabochard wasn't even there. Now, Gambit are looking to close out the game.
SK are split up. They've already lost their big tank top laner. Gambit are looking at the Nexus. They will undoubtedly pick up their 6th victory in the summer split and are looking to be a real threat as we get closer to the end of the regular season. Cabochard wants more, and he gets more. Fantastic game.
Yeah.
29 minutes, start to finish.
100% under control from Gambit here. Had a few, the Yasuo flex pick coming in. SK didn't really know where it was going to go before the last pick, but also SK Gaming likes to run these comps here with double tank and double carries. I don't feel like Ezreal can fit into that comp really well, because again, he's too low of a damage dealer for most of the game, and it becomes very, very easy for other teams to then target the one guy, which is now in this case a Victor. And at the same time, Freddy, it's hard for him to have the impact he wants to if he's not on a split pushing champ. That's why I expected him to swap the Nautilus to support and then try and get some sort of split pusher for Freddy. That's why he normally really shines. I just feel like they got outdrafted by Gambit and outplayed.
What a statement. Gambit outdrafted their opponents. It's been a couple of weeks in the making, but again, earlier today we talked about teams and strength of schedule and who has the opportunity to surprise getting closer to playoffs. And Gambit are one of those teams that, unlike Giants and UOL, you feel are growing at a more standardized rate. I don't think they have the same highs that we've seen from Giants, pushing Fnatic to the limits, which Gambit also did, but not as impressively. But I do feel like they are going to be one of the strongest contenders for that upper to middle bracket.
Among the 7 teams fighting to challenge H2K, Origin, and Fnatic, of course, even though right now nobody really wants to deal with Fnatic. But overall, great game from Gambit. Fantastic way to close it out. SK Gaming now tomorrow have a very important game.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to note, not only are teams fighting for the shot in the playoffs, but as you highlighted, you're also aiming to place either third, or this is going to sound very weird, or sixth. Because theoretically, Fnatic are looking likely to place first. And if you place fourth or fifth, that's the quarterfinal that feeds into the first place battle. What a difficult challenge. Alternatively,
if you have to win, you might as well beat them early,
beat
right?
Fnatic in the semifinals, and then you just win it, right?
Yeah, obviously playing for the points to get at least into the regionals, so you have a chance of making it to Worlds.
That's what everybody's playing for. We're going to head over to Pulse on stage for taking a look at that Wombo-fueled win.
Thank you, Trevor. I'm here joined by Cabashot after his victory against... after his win. Now, you picked the Yasuo very early into your draft. Now, it was completely blind into the top lane. Did you have a game plan going into that one?
So actually, I don't want to reveal too much, but it wasn't planned for me in the first place. But after what they picked, we figured that it could maybe work better here. So we decided to go with Yasuo top lane.
Okay, so I completely brain-farted. You went up against SK, you took it to them. I want to ask you about your expectations going into playoffs, because you did very well against one of these lower-tier teams, but do you think you can do the same against the likes of an Origin or Fnatic as you approach those playoff scenarios?
Yeah, definitely. Like, we had a lot of issues in the start of the split, but as the split goes on, we are getting stronger and stronger, and I think we'll perform really well in playoffs.
Well, I know you don't want to give away too much, but you played into the Nautilus, you did do that lane swap. In that scenario, do you think Yasuo is stronger in that matchup? Do you think there's a lot of matchups that Yasuo can straight up win?
Actually, not so many in top lane, but I think Nautilus is overrated in top lane, and a lot of people just tend to pick him as a new Maokai. But you can see his flaws and just abuse him easier than a Maokai like before. So this matchup, it was fine, and our team fight with Orianna, Gragas, Yasuo, Alistar was really sweet, so it worked really well.
Yeah, it definitely did in that game, Cabashot. Once again, congratulations on your victory. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk to break down the game and to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Pulse. Cabashard saying it was a pretty sweet combo. Destructive is more what I would call it from that very first fight on that they absolutely dominated in the mid lane. It was just all off from there. Crepo.
Yeah, well, he watched the match, you know.
Yeah. I streamed enough. I mean, I've beautiful wombo combos. I love to play.
Yeah, obviously it's really fun to see that. You know, once these combos connect, and obviously for Gambit, it almost felt too much. Everybody wanted to set up the combo. You have the Alistar, you have the Orianna, the dive in the mid lane. It was double proc, you know, the Gragas body slam flash, triple pulverized combo, and then all you have to do when you ask was just wait, press R at the end of the knock-up, and get that extension on the knock-up, and yeah, beautiful when it comes together. But I feel if you get into a position where you allow Yasuo to 3-man ulti you already made, like, you deserve to lose the game. You should never get flanked like that. You should never get exposed like that, because it is an obvious telegraphed composition, you know? It wants to knock you up, extend that knock up, and then take you down. Don't group up.
Oh yeah, that is for certain. I mean, as you said, if you get into that spot, it's all up. I don't think I've ever heard you and Trevor quite that excited just for a mid lane.
Yeah, the first wombo combo, Trevor, he couldn't stop going on.
I mean, it's a great play.
It was.
I just like watching a team that is clearly growing every single week, and they find new strategies to use. I mean, this was a new lane swap for Gambit, at least. It's something we've seen in NA, we've seen it in China and Korea a few times, how you play when you keep the top laner obviously alone, and he double jungles in the start, and then you move him up to the lane. And I like that from Gambit, because SK Gaming were clearly a step behind already from that moment in level 1 in the lane swap, and that was a big problem for them.
It was a big problem. You talk about Gambit and kind of doing different things, trying new things. The Yasuo top is something I saw earlier this week in Challenger, specifically in the Na matchup that we've seen over in LCK. Now they're bringing it in. I wasn't exactly convinced on the actual matchup, but Mitch, you and I were talking during the game about kind of a little bit more specifics between Yasuo and Nautilus, and it actually seems to make more sense than you'd maybe think at first.
I mean, just analyze the matchup. Obviously, never seen it played out. I feel like the tempo and the wave manipulation is always on Yasuo's side because he has a shield he can dash in, and if Nautilus wants to counter trade, he will always have to press Riptide, his E, and then he will automatically push the wave. So I feel like either you win that matchup straight up or you gracefully lose it because Nautilus can never zone you off because every time you trade, dash into a creep, he will be forced to push, dash out again, use that shield to your advantage, and then good win wall placements could get to your advantage. And then later on, you have that armor shred from your ultimate as well, so you scale much more because Yasuo in this composition was the puzzle piece that tied it all together, right? Any knock-up and you extend it. So all you need to do is get him through lane, even Stevens on CS, and then just scale into the late game. And I think that's what Gambit achieved to do.
I think also just we have to go back and look at the pick and ban phase. I don't really like Ezreal first pick too much because we saw once Gambit start building some engage, they swapped it to AD carry. And for a team like SK Gaming who likes to run tanks top lane, it just didn't really fit in, and it was like they just got in a lot of problems already from the pick and ban phase, and it very quickly snowballed.
Yeah, good adaptation there from Gambit as well. Fantastic play from them. Well, 5 more games behind us here in the playoffs, drawing closer. Let's look at where the teams stand after all of that today. First, second, and third are looking quite familiar, and then Giants, Gambit, UL are tied for 4th at 6 and 7. As said, H2K maybe dropping the ball here today quite decisively. What else have you guys seen after today?
And for me, it's the fact that at the start of the day, we're talking about all these teams tied in 5th place, but now suddenly Elements ties Rocket, and they're only 1 win away from jumping into that pool of people in playoffs. So it can very quickly change up, even a couple wins here and there, and it's just very interesting to see that sprint at the end of the season. It makes you wonder, especially these teams are going to have this question, like, what if? What if we won 1 more game? I had it like last split as well. What if we just won 1 more game? We wouldn't even be risking relegations right now.
Now you're with us.
And now we're here. Started at the bottom, now we're here. Yeah.
But that's also the thing for this last matchup we just saw with SK Gaming and Gambit. SK Gaming needed to win that game if they want to start moving closer to playoffs. They obviously want to get out of relegation. We had this segment about how many games they've been so far ahead and then they lost it in the end. They're going to look back at this split and be like, that game, we should have won, we lost, and we now potentially find ourselves in relegation.
At least in this one, they can say, okay, we got really far behind, so. Well.
Speaking of getting really far behind, or I guess that was the Wolves case, Unicorns on the other side, maybe the first time we've seen the glimpse that we saw from the spring split towards the end, it was against the last place team, so let's not get too excited about it, but they showed they have clear calls when it can count for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it a 2-0 or if they stay inconsistent. Now, earlier today, we asked who your must-ban champion pro combo was, and you had a lot to say. Our first tweet is from @Echoes911. You have to ban Reignover's Rek'Sai. He is the true metronome of Fnatic's early game. Super interesting in the context of what we saw here today, because as said, he was forced on that Rengar, rather, which could have seemed like a problem, but Fnatic then got that Baron and ended it anyway.
Yeah, I don't think you can outban Fnatic at all, so I like the strategy. There's been a couple of tweets about why would you ban these champions? You just have to target a player that's not Huni. It's shown in the past that you cannot outban Huni. Even with 3 bans and a first pick, he will still find a way to carry. So trying to pinch the jungler pool, who is Reignover, trying to set up these plays often for Huni, I think is a good idea. I think Fnatic is just too damn good. They're playing Gravity Chamber right now. They have to put themselves 1,000 gold down to prepare for the Koreans that are coming at the end of the split, because otherwise it's just too easy for them right now.
Nice quoting of your own tweet there.
That's a tweet by @Scumbag, by the way. That's mentioned.
Well, our second tweet we have here is from @MrHype. Pepinero and his Ezreal, although they didn't have a 2-in-a week, the Rune Glaive damage is tremendous, and he was excellent on it last week. Yes, but it was banned today, and he went for the teleport Yasuo.
I'm so tired of this teleport mid lane from
It's
Pepinero.
Charu's back.
I don't know why he's doing it. Because
yeah.
this guy is so strong one-on-one. Don't put yourself in that disadvantage. But yeah, it was banned away. It should be, because Giants have shown if they play these late game poke champions, they have these chances at least of coming back if they do fall behind. When we play a TP Yasuo, you have no chance of coming back.
It could have worked. I mean, we saw...
Everything could have worked. Everything could have worked.
That's true.
You can play Teemo support and it could work if you blind the AD carry and you win the team fight, right?
That's true. Anyway, with playoffs on the horizon, it all comes down to these last few weeks in Fantasy LCS. Looking at the numbers, you'll be happy if you have Power of Evil on your roster today. He opened the day with a stellar AP Kog'Maw game, picking up 7 kills, 10 assists with 0 deaths for a total of 34 points, over 34 actually. He is today's European LCS Fantasy leader. We asked him he said, well, I just loved Kog'Maw in this composition. I feel like he would go to it whenever it's open.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And since Trevor's not on the desk, I'm going to take this liberty.
Ah!
Haha, Trevor, you took him off your fantasy team last week. If you left him off, that is not a good decision this week.
I just want to talk about the actual game and not the fantasy. I really feel even though PoE did very well, Chachi was the driving force that game, and it was nice to see him step up, and he kind of set the pace for the momentum, especially that I think the most important kill in that matchup was the one kill that Power of Evil wasn't involved on, and that was the early first blood on Freeze, and that kind of set the tone for that game and, you know, broke the Wolves' hearts. And definitely have to see, instead of looking at Unicorns, what are the Wolves going to do? Like, we're nearing the end of the split, Desperation's coming in, are we going to see the Ultra Cheese, or just, you know, bad plays?
Desperation Howl, we will see. Well, looking towards tomorrow, there are a number of opportunities to climb in the standings as we kick off the day with a game between Roccat and H2K. Gambit will face Giants in a fight for fourth, and later on in the day, it's time for a game of the week between Fnatic and Origin. Fnatic still going into that one undefeated. Gave H2K a little bit of a head start, but that's what we're going to see tomorrow. So we'll see what happens then. And until then, it is time for us to sign off. I'd like to thank the coaches that joined us on the desk today for their expert insight. And on behalf of myself and everyone here at the LCS, have a good night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Noise is getting hot here. Let's go, guys. It's going to be week number 7, starting off right now. Gets the knockup, gets the second knockup with the wild growth. Look for Chachi, baits out Koss. They take him down there just too big. And in the end, it's GG to the Unicorns of Love.
I'm looking right. Let's. Nice. Steve. Right. Finish Baron. Nice.
Elements have done it. They topple Roccat and move up the standings.
Here comes a teleport. Peppy's coming from the middle lane. He's looking for Niels. He will not find him. Second one. Teleport. Woo!
Yeah. Nice.
And they obliterate Giants. Before he puts the equalizer out, Reynov has leaped back in with Thrill of the Hunt.
Go for this. Go for Nash.
I got it.
Nice.
Kill.
They equal the longest winning streak in LCS history, 13-0.
Diamond though, he's gonna go in for the gang and
Three-man knockout! The last breath! That was incredible.
But no, he's going again!
Three-man last breath! A double kill for Cabo Shot, and he wants more. They will undoubtedly pick up their 6th victory